This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the 27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
Always expect the unexpected.
Dear Papa, my studies have been very rewarding. They have introduced a new game to practice our skills. No abilities, no healing, just you against another. Electric. And my friends are learning too.
Yeah, I'm heartbreaker.
Now we know where you fit in the food chain.
But you know me, Papa. I take my education seriously. Even the extracurriculars. Miss you lots. Je t'embrasse.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
Do you believe in magic?
This tournament is very important because if you do very well, you have an opportunity to change how the Apex history is written.
I signed with TSM knowing that, there's going to be pressure and expectations, but I don't feel it per se, but I know it's there. We know we have big shoes to fill, but we're the new era of TSM.
Falcons are down to the elimination bracket as Green Stego will be your champions.
จริงครับที่พวกเราเล่นแบบแอคทีฟแล้วก็อยากให้ผู้ชมชินกับมันเองครับเราจะไม่เปลี่ยนเพลย์สไตล์ของเราครับเรามั่นใจการเล่นแบบนี้และเราจะเอาชัยชนะกลับมาให้ได้ครับ
It's 1, 2, and it's going to be another huge win for Fnatic.
今がそのナンバーワンだっていう証明するつもりは全然なく、いつも応援してくれている方たちを喜ばせるためにいい成績を残したいと思います。頑張ります。
Coming here to EWC is our first opportunity to rectify losing a tiebreaker in Pro League. Our team has something to prove, every one of us, and we won't let Falcons take it again.
Falcons rising! Falcons champions!
The ALGS Open was my 10th LAN, so to win that was kind of everything that I wanted. And it just ignited that passion of, okay, you've done it, you know you can do it, now you just need to do it again. And for us, anything that's not first is a failure.
This is your time. This is your chance. The question is, what are you gonna do with it?
Think about it. Why stop now? I was just getting started. 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 Level up. Start my engine and I rev it up. Once I get the green light, gotta go. Let them know they better step on up. Yeah, dog, I'm in that zone. While I grind hard while you at home. You talk about it, but I be about it. Cause you all talk, no backbone. On the path to the top, you gonna have to face a test. When you fold it, when you flop, ain't no time to second guess. There's only time to be the best. Defeat your foe, repeat the steps. Defeat your foe, repeat the steps. Look around the room and ask who's next. If you came here for the main event, strap in, buckle up. You're looking at it. I'm on a 10. I'm on a level 10. I wanna win. Then I wanna win again. You thought it was done? I'm hoping it never ends. If you wanna win, then I'm on a level 10. It's showtime, so I am the showstopper. You thought it was your time. What that means, I gotta top ya. They said don't rock the boat, but I am a boat rocker. If you the GOAT, call me the GOAT stopper. Never gonna quit, don't stop, no. Never gonna quit, never gonna quit, don't stop, no. Never gonna quit, never gonna quit, don't stop, no. Let's go! I'm on a 10. I'm on a level 10. I wanna win. Then I wanna win again. You thought it was done? I'm hoping it never ends. If you wanna win, then I'm on a level 10. I'm on a 10. I'm on a level 10. I wanna win. Then I wanna win again. You thought it was done? I'm hoping it never ends. If you wanna win, then I'm on a level 10.
Winning a game in a battle royale is always good at partly playing luck.
It's going to be Navi who send it on to face the Maggie Ball. It's a problem, but surely this just opens the door for Go Next to move in.
Winning at the top level in the regional finals shows that we can actually win, and that we're here to win it all.
He gets taken out. Rock now move in for the dub.
I think being labeled as a dark horse team is deserved because all three of us haven't really been at the top at Apex. Through the win in regional finals and NA, I think we've proven to show that we can stand at the top. And if we could translate that into EWC, I think we have a good chance of winning it all.
APAC ノーズで MVP に選ばれましたが、今回私たちは EWC でチャンピオンを取って日本で初めての世界大会優勝チームになることを
As a team, we're extremely motivated to win. We've been consistent throughout the whole year. Now we're back in a tournament that we have won before, so winning again, hopefully luck is on our side.
The boys who always struggled in finals have this game in their hands, and it's now their chance. LG are down as the Lions will do it!
Let's go! I'm on top of this, I run this out like Usain Bolt. Got the ball up in my court, I'm gonna make it go. I don't ever try to quit, I'm always on the go. Ain't left no crumbs on the plate like a pro. Ain't scared of miss, ain't scared of nothing. Nothing, ain't scared of miss, soon I'll be hitting. Hit, always on the grind, never lose, I'm winning. If I choose to do it, I'ma kill it, ain't no pity. I keep it moving. Ain't no one can stop me. I do it like a pro. And now I'm fire. Biggest in the game. Let's go. Different strategies when I play a slave. When they try to predict me, I know they always go astray. Ain't no fun or up in there, I'm surely gonna make a play. When I say no distractions, then move out of my way. I'm on top of this, I run this out like Usain Bolt. Got the ball up in my cup, I'm gonna make it go. I don't ever try to quit, I'm always on the go. Ain't left no crumbs on the plate. Ain't scared of miss, ain't scared of nothing. Nothing, ain't scared of miss, soon I'll be hitting. Hit, always on the grind, never lose, I'm winning. If I choose to do it, I'ma kill it, ain't no pity. No, it's unstoppable, yeah.
The last chance qualifier really means a redemption chapter. We are representing Mexico and we just want to make everyone so proud of us. We just don't want to disappoint them.
When we're locked in as a team, I have full confidence that we're a top 5 NA team, top 3 easily. When we're in a unit, I think we're just an unmatched team.
As Furia lose out on 1, Falcons pretty up trying to wrap around your last 2 squads as Furia are the champions.
As a team, we're like really good friends. I've been with my teammates for the longest time. If we were to like take first place today and then move on to finals, it would mean the world to me.
After not making a LAN last year at all, I had like multiple times that I thought I was gonna give up. So just to be here, honestly, makes me like really happy, and anything else is just kind of a bonus.
To me, the last chance is to go off with a bang. The choice of competing and the choice of retirement isn't because I can't be up here and I can't compete. For me, it's really important to get first place to show that I can do it, you know? I'm here.
This land is calling.
It's match point finals day at EWC 2025.
Phony had surgery and still dropped into Pool B, qualifying for finals in second place. No excuses, no appendix, no fear.
And while Phony was clutching up, Alliance, they dominated. Relentless, epic ALGS greatness.
Speaking of Alliance, they had a monster in their ranks. Effect dropped 39 kills in Pool B. Question is, can he do it again today?
Meanwhile, in Pool A, it was TSM doing TSM things. Placement consistency like a metronome, and back-to-back wins when it mattered most.
And then comes the heartbreak. NRG missed out on finals by only 1 point. And just like that, it's Timmy's final LAN.
SBI, #1 in APAC North, gone in groups. That's the pressure. That's LAN.
No S Fox, 2nd in APAC North, 19th in the LCQ. That's not just an underperformance, that's a wake-up call.
Records broken, legends tested, and still, the finals are just beginning. Welcome to the ALGS. Records broken, legends tested, and still, the ultimate test remains. Match point finals. Only a few teams in ALGS history have ever won them. Now, it's a chance to see if they'll win again, or if we'll have a new contender rise into the limelight. $2 million on the line today, and we've got 20 of the best teams from around the world to compete for a chance at EWC and ALGS glory. Welcome in studio here. My name is Randy. I'll be your host for the entire afternoon, evening, and thank you so much for watching with us. It's going to be a fun show. But I am not alone. I've got my crew alongside with me as well. Jayhawk, Snipe Down, and Glitter Explosion back in the building to help break down the action and also set up the stories that matter most. And Jay, these are a story-filled group of teams. They do not disappoint when it comes to things we can point out that would either prove a narrative, create a new one that would send the world going crazy, or just cement a dynasty that's already been in the making.
Absolutely. There's so many storylines, and at the end of the day, nothing that we say here really matters, because all that matters is what those players do when they get into that lobby. They are the ones that have to be the author of their own story. And so all these other teams, they're trying to prevent you from getting that win, but you have to be the one that either, like you said, cements the dynasty or makes history and becomes the first-time champion for yourself.
Snipe Down, in these moments, coming from a professional player who's won playoffs before, but now at the limelight in a playoffs that feels a little bit brighter than usual. How do you take this pressure and turn it into fuel?
Yeah, I mean, all of these teams should be very proud. This has to be one of the hardest formats to make it to a grand finals. And so for these teams to get here, they already have something to be proud of, but no one is satisfied. We've literally heard it nonstop from these teams. So many that say only first place is acceptable. And that's all these players want to walk out with. You just have to come in one game at a time, forget about whatever happened in the game before, whether it was good or bad, and move forward. And I expect a lot out of these teams.
And the question on everyone's minds, Lauren, we haven't seen them in 2 days or 1 day respectively. Alliance and Falcons, two teams that have either won the most previous LAN or won this LAN essentially back in Riyadh a year ago. Who will come out on top today?
I think that's what the question that everyone's asking, right? I mean, everyone has their eyes on these two teams. before we even started the event. That was the whole point. What can they do in groups? And then are they going to get the first POI draft seed? That's exactly what Alliance was able to do with their performance out of their pool. But like you said, they also had a little bit of downtime, especially the teams that came out of Pool A. Have they been paying attention? Were they in the arena at the stage, watching all the action going down, kind of making sure they get all the information they need? Only time will tell.
And that time is now. For those who missed a little bit of what happened yesterday, let's throw it to Arcadia top plays so you can catch up on the action.
Sentinels have a chance to put up an absolute monster game here in the first game of the LCQ, and having heard the Reds go in, they want that Reds to be permanent. They take down Liquid and now they try and hold off E36, but they're not going to be able to. E36 will be your champions in game 1 of the LCQ.
Because they're going to get wrapped up around by Furia. They're going to get pinched here if they're not careful, as Team Liquid are not involved in this fight. This means everything kind of knows, but he has to get outside of zone. He can't do it. Top 2 teams. Vamos! Team Liquid! Once again, the big difference, and they were able to pop that shield, but it looks like they're getting the next res. It's only up to Lily. You're outnumbered. Gets punched as Furia take the dub, coming out of the low ground, taking that fight against Twisted Minds.
Gamers pushing in, that mobile shield providing a moment of pause for this fight. It's a 1-for-1 exchange as Keon gets a knock onto Drop. Zap comes in from behind, gets that re-knock onto Madness, and now going for that 1v1, but the Newcastle res might just be enough to even things out. Goes to use from that raise. Risky repositioning.
The slam! The big slam though! Comes in from Sentinels, a right hook! Is going to push one player away. It's a 2v2 right now. Cat spikes go down. Jaguaris, challenge it and learns that you don't do that against this man. Sentinel champions, the R9 sprays we will not forget about.
Quite the odyssey from Sentinels, making it almost at the bottom side of that entire bracket to the very top and qualifying for today. However, there are teams that didn't. And of course, as you look at teams Falcons and Alliance, there are foils on the opposite side. Teams that did not make it, such as RRX, Shopify Rebellion, which keys have been crushed. Yet the hopes still remain for the teams left alive with their key still intact. Who will crush more keys? Well, we'll find out in just a moment. And it was really a day that brought us a lot of introspection from teams. You could see tweets coming out from Zainu saying, I just needed to be better. I can't blame this on anybody but myself. We will try harder. You saw MT talking about the fact that it's his first time. He hasn't made a LAN finals in 11 tournaments. Well, of course, those reactions mean that there was emotion all around. Let's take a look at our PS5 top reactions from yesterday, guys. As we could see, Lauren, clearly it was emotional on both sides of the coin.
Yeah, and I think that's what made yesterday that much more enjoyable a performance, whether it was from the teams that were finding success or, like you said, the emotional side of things, the teams that were struggling to make it. Top 6 is so much more difficult than what we typically do at an ALGS lane, and you could see how much relief there was for the squads that were able to fight into those positions.
Tonight, Madness getting excited about this Furia team that's been on and off, especially when it comes to bubble play, but they found a way to make it into today.
Yeah, one of my favorite things about Furia is the passion that Madness brings. We've seen it from the start. He's been a very polarizing player from the beginning to now, and honestly, I love how he carries his team and uses that momentum, good and bad, to get them going.
And one of the greatest things when you consider it too is that all of this passion, it's a universal language, right? I had you use the word yen the other day. APAC North, I mean, they still have a chance in this, but also you just see the teams. You don't have to have the conversation with them. You can tell how emotional it is, even for guys who normally keep their cool.
Absolutely. I mean, listen, this is $2 million on the line. It's a legacy-defining moment. You want to be the team that has a chance to put yourself into the history books. You don't want to go home early. You at least want to give yourself a shot. And if you don't, those games are going to eat at you forever. And so you can see the relief on those teams' faces just knowing that they made it, that they had a big game, and that finally maybe they were safe.
Well, that was yesterday. Let's take a look at what's in store for today, because we mentioned over the course of 3 days, we've whittled it down to 20 teams. Those teams about to take place in a match point finals. Last chance was yesterday, but this is really their last chance to show what they have to do. Interforce 36, Team Nemesis, Furia, Sentinels, Liquid, Gen G, Rival, Alliance, 100 Thieves, Rock Esports, Virtus Pro, S8UL, VK Gaming, Navi, Wolves Esports, Kinotrope Gaming, Fnatic, Ninjas in Pajamas, Team Falcons, and TSM. Those 20 teams earned at least a mention here because they did all the work to get here. This is just an achievement arriving to this moment. And actually, speaking of arriving, we see some of the players getting away from the hotel and heading towards the venue. And, you know, you could see Draugr there, a little bit of the Falcons action. In fact, you see Privacy chatting as usual. I'm surprised he had his voice when he came and joined us. Kimchi, they were out in pool play, unfortunately. And, of course, all the players enjoying themselves. If you haven't been to EWC, you probably, even if you haven't seen this area, but the player lounge just was up there playing ping pong with Snipe Down a few minutes ago, getting ready. It's pretty awesome. They've got these guys set up. And again, the big storyline, Falcons, what can they do? That man right there, the CEO of Apex Legends, you know him, but do you really know all of him? Let's take a look at ImperialHal's backstory.
From legacy to a dynasty.
Crowd acknowledges what can only be described as greatness.
I'm going to tell the fans, everyone watching at home, who's the best IGL? Who is it, Hal?
I started playing video games when I was 3, very, very young. My first enjoyment of gaming all came from my father. He liked playing games, he loved Halo, and then I started playing it. You know, I would play against him and his friends and beat them when I was a little kid, and he saw the potential in me. One of the biggest moments of my life when it came to gaming was in high school. I always wanted to move to PC, and my father would tell me, you have to get straight A's if you want me to get a PC. He gave me reasons to, you know, focus on school. My parents came from nothing. They knew or understood the importance of having an education. They immigrated from Bosnia. They barely knew English. You know, they didn't have a lot of money and they had to work multiple jobs. The main thing that my dad taught me was, you know, earning what I wanted or what I needed. And I feel like that carried over a lot to who I am today. I decided to keep pursuing gaming. Eventually Apex came out and I was like, this is the game for me. And my father even told me in the very beginning, you know, this game is literally meant for you.
Now the fight goes down. So important that you get the damage here and it's done. TSM up in the skies. House goes down for the heavens.
I feel like my father probably knows me more than anyone else in the world. So if he says something like that, it's probably true.
The CEO with the hostile takeover. TSM are your champions.
When it came to the CEO name, I feel like it was a meme at one point from my stream. I didn't have an ego. I feel like in the very beginning of Apex, there was no reason to. You know, I wasn't very successful before Apex. My best placement was 5th. As time went on, from me winning, being on top of the world in front of everyone else, you know, I was kind of just given that name. The difference between being great and just being good is just a mentality thing.
I don't play anything else. I play, there's no grind. I am the grind.
I need to earn anything I get. I feel like that's the main difference between me and everybody else. Most pro players take it as a hobby. It's still a hobby. I'm playing for fun. Oh, the game is boring. I'm going to play less. A lot of people just don't care enough. Looking back at my career, I'm very satisfied, but I hate looking back because I don't want to feel content. I don't want to feel that I've done enough.
Alcazia down! Falcons rising! Falcons champions!
I love my career so far, but I know I can do a lot more. There's times where I started to doubt myself because I was at the top in the very beginning, and then all of a sudden I started having mediocre performances, and I feel like I was trying to do everything and anything, and I just couldn't get what I wanted. But my father was always just pushing me to just, you know, stay and keep doing what you're doing, and it'll eventually work out. If he wasn't here, then I probably wouldn't be a streamer. Maybe I would have quit. Maybe I would have, who knows? Honestly, it would have been a way different life. I'm not ImperialHal without my father, so that's the best way to put it.
Some important words there. Someone who recently became a father, that would mean the world to hear your son or your daughter say that about you and your influence. And Hal certainly giving homage to the man who raised him and helped keep himself on the track. And look at that track. Well, it's got him with fans screaming all the way in Riyadh, his name and the Falcons logo waving as a flag. Can they do it again? Second place last year when they came to Riyadh. Can they win this time and grab 2 trophies in a row? The super team certainly would be super. Lace had a chance with these players to catch up on the Boulevard as well. Lace?
Match point finals today. We've got Team Sentinels. It was a little bit shaky at the start, I want to dare say, but of course they pulled it through. Now, how many games do you reckon you're going to reach match point eligibility?
I think around 8 games or so is when we're gonna be. No, you mean like someone's gonna get to. We're gonna get to match point. Oh, 5 games, and then we win it on game 6 or 7.
5 games, win it on 6. Happy with your POIs today?
What's that?
Happy with your POIs today?
Absolutely. We had 17th pick, and we got some really, really good picks, so I'm excited.
Okay, I'm expecting great looting and shooting from you guys then, of course. What's kind of been the preparation for today?
I would say our confidence. I think that's the big thing with us. We got some good momentum going in from yesterday, so I think we're going to start off swinging today. So, yeah, I would say confidence, and our comms have been amazing.
That's good. That's good. I mean, I was jumping before going, confidence, guys. Come on. I know we're there in the hot sun. But, of course, what team are you going to watch out for today?
Probably Gen G. We seem to run into them like every game, so we got to be a bit careful rotating through the map, make sure they're not ratting us anywhere. And if we have to take a fight with them, we're going to take them down. So,
I mean, us Apex South people are kind of annoying. So best of luck to you guys, Sentinels, in match point finals.
Thank you so much, Lace. Great interview as always. And walking down that boulevard, it's hot. Let me just tell you. But she does a great job of keeping her cool. And I love the blue outfit. Snipe, just a little reaction to that piece from Hal. You're obviously very close friends with Hal and have been for a long time, a teammate as well. You've been through the trenches with him. How did that impact you?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just the passion that oozes out of him and having the support system that he has with his family. He's talked nonstop about how much that has impacted even his decisions to stream or play games. And I heard a little bit about, a game he started with a little bit of ImperialHal in there. So I love that. And just proud to see the progress that he has. And staying hungry as often, even when you are accomplished, is a great way to see goals.
Yeah, and he's kind of reinvented himself in many different ways. This is a new version of Hal 2.0. Certainly would submit being Hal 2.0 if he can win this one as well after winning the Open. Jayhawk, it's time to start breaking things down, though. I want to touch on these storylines in an even bigger way. And for that, we go to our SMB key matchup. Take us away with who you think have some storylines we got to follow.
Listen, obviously we have to talk about Alliance and Team Falcons. This is the rivalry that everybody is looking at. And this is honestly, in my opinion, the best rivalry that we've seen since Prime TSM versus Dark Zero back in year 3. But that rivalry ended when the era of the dynasties died. And we begin a new era, which was the era of the super team. And yet, Falcons did not dominate that era like the dynasties that they formed from. Instead, it was Alliance who lifted the trophy here in Riyadh, officially breaking the curse placed upon them as the group stage team. While Falcons were seeing internal changes, Alliance continued that streak of dominance. They placed top 3 at every single LAN since that victory. And coming into this year, it was clear that Alliance was the best team in the world. I mean, when you see this play from Effect, how can you doubt that maybe they're the best team here? But Falcons, they have something to say about that. They would not allow the conversation to end there. They struck back, making history in New Orleans, becoming the first ever team to win from the elimination bracket. They do not take kindly to the assertion that Alliance is the best team. Zero and Hal are no strangers to legacy. Zero was the only player who was able to go back-to-back with Dark Zero, and they're looking to do so again after that win in New Orleans. This is a legacy-defining moment for these two teams, and I'm very excited to see who comes out on top.
Immovable object versus an unstoppable force. Will Falcons or Alliance take the victory? Only one can claim the title of champion today. Great setup there, and that was our SMB key matchup, thanks to Jayhawk. Now, Snipe, I know we got a lot of teams representing all different regions, but Americas have been the most dominant coming into this tournament, and they've stayed the most dominant in this tournament as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, America, and a team specifically that I want to talk about is TSM. And we heard it in an interview with Gent before. He said this is a new era of TSM, which it is. And one of the most impressive points that I talked about on day one that still holds true to now is TSM is the only team in this entire tournament that has yet to place outside of the top 10 in any match. Their lowest is 9th, and their average placing is 4.4. And when it comes to this match point format, there is no other team in terms of consistency that I would think would be able to get to that point, and that's only going to propel them. And another player specifically has got to be Panic. This kid was one placement away from making it to the grand finals at his first LAN. He was almost exiled as a pro player in terms of people writing him off, stayed true to his passion of the game, absolutely just wanting to take it to the next level. He talked about it, how he was, looking up to all these peers, and now he's playing right next to them, putting up the same types of damage numbers and literally in the same category. He was the second highest carry rating in the entire open land. Wow. And when it comes to aura, there are certain players that have it, and he oozes passion, and that type of passion only elevates the people around you, brings out the best in them, and we're seeing that with this current TSM roster right now, and it's going to be very exciting to see if they can get that championship under a new team in that new era.
Top placement, that's a big deal, especially as we transition into match point. Being consistent or just making it through to these group stages can be two different things, because one big blow-up game and then some terrible performances, all gamers in their first pool play, can get you into a position where you're competing. But staying in those top 5s, top 4s, that's how you have a chance to win match point. Lauren, I know there's other regions to speak about, and APAC, they have represented as well. A great showing from them.
Yeah, let's talk about Gen G a little bit, okay? Because we've highlighted just how insane yesterday was with our last chance. And the team that we saw at the top of it, at the end of it all, was Gen G. One of our teams out of APAC South to make their way through to the match point finals, the trio of Ziki, Asia, and Dexter. And this was just such an impressive performance because we were watching points determining 4 to 5 placements depending on what game we were at in this series, and they were not in that discussion of concern by the bubble. They were so far at the top that they had at least 10 plus points, I think, by the end of it between them and second place. They were consistent the entire time. If I'm not mistaken, it was only 3 out of their 10 matches that were outside top 6 placements. They were consistent in their placement, then had 2 pop-off games to really solidify that point gap, and they just looked so strong. And that was in last chance, though. Let's just talk about the region as a whole, because arguably at this event they might be considered the most impressive region, period. 5 out of their 8 teams have now qualified through to match point finals. 4 of them did it straight out of their pool play. We had 1 out of pool A, I believe that was Wolves, and then we had S8, Rival Esports, and VK out of pool B. And the fact that we're talking about a region that only had 8 slots, getting 5 of them, that's over 60% of their teams qualifying through to match point finals. It's the highest percentage out of any region participating here.
These are great moments to really capitalize on, because you look at these teams, they often do go unnoticed in terms of the major storylines coming into it. And how can you not? It's just too tight of a room to squeeze in. It's like an elevator. You got to wait because it's too full and just catch the next one. Alliance, Falcons, these teams kind of dominate the narratives. So who's going to squeeze in next to them? Navi have tried this year. Maybe if they win again, we'll see that one. But of course, another team that's been in that narrative and kind of got pushed out, I think left on the bottom floor for at least a tournament, was APAC North. I really wanted to see more from our APAC North representatives, all the way going back into our last year, starting in Split 1 in Los Angeles, when we hosted it at the Galen Center, and we saw Sang Jun and Obley and Karampu raise the trophy. They stared down, Obley specifically, the crowd and all the viewers saying, well, now what are you going to say about APAC North? After that, we haven't had an APAC North win since. Is it time? Are they due? Especially with the news that we're going back to Japan this year and next year. So, well, I guess 2 years from now, because I guess next year is this year in terms of our ALGS year. Interesting to know. Will these regions rise up? Will they claim supremacy? This is certainly the last chance in the calendar year to do so. ALGS is in its prime, and I cannot wait to see which team says we were the best when the best was on the table. Let's find out who takes the stage and center spotlight here on our match point finals and send it to the opening ceremony.
20 teams enter the stage. Friends, rivals, titans. But when the dust settles, only one will remain unscathed. These are the moments that test your resolve, your patience, and of course, your skill. Months of preparation have led to this moment, but the reality is that the fate of 95% of these keys will end in the crusher. Gentlemen, it's just business. My name is Barney Banks and I am your host for the ALGS mid-season playoffs at the Esports World Cup. And welcome to Match Point Sunday! This is going to be an absolute blast. And so, ladies and gentlemen, if you could please join me in welcoming your finalists to the main stage for one last time this week. Kicking things off with ninjas in pajamas! They are Vayne, Kurev, and McLovin. Virtus Pro. They are Lou, Zach Mazer, and Slayer. VK Gaming. They are Casa, Ladud, and QQ. Navi! They are Hyarka, Uksako, and Slab. Fnatic! They are Yuka, Colonel Garcia, and Libel Ace. Gen G! They are Dexter, Ziki, and Asia. Hundred Thieves. They are Jen Burton, Verholst, and Phony. Wolves Esports. They are Crazy Kong, No Name, and Wen Xuan. Team Liquid! They are Yanya, Jaguares, and Nizel. S8UL! They are Sharky, Legacy, and Jesco. Enter Force 36. They are Juzna, Sinap, and Illy. Sentinels. They are Riley Mekanek, Lota 31, and Carter. Furia! They are Madness, Noct, and Keon. Team Nemesis! They are Kaishiha, Zuni, and Remix Powers. Rival Esports! They are Aflo, Fafafi, and Gotga. Kinetro Gaming! They are Vols, Pero, and Cannon. ROC Esports! They are Deeds, Sorcerer, and Vaxlon. Team Falcons! They are Zero, Waltzy, and ImperialHal. TSM! They are Panic, Duplex, and Gent. the Alliance! They are unlucky, Effect and Hackis! The journey has been merciless. The finish line is in sight, and it is time to claim your place in history. It is time for the Match Point Finals!
Every time there's a finals day, it's do or die.
It's the end game. It's where you really start to prove yourself. Making finals is all well and good, but performing in finals is a whole different ballgame. It'd be amazing to bring a title back to APAC South. We've done it before, and I definitely believe we can do it again.
We lost the tiebreaker to Falcons in Pro League. It's always in the back of my head, but I try not to let past things determine my future. We're just focused on the present and winning the finals.
แล้วก็ความรู้สึกก็โล่งใจครับที่ได้เข้าไฟนอลเพราะตอนแรกก็ทำท่าจะตกแหล่ไม่ตกแหล่อยู่
Oh my god, the shots coming in from the R9! Rivalry Esports will close it out!
ได้เข้าไฟนอลได้อย่างที่หวังครับก็รู้สึกมีความสุขครับ
Missing out on the ALGS Open Finals by 1 point is truly devastating. Actually making it actually feels good, especially the first try. I want to prove that we can be up there at the top with like Alliance and Falcons.
Last year I was pretty confident as well. I knew we were gonna win. But this year I feel like we're gonna do even better. We're gonna finish it in 4 years. We're gonna prove our haters that they're wrong.
He's jumping around like a spider monkey, and he doesn't know what to do. The shield swap isn't enough. Alliance!
Everyone's on that Alliance train right now, even though we won the last tournament. Personally, I feel pretty pissed off when I hear everyone starts to think that the best team in the world, not only me, but my entire team wants to shut that down. And yeah, they did well in group stages, but we'll be in the lobby now with them in finals. I want to prove everyone wrong that we're actually the best team in the world.
It is finally time to start our mid-season playoffs grand finals here, Match Point Finals. As you heard it there, Hal upset with everyone who thinks that Falcons are on top, and here's where they have to prove it. I'm Vicky Kitty, I'm joined with Jamerson, and we're here to open up the epic victory, the epic journey for these teams.
Vicky, there are 18 teams in the lobby shooting for that championship, but 2 teams right now, in Alliance and Falcons, whose only goal is to prove that they are the best in the world. Hal mentioned it. Alliance, we're in a different group. This time around, though, we have the most stacked lobby at LAN we have seen for Match Point Finals.
Alliance fans cheering on right behind them. Everyone has been behind Alliance with their insane performance, their consistent performance, which needs to be highlighted because Match Point format isn't the same as we've seen throughout the course of the tournament. We've played out through our pools, we've played out through our last chance fights for a lot of these teams. But here in Match Point format, you need to hit 50 points. Once you hit 50 points, you then have to win a game to be considered your mid-season playoff champions. You have to have that consistency. You have to find yourself getting that dub. You could get it beforehand, but you need to hit match point first.
And our last Match Point Finals at LAN, it was, of course, Team Falcons taking the victory in 6 in such a surprising way. But so much has changed along the way here at the end of Split 1. After the introductions of the Legend Bands, after the introductions of more maps into the pool, and also we took out World's Edge for a little bit there, but now our teams have had time to adjust, really learn more and dig deeper into their skill sets, particularly being able to isolate out teams and know which teams are what now in the malaise that is the Apex Legends battlefield. It's so difficult to be able to identify which squad is running what composition, but here in the beginning, it should be a little bit easier with a lot of teams running similar mirror compositions. But once we get down into the trenches, into Game 7, Game 8, Game 9, forbid we go to 13, what kind of composition will we see? We don't have that kind of data, neither do any of our other squads.
While everyone gets ready here to highlight some of these stakes, what we've seen thus far, the storylines, from appendixes getting removed, making the dub here, 100 Thieves putting on a performance for us, players that have been able to bring out their families to see them perform here at EWC, fans rallying together, lighting up the crowd in green here. Alliance fans, they do it. They're some of the best fans that we see following their team, no matter where we go in our international global stage here in the ALGS.
Since their first LAN win last year, Vicky, their consistency when it comes to match point finals is unmatched. With how often they have come in second place and so close, well within reach of being able to get an ALGS LAN final win. Will this be their opportunity now?
As we take a look at Team Liquid 2, we saw what they did just yesterday. Their coach, Stresado, right behind them. This is a team that, when it matters the most, when they're on the line, they manage to pull it off. They manage to find themselves in these final lobbies after making some adjustments here and making sure everybody is set up and ready to go. We have the energy. Vamos Liquid with the jersey here too. We saw Jen Burden's dad earlier in the crowd. VKG. So many of our fans coming from all around the world to cheer on their favorite team.
That's right. For Team Liquid and Alienware coming out from last chance games yesterday. It was game number 7 where they were able to turn it around. A second place finish on that Jurassic ending unstorm point. And then they get that well-earned victory over at Geyser. And things couldn't have gone any better for them after that. They were able to complete it all out, keep themselves alive, even though it was a scary finish to the end there in the last chance.
Making it into this lobby alone in a $2 million prize pool. First place walks away with $600,000. I like the energy. 1v1 me. Where are you at here?
You got plenty of setups. It's
right?
The Esports World Cup. There's plenty of opportunities for us to do this. Now, plenty of fans as well. Wolves, another representative coming out from APAC South, a region that has been coming out swinging. 5 out of the 8 representatives were able to make it here into the match point finals. 4 of those teams doing it by winning in their pool play and securing a spot here very early on. And of course, one more had to secure their spot. But we also have to mention a team when we talk about LAN that we're so used to seeing in the match point finals, Algets. Unfortunately missed out by about 9 points in that tight grouping pack in the middle for that top 6 spots. But they have plenty of APAC South representatives to try and make them proud.
Cutthroat competition within that last lobby. Literally a 1-point difference meant for teams to make it in here into this lobby. Probably the most stacked lobby, by the way, that we have ever seen at a match point finals, at a LAN here, to compete, to raise that trophy, send everybody to the crusher. And that's why I keep putting the highlight over on this prize pool. You're not only fighting for glory, you're fighting for that money. Fill up your pockets here. Alliance also want to get that 2nd title in a row, and this has more emphasis in the fact that this is part of our mid-season playoffs. Alliance has yet to take a win in the ALGS. This would matter so much here for Alliance.
And for those who are joining us a little bit late here for EWC, for the mid-season finals of ALGS Split 1, that man right there, I think I saw one of the best tweets. That appendix in him? Nah. That dog in him? Yes. Phony. Ended up, of course, coming down with appendicitis out of nowhere, had emergency surgery. Next day, he is straight into group play. We didn't know how many games he would play, if at all. We were thinking maybe he gets in 5. Bronzy comes in to finish out the series. No, he stays in it, gets all 10 games in, but he also gets the first win of the day, and I believe also bookended with the last win as well. So, Phony, despite having to go through surgery, I don't know how invasive, an appendectomy is. It's still a surgery. You're still on some meds. It is not your usual, oh yeah, I'm just going to sit down and play Apex for a few hours, guys. He had surgery coming into that one.
Yeah, dude, it literally appendix legends, right? Like, that's what Onset said earlier. Like, I was cracking up in the back. Dude, that was some aura farming potential right there for 100 Thieves. As Yuka, another player to highlight, Fnatic making their way here into this match point finals lobby too.
Yeah, this is, again, like we were talking about, Vicky, the most stacked lobby. Representatives from every LAN winning team in the last year are here, along with so many of our consistent teams. VK Gaming, another one that we do have to mention as we are on board with them. QQ showing up. They are one of those silent teams, right? They are successful, they get wins, but they don't do it always in the biggest of fashions. But we can always count on them, representatives from APAC South, to be here in the finals lobby. And not just be here, but have an impactful role when it comes to it. They know how to fight in the early game. They know how to fight in the mid game. They run into the zone fairly early on, play off of a lot of priority, but they are proactive in their positions.
And we're looking at NIP. You talk about being proactive. Kurav in that first pool we saw with 21 kills. NIP were so consistent. Right behind him was Vayne with 20 kills and McLovin with 19 kills. Raven having a lot of accolades under his belt, showing consistency no matter the team.
And importantly for NIP here in this series, Vicky, we are going to be playing all 4 maps once again, but we are starting off on E District, which is where NIP picked up the majority of their points, and which is why they also were able to pick up draft point for themselves.
Yeah, they got that mezzo, right? You gotta highlight that here. Raven getting set up behind the rest of the team. I really like, you talk about their POI and how they lean into those strengths here too. Tactfully, they're gonna be landing, I believe, on E District close to Team Liquid too, so that's gonna be a little check mark to follow once we get into the game.
Yeah, dropping off at Lotus on the north side, like you had mentioned, next to Team Liquid over there by Electro Dam. But the wins that they were able to get over there on Draft Point on Electro Dam, or excuse me, by Electro Dam was fantastic.
Okay, we are getting ready now, everybody. Everyone's loaded into the lobby. Thank you for your patience. Let's get this started. We're here, we're ready to go, and we're ready to start off our finals. First game. As Jamerson mentioned, we are going into E District. It's a snake draft here too, of course. So we're gonna have E District, World's Edge, Broken Moon, Storm Point, and then we go right back around here into Broken Moon, World's Edge, E District, and then World's Edge again. Make sure you guys tweet at us. Let us know which team you want to win. How many games do you expect it to go? Jamerson, I'm putting you on the spot right now. What team do you think is gonna take it? How many games are gonna take to go?
I'm gonna go with Alliance in 5. If Alliance do not do it in 5, it will be Falcons in 7, I believe. We see that teams put a lot of thought and emphasis on our map draft. Taking a look at Alliance, our first seed coming into this one. This was a 3rd pick for them, and that's kind of fortunate because this is, again, Alliance, a squad that commands respect on other maps, and so they're allowed to let their 4th pick of Storm Point and still secure themselves Trident throughout that. And so because of that, they get that pick on E District in 3rd, and still a pretty decent spot.
Alliance specifically, over the few games that they have been able to play on E District, those dominating games at that, have been the team to get the most points thus far in this entire lobby on E District specifically. And that's with some teams playing even more games on E District versus Alliance, who only had to play through pools and not the last chance qualifier. That was with them securing 22 points, the highest that we have seen on E District.
Yeah, and for Alliance, coming out from Shipyard, they're going to look at history just a little bit, right? The 7 times that we ended up playing on E District, well, we got 3 energy bank circles, 2 of them going toward that southern side.
Let's get this going, everyone. I love this stage. Huge screens as a flyby happens on E District to kick off our match point finals within our mid-season playoff of the ALGS. We going global here as we get to see Alliance Falcons who will rise to the top. Love E District. I love the incorporation of these legend bands and what that means, because we've been seeing Alter be that legend to always be the first to go out.
Yeah, I mean, if you get a little bit tired of the legend meta, just wait a game. Just wait a game, because someone's going to get banned out, and all of a sudden, it gets open wide in terms of legend compositions, legends picked. Teams divert pretty early on, but in particular, we do need to note the crypto. We saw some hyper-accelerated ban rates coming out from him. In Group A, he did escape the bans. In Group B, he ended up getting banned around Game 5, Game number 6, but in the LCQ, it was Game number 3 where he was banned out.
And looking at this already, look at the amount of Watsons. It's going to be Watson as the first legend gone on E District for this first game. How crazy is it that that season patch here going into the ALGS for mid-season playoffs has significantly changed the Watson pick rate?
Heading into the match point finals, Alter was leading in terms of ban priority, but now with this first ban onto Watson and the strength that she provides, it is no question why. We saw the biggest of buffs coming out to her entire kit, as we got 100 Thieves first on the move right now over here at Energy Pink. Be able to secure this ring console for us eventually. Oh, they do actually already have it, and it's going to be pulling up north to Lotus, and we were talking about a team that converts so extremely well here on E District, Vicky, and it's NIP getting that pull up towards Lotus.
Oh, they're going to be feasting out here. They're also going to get the memo once they start seeing other teams rotate, because they're not the only ones here that have to look around, because Gen G have now made their appearance. Team Liquid that exit out of Electro Dam have a ring console to that south side of Electro Dam, so they got that scan already quickly rotated. Same thing for Rival Esports, Sentinels, and Wolf Esports too. It's getting hot here as NIP have already lost out on Vayne. That's Dexter picking up the first kill within our match point finals, game 1.
They're going to try and make their way out of Lotus here, but so many teams have already shown up. Wolves Esports, Rivals as well. NIP looking to see if they have a mobile respawn beacon, and they do in the hands of McLovin. So they will have an opportunity to get him right back on in without too much pressure applied. The difficulty is once that mobile respawn beacon goes down, once you plug him in, all these alters will be able to jump right on top of you.
Yeah, you want your crypto player to stay alive to then remotely get that res instead. So that's not going to be the case for them since they lost out on that crypto player here. Let's see if we can make the magic happen, because it's already looking congested up here. We know over by Lotus that there's a lot of space to coexist, and it's like an altar playground to feast from. Phony taking a lot of damage, 100 Thieves playing off the low ground.
Yeah, one member of Gen G ends up going down here. NIP get a little bit of revenge as they plug Vayne back on in. So they trade kill for kill, but Asia might be the next one to go down. Gen G, our first place team out of that last chance, almost knocked out here in game number 1.
Served on a silver platter in the line of sight of 100 Thieves who walk in, pick that up. They were in some trouble, specifically Gen G. They were running from that team on the outskirts. We saw NIP Curve also taking some damage there on the other side of that building. 100 Thieves have been able to now find that building secured. Newcastle Wall in that corner. We get to see the highlight here too. What happened with Gen G before, as Ninjas of Pajamas aren't going to be moving from this spot. They do have the Fusey, they do have the crypto, they have the information. Kirv now looking behind him, he's with the bow check in hand.
The difficulty about trying to hold this level of the building is just that there are so many different walls that you have to cover, right? The angles that you have to cover might be a little bit too much to handle. So unless your team is on it at all points, maybe try to retreat into a smaller spot. E36 have worked their way on in. Rival Esports, we're looking for an opportunity to try and pepper them, but Enterforce should be able to set up with the Watson. For Rival Esports, though, just holding it all down. They've got a good setup with these Watson traps. Enterforce 36 inside this little tunnel. should be relatively safe. They've got the other buildings around them that will basically play a barrier around them, and they should be a team that can convert this into a top 5 position.
55% of this lobby, by the way, is rocking the Alter, Crypto, and the Watson. So you know these EMPs are going to delete these Watson fences, since 90% of the lobby is running the Watson within those compositions, as Fnatic involved in a fight. We were talking about Fnatic earlier before. I believe they had finished Group A in 3rd place overall. Looking at Jen Burden, 100 Thieves still settled in the middle of that building, eating out a nade, trying to see if they could get that kidnap on the Altar, but it's going to be mostly a standoff here.
Yeah, one thing to note with that interaction between the Crypto and the Watson. The simple fact that the Watson gets her nodes back so much faster now, it's not as big of a, as a detrimental thing, right? As long as you have 3 charges of your nodes up and ready. Dude. Nice little spam there from Jen Burn, but can they follow up on it? The pylon set up. It'll eat up that nade. 100 Thieves are looking to get aggressive, and now they're charging forward. Colonel Garcia might be the next to go.
Oh, what a great first knock here for Jen just to start off this fight, but Burro's Pony take a lot of damage. They dance around the Moby shield, and 100 Thieves with a very clean fight takeover. Jen getting all those 3 knocks, Fnatic getting eliminated, the first team to go out in this lobby.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about having that retreat position for yourself. That's the nice thing about running that Newcastle, having that extra wall. So you basically create a second room to be able to play on instead of that entire lobby of the building floor to try and control. It's so difficult with the prevalence of the Altar right now, especially here on E District. You can get approached from any angle.
Crazy, 100 Thieves with that Newcastle comp, like you said. Already 4 KP. Leading the way in this lobby. I don't know where they took Phony. Maybe put him somewhere. They gave him crazy vision, crazy mechanics, replaced his hands here while they're at it.
We can rebuild him. Sir, he only needs his appendix removed.
Slowly entering our cyberpunk era. Actually insane, man.
Team Nemesis now on the move. Another team that was able to survive that fray in the last chance qualifiers. It came down so close for them as well. They're just happy to be here, but they are moving their way through Galleria right now. You can see that Altar port being set up just in case. It's been some time since they have hit a man scan, and they have Alliance shadowing from Energy Bank along the way. So they're just playing this one extra cautiously. They'll have another survey beacon scan to hit to know where they can go safely inside of Lotus.
Yeah, it's important to note in an end zone like this, even with this EMP coming out here, as Falcons are looking at the team up ahead, they're trying to see if they can gatekeep the squad that's over to their south side. It's going to be Kino Truck, it looks like here. Yukapero is going to now have to wrap around. They do have the blue Evo shield versus Falcons, who does have that purple Evo. You can see how over to the side, who takes it off angle and one clips that one teammate here onto Cannon. Walty follows up. How gets taken out, but it's only one player left. Can he clutch this? The EMP from afar. Walty, though, looks like he was trying to reload. Pressing square now, forced to backtrack. The reset with the Altar Void Nexus.
S8UL here for that third party. And so unfortunately for Falcons, getting their drone taken out, not having the EMP in the fight, just slowed them down too much. If they could have connected with it, if that drone didn't get taken out, this should have been a clean wipe for them, especially with how well Falcon got that entry frag. And then the follow-up from Waltzy. Luckily, S8UL show up in time, come in for the third party, pick up an early kill for themselves, and now keep that western side of Lotus free for themselves. We're not quite sure where this next ring is going to pull into Lotus proper. Is it going to go to the north side, towards the southern side? But there are indications that it could be coming over to the slow side that S8UL were able to take away from Falcons.
There's so much space to coexist on Lotus. It's such a big POI. We were highlighting that yesterday. It takes a lot of time to loot here too, but there is that jump tower that's right next door. Even crazier when the zones end up pulling in this direction. Oh my goodness, all right, 330 shots. We're gonna beam him, QQ, having to reset. Using the shield cells instead, he had 11 of them beforehand, but we have to keep our eyes to see if Falcons will be able to reset over by Resort. There was no replicator there, so they're gonna have to go all the way down south, and then they're gonna have to take their time to rotate into that next zone. Really, the only replicator that's close on the outskirts of that zone is south of City Hall. So it's gonna be a little quiet here, and Alliance will continuously hold that south side of the next zone for themselves. So that's gonna be perhaps an inevitable fight for these teams.
Yeah, you have to be worried if you're a Falcons fan right now. Trying to go for that res over at City Hall could easily call Alliance your way. You can see right now, they are on the side of the zone that has very little congestion. And so if they see that res, this is a team that will run it down. They don't need to control that that position for themselves, as Na'Vi ends up getting eliminated to VP. Alliance just continue to hit that scan, and it does show that the ring will be pulling a little bit down here to the south.
He's looking right behind them. They're going to be wrapping around here, though, but they're not going to be engaging anytime soon. They're actually just going to poke from afar, but they're not looking to try to take these fights because a majority of these teams are over to the south side. A lot of these buildings, a lot of these floors, allowing these teams to share that space. Mythic Bin will be spawning in the next 2 seconds, though, and it's closer to Rock and TSM over by the south side of Lotus.
Yeah. In the meantime, Falcons are able to hit a man scan as they go for a replicator, but we're on board with NIP. Like they were possibly looking to get aggressive onto VP, but they don't want to give up the position inside of their building quite yet. We can see on the map there from VP, the ring will be pulling towards the eastern side of Lotus. So for the teams that we saw earlier that were established there on the west, S8UL, Alliance, Rock Esports, will all have to move forward with the next zone.
The team who called out the potential shift over to the east side was VKG, who land in Humbert Labs, so they wrapped around the entire east side of E-District. Same Team Nemesis, though, inside this building. Again, just looking ahead at that Wraith portal was a team that was trying to engage here originally, maybe trying to see if they could get cheeky with a kidnap. Well, it's VKG that are up that hill, too, it looks like. Wolf's Esports on the same building as they're trying to collapse. It was Alliance actually on the other side. There's now a replicator over to the south side of Alliance, and this is what I was worried about. With Falcons now getting the res, it's been the green light. Alliance were trying to clear their backs. They heard the res, and they're now looking on to see if they could take this fight against the bludgeoned Falcons, who now have to reset.
Currently, we have the two fraggers of Alliance setting up. You can see Unlucky along with Effect setting up the crossfire at this choke. No eyes on them quite yet. Hawkus, the man, the eyes in the sky, ping down from Unlucky, telling them that someone is coming around from the right-hand side. Alliance are on the hunt for this kill, and it's Team Falcons who are able to utilize that altar portal to get themselves up towards that northern choke instead, completely avoiding this fight with Alliance.
That altar Void Nexus is so insane. It can cover like 2 POIs if you space them out with one another, since you could put 2 down. Great placement here, works out considering it was still active. Zero being on that altar early on when they were originally trying to take this fight, grabbing back their loot. 30-30 pings from afar, as Alliance had no idea that they had that altar portal. They were looking to try to keep up with the delete. The evac tower, Zero now forced to wrap around here together with what looks like Hao, who also had fallen down. So they're going to be able to regroup all together as a full squad around that next corner. Feeling that pressure, but uncontested in this choke is great because nobody's waiting for them to gatekeep them on the other side of this hedge.
Just ahead of them, though, they do have Gen G and 100 Thieves. I believe Gen G might just be a solo still. Yeah, they are. Never able to really recover. Unfortunately, it's going to be their Watson player remaining. The next ring pulling far east. VK Gaming. Vicky, you had mentioned it. They're kings at calling the zones, it seems like, and they're controlling that eastern choke. They know no one's coming up behind them, and so now they just need to start working on this eastern side. Start whittling away at Team Nemesis, Wolves Esports, and Sentinels. Try to alleviate some of that pressure and walk their way on in for free.
No one's got it at Mythic Bin, by the way, and the reason why that is because Rock Esports are holding the high ground with that Mythic Bin in their line of sight. Wondering if they could send somebody over there, since the 2 teammates of Rock Esports holding that high ground will be able to give suppressed fire to that one member if they're looking to try to get a third party. But it's Zero opening things up with the Arc Star, getting that knock onto Verholst, and following up with the bow check in hand. Great fight. They heard the fighting happening here already before. Zero trying to get the shield swapped out. Can't get a gear on time before jumping right in. And thankfully, at the hands of his teammates, alongside the Watson Gen, they do get the reset.
Ooh, a little bit scary there for Zero. For 100 Thieves, though, they do recover Verholst's banner at the very least. Dexter's waiting on the roof for them. And I don't see a mobile respawn beacon for Jen Burton there. We'll see if Phony has one. There's plenty of time to try and get him back on in. What the difficulty is that Falcons know it's a duo above us. We can push this team at any moment. 100 Thieves now working around it. Phony does have that mobile respawn beacon.
He has it, and it's great here too, because looking at the blue perk that he chose for the Ultra, obviously getting that scan is a priority, but you also have that option to go for support if you may have needed it and you already call out where these zones are going to pull instead. So at least they have that Moby here, because when you have that support force, you could get that Moby out of the beacon, you could get that teammate banner, but Zero on fire with the bow check, takes out the T-Bow. He's like, where did he go? Kieran, where did you go here? Now trying to see if he can teleport all the way up, but didn't look over to his right. He gets taken out here, get knocked by McLovin, and trying to see if Walty can try to climb up. The zone closes in behind their back, and they're eventually gonna have to start moving in as Verhulst looks like he's been able to get responded.
All right, for Team Falcons, though, losing out on 2. ImperialHal might be the next one to fall. It's going to be Team Falcons going down. NIP hold down their position and stay up as a full 3.
It's 5 teams in this building alone, and if E36 make their way in through that northern building door, that would make it 6. A lot of these teams collapsing on one another. On the north building of Lotus, you have NIP, 100 Thieves, S8UL. As now Curve goes down, Bane here literally one-shot, tries to turn around right afterwards. McLovin, seeing that Crypto, tries to slide in with the Havoc. It's only up to Bane, outnumbered, can't do much, as 100 Thieves, after getting that res onto Verhulst, then gets a reset and take out NIP.
Unfortunately for NIP, they don't even get placement points. We are now at the top 15. 41 players remaining, so 2, I believe, solos running around. One of them being Alliance, and the other, Gen G, still alive in this match.
TSM with only up to dupe, literally one shot gets taken out as Rival Esports now clear out this bottom floor. Rock popping up in the feed though, finding 2 knots onto Sentinels, finishing off Loader and Carter. They get another solo now, Jamerson, in this lobby.
Yeah, Rock giving up that high ground finally because they're forced out by that ring, but they have the long-range weaponry to poke and pick up some kill points for themselves. For VP now, they have to deal with S8UL and 100 Thieves behind them on this walkthrough. Luckily for them, they get that first knock. It's going to be a 1-for-1 exchange. VP lose out on Lou, and now Slayer, without any shield, it's going to be Verhulst to win the 1v1.
Wait, Verhulst right now looking on form right here with the R9 popping up as Alliance, no longer solo, is able to get the res.
That was sneaky. There was just so much action happening inside of their building. No one could check outside. They're able to get that one in. Big EMP onto S8UL, and they are getting melted. Enter Force 36 picks up 2. Legacy, the only one alive, but for how long? 100 Thieves now. Charge forward with that wall. Phony peeking out. E36 cracking one member with their armor swap. Turns around. There's the knock. Phony chases for more, and he will nearly finish them off. No, it's not enough. 100 Thieves go down. Enter Force 36 still alive.
Phony can't stress yourself out right there. 1.2k damage on the board for him alone as Rock Esports now still find more KP. Alliance effect with the red Evo shield ready to go. Wondering if they got that mythic pin, if they got a care pack. Rock stuck in this corner for right now. They hear the res right above them. It's Yanya from Team Liquid getting that knock onto BKG. We're just going to see Rock reset here, get some loot while the action continues over to the south side of this building. It's Team Nemesis on the outside looking at Sentinels. Sentinels going to call out Furia climbing on top of the building.
We went from 5, somehow down to 3, now to 7 teams inside or outside this building, and only VK Gaming controlling the outside. Now Alliance up as a full 3 will get the wipe onto Furia. Team Nemesis playing inside for the time being. They've got Alliance ahead of them. They've got an extra pylon to throw down, but what more utility do they have?
At least Sentinels were able to steal a kill away from Alliance right there too, getting some more KP. Alliance have completely pressured out these teams from trying to take up the second floor. Rock playing off the low ground, but on the outside, but nowhere is safe. We need to worry about the altar. Aquatics got kidnapped, but he's able to get right back up. That's what I was about to say too. That's such a scary situation to be in. Literally just caught with your pants down here as Hockey slides in effect, gets knocked. It's Sentinels still, who were looking to climb up to even third party when originally Alliance were fighting that Furia fight. Unlucky being the only teammate though, alive and healthy, but there's 2 other teams down below them.
Good third party coming out here, forcing Alliance back. They're now left to 1 player remaining. Unlucky does secure himself that kill at the very least for Sentinels now as a duo. No opportunity to try and get that res.
Loader has literally no ammo on that energy weapon as Sentinels get eliminated. Team Liquid though being on the high ground in this final zone closing, the only team who is in the best spot to win this first game is VK Gaming, the least contested team, the only team on the east side of this zone. Team Nemesis, Rock, Alliance, Wolves, and Team Liquid have to now extend as Alliance get eliminated.
Alliance get knocked out, but look at that focus fire coming out onto Team Liquid. They try to utilize this balloon, but no, it's not going to be enough. It's starting to be VK Gaming picking up a lot of kills. Wolves find one more on the Ruth, excuse me, as Liquid end up going down. Final 3 squads remaining. VK Gaming controlling the outside. Wolves porting to the out, and Team Nemesis dropping down.
Only a matter of time until Buffet is feasted on by VK Gaming, trying to extend on this fight. Nemesis being one of the teams with remix powers being on Newcastle. Gashea cannot get the shields off in time as VK Gaming are able to take the first game within our match point finals.
VK Gaming. Ken, we said at the beginning of the day, they're a team that are relatively silent in their success. And we're always surprised when we see their name, but no longer taking the first win here in match point finals in their usual style as well. This time around, they didn't have the same ability, Vicky, to be as proactive in that mid game, right? We saw how many teams were stacked up in that one building, and all they could do was wait for the KP to come their way in that final zone.
Literally, they were able to get away with getting 7 KP, but they also had to make sure that no other team was either going to rotate from the north side of Lotus before that second to last circle closed up, and also with the Newcastle and Watson composition, it allowed them to bunker down and keep peppering a lot of these teams that were outside of these buildings with that damage. Take the first game here with 7 KP, even looking all the way down. Rock Esports were taking these fights constantly from the bottom floor side of these buildings, finding themselves in 5th place with 8 KP.
Yeah, we have to mention the APAC South representation. VK Gaming, of course, with that win, but not to be outdone. Wolves Esports will come out in 3rd place there with 7 points from placements and 2 kills. Wolves Esports in that top 3. There was an opportunity there where they tried to go for that 2nd place finish. You saw they understood the assignment. Hey, we're not winning this one. VKG have this in the bag. Let's try and get some more KP here.
Yeah, why would they even try to take fights in these buildings when they knew that their backs were cleared? They rotated from the east side of E District, and they're also one of the few teams, if not maybe one of the only teams out here, Kinocho being the other one, that didn't run the altar. They ran the Wraith instead, so you could try to put QQ up in the line of sight to get a little aggressive, steal some KP from the teams that are already weakened, while still going right back to your squad in their safe arms.
Now, at the beginning of this map, we were talking about teams that do like to prioritize E-District, but you know what? We're going to be moving on to our next map. Right after this break, we got World's Edge for EWC mid-season playoffs.
This land is calling.
Dear Papa, my studies have been very rewarding. They have introduced a new game to practice our skills. No abilities, no healing, just you against another. Electric. And my friends are learning too.
Yeah, I'm heartbreaker. 나는 주고 뺏겨. 싸납게. 그거는 싸가지.
Now we know where you fit in the food chain. But you know me, Papa. I take my education seriously.
Let me look up.
Even the extracurriculars. Miss you lots. Je t'embrasse.
看左边，准备两队，等右边没掉，慢，左边，看左边，全上全一地，刘海一，再有，来一下。
A team that likes to take fights, as we've seen through pools, as we've seen through Pro League, waiting patiently in the game-winning position over to the east side of that final zone on our first game on E District to take the dub.
It's their bread and butter. We know how good they are being able to secure that God-winning spot for themselves and also just picking up the kills along the way. Now for VK Gaming, it's about consistency for themselves. That's why you know that they will always at least pick up about 3-4 points per game. If they can maintain that, well, it'll take a while before they hit match points, but we know that they are one of the best teams at hitting top 5s.
This is where legends are made, here at the Esports World Cup. Nice, beautiful flyby of that Boulevard here and the trophy. What's at stake for these teams with BKG already securing 19 points. But a lot of teams were able to drop some KP themselves. Team Nemesis, they got 4 here, but they got 2nd place, securing 13 points already. And then Rock trailing right behind them. They may have not gotten, top 3, but they at least got top 5 with 8 KP, setting them up for 3rd place now.
Yeah, and then of course Wolves were able to secure that that 3rd place position for themselves along with 2 KP, 9 points overall for them. So a good opening game for our APAC South representatives in match point finals. And again, it can't be understated that this is what VK Gaming do. And usually it takes a few games for them to find their footing, to find that first game. Eventually they will get a win, but it's kind of scary to see them get it here first in match number 1. Now, what are they capable of?
And can they adapt too? That goes for all the teams because we are going back to back, changing up our map rotation as we move on to game number 2 on World's Edge. We highlighted it before, but Watson is the first legend to go here from our controller lineup. And it's crazy because you talk about Watson, you talk about the amount of alters in the lobby when alter is usually that first legend to go, 2nd most picked legend in that first game, and in a final zone like that it could be really scary as we look at our POI draft moving onto World's Edge.
Yeah, we saw a lot of teams kind of highly prioritize this one, and in particular it's going to be Alliance, making sure they get Skyhook West. We've gotten 2 Skyhook zones out of the 7 games that we've played, and I believe a countdown zone, a landslide zone. So a lot of this northwest side of the map has been heavily favored throughout our games so far here on LAN. The other ones that we have seen going over towards Fragments, I believe Lava Siphon was one as well. And so not so much love to the rest of the map. I believe Geyser was another one there. So we haven't quite seen the southwest side of the map yet, but that northwest zone. I mean, if we're going to talk about World's Edge here at LAN, that's where it ended in the northwest part of the map as well at Open.
Yeah, that happened so many times, right? And we haven't seen these zones really pull far south either. Guys are just being that one zone that we saw at that point just yesterday. As we get to take a look at the arena and what's at stake. Match point finals moving on to World's Edge also means that Alliance get all of Sky West, they get Trials, nobody landing in Sky East. TSM though could quickly rotate from their POI over by Survey Camp, and if tradition allows, looking at where these zones have been pulling on World's Edge, we will continuously go over to that north side. Hopefully we get a little bit of diversity going into this map.
Yeah. The northern side of the map is actually kind of insane, right? Because we're talking about Alliance,
north, right?
TSM Survey Camp, along with Falcons at Climbing Towers. You have to imagine that TSM might split a little bit, take some portions of Sky East, and also, of course, get the tunnel there for themselves. Team and Nemesis playing out of Overlook, but it's VK Gaming playing out of Lava Siphon. Pretty large POI, but they might be expecting for themselves, you know, more northern pools. Once again, they're good at still playing third ring. If not, of course, when they get priority and being able to get Godspot early on, but they also know how to move around the map to get the slow side of the zone for themselves. So this could be another case, a similar one that we had in game number 1, where they went from Humbert Labs all the way to the north side of Lotus and were able to just walk in to the Godspot, but coming out from Lava Siphon could be a similar thing. The unfortunate thing for them is that they will have some aggressive teams around them, or at least a lot of teams trailing behind. So you got like Enter Force 36 at Stacks, Na'Vi at Dome, Team Liquid at Launch Site. That's a huge pileup that we see fairly often. Those 3 teams between Launch Site, Dome, and Stacks that end up getting into some engagements, which might entice VK Gaming to turn around. I don't think so, but there's always that worry. For other teams that might be looking for some more kill points though, Furia over at Big Mod, they can, of course, shift that way onto the south and get involved in the fights, but a team that does prioritize zone.
You know, talk about fans here too, looking at their teams, their favorite teams to win. I heard that Barney actually got to catch up with a TSM fan looking for a TSM victory in the crowd.
Welcome back to the main stage, where we are in the thick of it here in Match Point Sunday. It's popping off. The energy in the room is incredible, and I'm joined by one of the TSM dads next to me. You are the dad to Panic. He's been so impressive. John, tell me kind of how it feels to be a parent of one of the players that's out here on the main stage, finding all of this success at such a young age.
Well, to be honest with you, it's very overwhelming. It started when, you know, he was younger, and he always kept saying, you know, how good he was at this. His brothers supported him. He was good. But it was just before we went to the LAN in New Orleans that we realized that, okay, this kid knows what he's doing. Like, we go there and they're asking for his autographs, and it's overwhelming. And then we get drawn into just the aspect of Apex, and to watch him grow, it's just become this Apex masterpiece that has been, you know, just growing. And honestly, once we saw what he's become, we just jumped on board, and, you know, we've been enveloped into the world of Apex, and it's just been fantastic. It's been an awesome ride.
Yeah, we've seen it in New Orleans and now here in Riyadh. Like, he's been so impressive. Now, I want to ask you for some advice for the dads out there. I myself am a dad, and I feel like, you know, growing up with kids that are in this generation of gaming and esports and all that stuff, what advice do you have for the other dads out there?
Patience. I will tell you, a lot of patience. I mean, from him down in, you know, his room yelling, screaming, and, you know, his live streams of me yelling over to the balcony saying, be quiet, stop screaming. It's just been one of those things that once we slowed ourselves down, and me and his mother as parents, and understood the world that he was living in and that he was growing up, and realized this generation, this is what they're about. And it's been fantastic. And it's one of those things, the more support we've given him, it's like the more he blooms. And so I would say, honestly, if they're wanting it, if it's their passion, support them, just be there.
John, thank you so much for the wise words. I really appreciate it. And best of luck to TSM today. Back to you guys.
I love esport parents, man. Shout out to the esport parents that support their kids and their hobbies and their dreams. I mean, Panic literally just graduated high school this past year. Insane. Young gun talent, and look at where he's at right now, sitting alongside TSM, making his dreams come true. An insanely talented player. Smackdown highlighted him in the pre-show for a reason. We saw what he was able to do in the open, and literally had to compose himself. And then the day right after our finals day at the open, he just went to school. Like, just imagine popping off like that at LAN, finally having a breakout moment, and then having to be a good student right after that.
I could not imagine. Because, I mean, I was just like playing MapleStory when I was like his age, you know? I wasn't anywhere near competing. And that kind of pressure at that age has to take a toll on players. So I'm glad that he has that kind of support behind the familiar support. And speaking of Apex dads, of course, or excuse me, Apex dads and esports dads, we got a lot in the Apex family now. Rain now, of course, his daughter about 5 months old. Yeah,
Come on,
party.
And of course, shout out to our mamas out there too.
Spider Tip,
of course. I got to meet Hal's mom at the Open.
Yeah.
Super nice family right there. Love it. Also love to see VKG, APAC South. Gamerson, you keep highlighting the region, man, because literally 5 APAC South teams coming out to play at our midseason playoffs. Truly, out of 8 teams have qualified for the final, and already BK Gaming putting their name on the board after that first game.
Yeah, we need to make them a global name. We need everyone in Apex Legends to understand the respect that VK Gaming have definitely earned, especially with their performances LAN after LAN after LAN. They have not missed the finals yet. Here, VK Gaming start things off strong with a big win over on E District. Moving on over, they're getting their first look at the ring, and I kind of want to know what their mentality is here, but you ended up manifesting it, Vicky. We are going to the northeast part of the map. We have parts of Climatizer in, a little bit of the Overlook rocks as well, but smack dab in the middle, it's going to be Wolves Esports moving out from their position. It does look like they had a ring console for themselves. They're moving to try and control these bridges.
We haven't seen a zone like this just yet, I believe, throughout the EWC, right? We've had that Monument zone, now pulling to that northeastern side. Falcons, coincidence, we're just talking about Hal's mom now as the zone pulls up towards their POI over by Climatizer. Teams already making their rotate, like Team Nemesis, who have a ring console and a survey beacon, over by Overlook, as well as Wolves coming out of Epic.
Yeah, this is a little bit scary if you're a team that's trying to get into early position. I think a lot of teams want to try and play the rocks or some of the train tracks. It's Team Nemesis getting into a fight with Wolves right now. That's the first knock coming out from Nemesis. And already Team Falcons are turning around for the third party. Team Nemesis, our second place squad from game number 1, already knocked out by our third place team of Wolves Esports. Well, now fourth place team of Wolves Esports.
We saw Wolves Esports fans in the crowd earlier as we get to see the side-by-side here, giving them their energy, already taking that early fight, 3 KP to their name. Great calculation on when they needed to go, as TSM now are engaging in a fight versus Team Falcons. CTSM having that high ground advantage after they come out of survey camp. They didn't have a ring console, but they call out that one member of Falcons who was looking to get the Evil Harvester. Zero is the first to get knocked.
Yeah, Falcons did answer quickly to this threat. They were able to get back with the port, and Waltzy answers back. We'll see if ImperialHal can stay alive. 1 HP stuck behind the boxes for the time being, but he will get chased down. That's going to be Panic picking him up, and Waltzy will go ahead and call it on this fight. Don't know if he'll have an opportunity to try and get his players back on in, because so many teams now are rotating in to this ring.
I mean, the script writes itself. TSM now immediately engaging on Falcons, finding 2 knocks, leaving only 1 member alive for Falcons. EMP coming out. It's just Waltzy alive here in that crypto drone. But TSM understands. We were highlighting Panic. We just had the interview with his dad, who sees the success here, who sees his son popping off. Panic now, trying to find him, he runs right into Waltzy! What are the chances? I mean, he knew, he heard the drone. He had to just find him when that crypto's invincible, and he just happened to be right in front of him.
He hits him with the peekaboo. Team Falcons, unfortunately, get distracted by the fight that took place to the south, and it took them a little bit too long to respond. Even if they had the altar portals to get them back all the way to the north-hand side, you saw the positioning coming out from TSM. They had a great arc of fire set up on them, and the positional advantage. As soon as they got that knock onto Zero, they chased him down. ImperialHal to go down. Waltzy just not in position to help out. A lot of teams moving into this zone, going all the way up towards Climatizer. They are expecting it to continue to pull up to the north-hand side. That remains to be seen, though. Some teams now rotating in from the zone from the south side. Enter Force 36, Rock Esports, Kinotrope, all on the path to actually meet up over at Fragment fairly shortly. But for Na'Vi, they are taking their time. Again, this is a long rotation for Na'Vi. Coming out from Dome, might as well pick up every last bit of loot as you can. This is World's Edge.
Yeah, just play objective, you know, when the zone's pulling over to that north side. There is going to be a pretty big pileup, though, eventually. Fnatic, 100 Thieves, S8UL, Furia, who have already found themselves on the north side of Overlook. And with the teams that are now rotating, it's important to also highlight the objectives that are on the edge of this zone, that things that these teams could try to gatekeep other squads, since the main objective in match point format is to get to 50 points. You want to be able to frag out, aside from getting that 12 points that you get from winning the game. There is a ring console over by Monument, a survey beacon too, closer by Fragment, another one over by No Name, as we see the replay here from TSM. So they lost out on Zero originally because Zero was trying to get to the Evil Harvester north of Survey Camp. because I don't believe there was an Evil Harvester by Climatizer. Sure, they could have gotten that information. That's why they sent Zero out, being on that ultra to get right back into position with the ultra ult that you were talking about, Jamerson.
ESM going to utilize that Alter just to check their low ground, and it is clear for the time being, but they've got the Newcastle setup, so they're going to play a little bit smaller for now. It's not the same kind of defensive setup that you would have with that Watson getting banned out so early on, but you have to imagine just keeping your back clear is going to be nice for them.
I like to see that Fafafi working into this composition that they're running with the Catalyst and the Crypto has opted for the Alter to pick up that blue perk, that is the support perk, so when you get the res, you get that passive healing as well as being able to remotely loot your teammates' death box and get their banner, as well as getting a Moby. Could come in clutch if this pulls out into the open. You could use that Moby for some extra makeshift cover. Kenotrope still on the high ground, where we saw Jen Burden get a knock from 100 Thieves with that 30-30.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, basically dead center of the zone right now, but VK Gaming should be able to recover him and get him back into the game. QQ ends up going down again. I think there was an interesting stat on the walk-in where during their pool play, VK Gaming had the most knocks, or were knocked the most, despite their performance in the group. And there was one E-District game in particular where I remember QQ consistently just getting knocked down every 10 seconds or so. They were stuck in one of the stalls in E-District. Someone had sights on their toesies, and he was going down every few seconds. Right now. And there it is again. VK Gaming want to be able to pick up that, I don't know if I want to say it's an award.
I mean,
but
I guess that makes sense. They run the Newcastle here too. Well, Phony then gets QQ again. McLovin wants to also put his name up on the kill feed, is able to get that knock onto IOI from E36. NIP looking behind him to make sure that no team walks up here on the next side of zone, because they have information. QQ, High Purples, now taking turns from 100 Thieves to rotate how many knocks they can at least put on the stat board.
Stat farming, liable ace. Now from Fnatic joining in, QQ will fall once more. I need to just know what's going on. What is going on with VK Gaming right now? I see them in position. I see them playing inside the truck. That's why. They're playing inside the truck right now. We don't have Watsons, and so a lot of utility can get in there, but also we have so many teams with the long-range options. So QQ, he's on the verge of instantly bleeding out the next time he ends up getting knocked.
I mean, they've dropped down their Evo shields out here too. They're up out here. Looking up ahead, too, at the teams all around them being inside this truck. Piku's gonna get knocked once again. The res once again. And it's the Newcastle res back and forth as they go.
Oh, Phony once more. I think that's 8. 8 onto QQ alone for Alliance, though they're able to get a nice knock onto Lou. That's going to be on the north side of the map, and it looks like Alliance might have been looking to get aggressive on that epicenter side. Unlucky, and in fact, we know how potent that duo! QQ! QQ! You can't just enjoy the view here on World's Edge. I get it. They cleared out the skybox. They made it nice and bright once again. But that was years ago. You've enjoyed this view plenty of times, QQ. All right? It's okay. It's okay.
They have their armor shields right there at their feet here, so it's inevitable at this point here to get taken out. Both the Newcastle and QQ. As we take a nice little flyby here, but it's not the only action. TSM, Rivals, Sentinels are still piled up on top of each other over by that southern building of Climatizer, but the zone is not pulling towards Climatizer despite it seeing that northern zone. It's actually pulling on top of these tracks. That's why we saw 100 Thieves here. That's why we see BKG here specifically too. It's the teams that are going to be by the rock side on the outskirts of Overlook that will be taking some of these pop shots.
Yeah, we've had a match point finals also end in a very similar position there, where Furia currently are holding with Rock Esports along with Na'Vi. Looks like a finisher onto No Name of Wolves from Fnatic. Fnatic maintaining activity in that spot for themselves, but they've got to be a little bit careful. They got Alliance that are back right now. And Alliance should be on purples here, ready to push up on them. Rivals Esports inside of Climatizer proper are sandwiched in between two teams currently. Sentinels playing on the center side, TSM controlling the south side of this building for the time being. The scouts out there throw that drone though, and so they know about the threats around them.
Other teams here, Liquid, have now moved up into that center zone to see if they can find their spot over by Pride Rock on the outskirts of Overlook. And the only team right now who's committed to try to hold that position, because you can put yourself in the line of sight of a lot of teams holding these 30-30s. They put down the Void Nexus just to allow the rest of Team Liquid to close in that gap. And Rival Esports also now make their move outside of the building of Climatizer. Alliance are staring down currently at Fnatic. 100 Thieves, as the side-by-side are still being able to get these knocks onto QQ, as you saw before. I mean, they dropped down the Evo shields. That's why it was happening.
It's Gen G versus Interforce 36 right now, and Gen G have the 1v2. Illy was down to 1 HP, and Tiki comes in for this flank. Nice win there for Gen G that clears out their path to get into the zone. But as they're resetting, as they're getting the reses and healing up, Kinotrope Gaming and Ninjas in Pajamas are moving. But this was the threat of Alliance now pushing forward on to Fnatic. The Catalyst wall has been thrown down, but here are the nades from Unlucky. Effect tries to charge forward, but he's taking a lot of damage, but it's Unlucky consistently throwing down the support nades.
Oh my gosh, Unlucky. I mean, with the Fusey out here too, the Arc Stars, the nades, literally booted and evicted Fnatic off of this high ground. It's really only Colonel Garcia with the red Evo. He's got the red helmet on. Nice triple take here too. Looks like they were able to get access to the Mythic pins here as Fnatic in some trouble. After they felt the pressure from the nades, they left Colonel Garcia alone. They dropped down, and now Colonel Garcia was isolated. See the drop down in tier 2 with the altered portal, and nothing Fnatic can do here to stay alive. Alliance does dish out way too much pressure.
Sentinels coming in for the third party though. TSM were eyeing this one, but Alliance are able to get up to the top. Hawkus in his drone. They don't know he's quite there yet. The threat of TSM coming in for the third party allows Alliance to go for the full reset. Panic stuck on the low ground, down to about 20 HP, and Hawkus is caught out. It's going to be Carter to finish him off.
And Alliance losing out on Hockey Sentinels. They're saying, don't sleep on us. Putting their name on the board here in this lobby. They are going to be able to try to get this res, but right behind them, Sentinels want to try to fully send this. Carter losing out on so much health. It's only up to Riley. Can you clutch this out? No, you can't. But right behind him, 13 squads left as Alliance win the fight.
Team Liquid throwing a lifeline out to Alliance. We have to, of course, always mention when it comes down to Unlucky, along with the fact that 2v3 is there, but not when a third party comes in. But this is an onslaught from TSM. EMP nades out. Yanya gets a knock onto Jet. Team Liquid are keeping Alliance alive.
They're literally from afar taking shots at them with a 30-30. You know that was just one bullet when he was one shot. That is so infuriating from afar here, but even better for Alliance to clutch out this fight as just Effect and Unlucky to get this res. We've seen them do it before as this duo looks unstoppable, but can it be enough with S8UL now showing up?
S8UL Wolves, who just got knocked out. Alliance finally go down. S8UL pick up nothing off of this one, but they will stick around for the time being. TSM, Ninjas in Pajamas, all stacked up on Murder Bridge as Ninjas in Pajamas. McLovin takes a lot of damage here, but he'll be able to back off. One drops down. Sharky and Jess go down. Vayne bleeding out on the floor as they want to finish off this fight.
Oh, having to be careful, but McLovin's going to be able to call in or see if you put up that cat wall, then having to navigate over into that Void Nexus. Disengaging here. TSM looking down below before Panic with the red Evo has all these death boxes to loot out of. Not engaging in any fight thus far. Team Liquid directly smack dab in the middle of these rocks. BKG, by the way, were still able to farm those Evo shields by constantly getting the reses. That's what they were doing earlier on before.
Sure,
yeah.
I don't think you need 9-10
Yeah, that's why they keep doing it too, you know? Like, when you're holding a position like that, you're denying yourself the opportunity to play objectives. So they have to make do with what they got. That's why they drop those Evo shields. That's why we see those funny stats. It's to get that charge here, as it's only up to Phony, because right behind them, they were fixated on BKG, but they didn't clear their backs against S8UL.
Now S8UL charge forward with that mobile shield, finishing off 100 Thieves. VK Gaming get the ultimate laugh in the end there. S8UL, unfortunately, still stuck on blues here in round number 4 closing. VK Gaming holding on the northern side up against TSM. Catalyst wall out. VK Gaming might get sandwiched here by S8UL, but they can turtle up. There's the knock onto Jesco. Once again, Team Liquid coming from afar, taking some of these kills, but it keeps VK Gaming alive for now.
And here VK Gaming now down to the wire. TSM Panic continuously still picks up KP here, but getting pinged from afar by a G7. As we get the Newcastle res, we get the reset, the passive regen, but this Newcastle wall is just enough to keep VKG alive and to send TSM back to the lobby.
7 squads, 20 players left. VKG, we were talking about how good they are at securing top 5s, but can they do it here? Rival Esports charging forward with the EMP, but the Catalyst wall slowing things down. And there's the first knock, but Gopgot goes down next. It's a 1-for-1 exchange. The Newcastle res does not go off.
I don't want to see this out here. The way we've been seeing Apex South pop off of EKG still alive. A flow having to try to jump over the deck boss because now Team Liquid trying to capitalize on the opportunity on the 3P. Rival Esports get eliminated. 5 squads left. And luckily for Team Liquid, who have moved here early with the Alter Void Nexus, have found themselves right back where they belong.
I thought they were going to have more KP for themselves with how often they were showing up on the kill feed, but it was just a lot of knocks after knocks from range. Still, they've done a great job of whittling down that northwest side of the map, have Team Liquid. They have to deal with Na'Vi to their east, who are working on peppering them, and they've got Ninjas in Pajamas just below them. 2 teams to the south right now. It's going to be Gen G and Rock Esports. I believe Gen G on that height. Rock Esports will get dropped on.
I want everyone to pay attention to Navi's positioning right now, because if they clear the 2 teams that will be moving in from the south side of the zone, it would be Gen G and Rock. They would be in a prime spot as long as they can hold the high ground by that rock that you see Yanya by. Navi looking behind them though. It looks like the fight is being taken to them. Saucer in that drone. That's why you see him invisible. Gen G try to swing as it's up to Asia, the fragger of our last chance qualifier lobby. Moving up. Navi though, with Slabs getting taken out. They try to take this fight against Team Liquid, but they gave up the high ground, allowing Gen G to walk up for free.
Now they're just down to Uchako here as they get eliminated. Team Liquid trying their best to reset, but they don't get that time. Ninjas in Pajamas in full swing, trying to get around this Newcastle wall. They lose out on McLovin throughout all of this. The third party, though, is going to allow Ninjas in Pajamas an opportunity to go for the reset.
And Team Liquid still alive here. As I say that, they get taken out. That last player here, Ninjas in Pajamas, playing off this low ground, looking to see if they can get the res, but Gen G have to split their attention, make sure nobody's going to walk up behind them. Because in the action that we were talking about, Na'Vi, Rock have been taking their time with the fights happening in front of them. Rock looking to see if maybe they can wrap up on the other side of Gen G.
This is a scary proposition. While it is quote-unquote God's spot, Alter is still alive in this lobby. Rock and NIP both have it. They can get up onto this high ground instantly, so Gen G have 360-degree threats that they have to watch out for. They know where the teams are, but they can appear at anywhere. It's about trying to hold on to your utility. That Ashe needs her tether back.
And that's the one thing Gen G doesn't have. They don't have an Alter. They have the Ashe, Crypto, and Fuse instead. Meanwhile, Rock, they could play off this low ground tunnel. Why? Because they could just go all the way back up with that Alter. And you can see with Vaxlon having the red Evo, they were able to get either a Mythic Fin care pack here, same thing as Vayne over on the other side, still playing off that low ground. Rock take up on the high ground, they call them the catwall, and they're looking to try to force up the engagement. Bait that out as NIP will be looking to try to 3P this since they're on the low ground at disadvantage.
Gen G trying to deal with NIP to their backs with that wall now, giving them some coverage. We know that Rock don't want to push out quite yet. They're waiting for the knocks. There it is, NIP! The nade onto Dexter, and they want to push for it.
That's a green light for Rock now to be in the best position amongst these last 3 teams now. Vaxon looking down at these teams. As long as they hold this spot, the calm before the storm, NIP try to mirror that of Rock. They put him in the catwall, but they can't give up the space just yet. They can't fully extend because Gen G are still alive, even if they're bludgeoned. Kurov gets taken out.
Rock are trying to slow things down, but the Diva to the face from Asia gets the knock onto Deeds, and now Ninjas in Pajamas are trying to regroup.
Gen G gets the res, by the way, and now they're going to try to move in late to this fight. This spells chaos for Rock, as now NIP playing Ring Around the Rosie have taken up this high ground.
Gen G now left with Ziggy, the slide down from 2 members to try and finish him off. Gen G, it's Saucer on the low ground here. It's an all-out brawl.
Now moving up though, Saucer as a solo looking down at Curve. NIP get eliminated as it's a 1v1. Saucer with Rock take game number 2 with a huge clutch. What an intense final fight. Each of these 3 teams, they understood the assignment. Who was going to play king of the hill on top of that rock, stave off all the pressure and damage to take that dub.
We throw this term around 4D chess, right? All the time, but this is literally 3D chess because you're not just dealing with up, down, left, right. You have to deal with height as well. And I don't know if we've ever witnessed an endgame quite like that, Vicky, where it came down to individual 1v1v1s.
And the Reds, like, fight too, like what?
Oh my goodness, but Rock Esports did an amazing job there securing that victory. We saw how so many teams put that emphasis on getting the God Rocks on that spot for this ring pull. Team Liquid was one of those initial squads, but again, with Alter changing the dimensions of the battlefield makes it so incredibly difficult to do so.
Yeah, we also saw some help. We didn't see it from Gen G having the catalyst, but Rock and NIP having that cat really allowed them to get out of this advantage without having to burn an Alter portal through the rock instead, right? A little risky sometimes too once you exit out of that portal. And you would rather have some extra cover knowing that there's still a third party, so that way if you need to back away, you at least could get out of their line of sight with the catwall.
Yeah, one thing in particular, right? Gen G weren't playing with that Alter. They had the Ashe. That's what they were using for their rotations. And so that's where the value of the tether ends up kind of falling, because we saw the tether going down, I believe, onto Rock that were stuck on the low ground. They were going to try and push out from that train tunnel, but it doesn't matter because you just alter your way up the hill and all of a sudden you completely avoid it and they can't predict your movement from there. And so it became absolute hell in the end. Rock are going to be able to secure themselves a plus 12 in terms of kill points, and that was a well-earned victory for them. Excuse me. This is the series results. So they've already gotten 12 kill points after the last 2 games and put themselves in first place now. VK Gaming, though, with all the fighting that came their way, were still able to pick up some kill points along with the placement points that they are so consistent at getting.
I'm still very impressed to see it's been very methodical with a lot of these teams. You know, they're not just fully sending it here in this lobby. A lot of respect given at the level of talent that we have in our match point finals lobby here. It's getting intense. We've seen E-District, we've seen World's Edge, and now we'll be seeing Broken Moon as we move on to game number 3 on the other side of this break. Sorry, I was
yeah. All right, so that was Overlook.
Oh damn, I haven't been writing
Rock.
Lotus.
We are 2 maps into our match point Sunday right now, and as you can tell in the arena, it's pretty loud. We've got loads of fans. It's a full house right now. It's spilling into the outside, and the energy in here is definitely palpable. So what I'm going to do, if you can hear me back at home and if you can hear me in the arena, I'm going to do a little test to see who's got the loudest fans in the room. Okay, so we're going to kick things off. Who here is cheering for TSM? We've got some in the room. We've got some in the room. Okay, everybody. Who's here cheering for 100 Thieves? That's what I'm talking about. I can see Team Verhulst up there on the stage with Weston and the gang. It's great. It's great so far. Okay, okay. How about Alliance? Ooh, it's getting spicy up here. I like this. We're only 2 maps in. What's it going to be like later on today? And finally, let's hear it for Team Falcons! It's incredible up here right now. I bet you guys wish you were here on the main stage. Everyone here in the arena is going absolutely mad. And we're going to be in match 3 very, very soon.
Where's the drone?
Can we take more space?
Just hold. Walking up on us! Letting us! They're gonna guys! I'm going back. Batting, up here.
Batting. Wait, I'm batting.
Deets, chill. I'm batting.
Climbing.
They're resing.
Just play on me, guys. I haven't.
I'm coming to you. There's res.
He's beating up.
I'm gonna counter EP.
No, I'm dead. Fuck, man. Get this kill. I'm gonna need sus.
The fuck?
Sus, wait, get ready to walk back up. Sus, get ready to walk back up. On you. Nice, play knock.
Tom, shut up.
Match point finals always provides a little bit of magic, and as we return here into the gameplay, we've got to talk about the magic we've just seen. Sorcerer, the man in the middle of your screen, Rock, a huge solo performance at the end of that game to claim victory.
And of course, a very little thing, but just asking for clear comms. Sometimes you just need silence to focus on yourself and get the job done. And now it puts ROC #1 in the series standings here in match point finals and the closest to getting to match point. But of course, there is still quite a way to go before they get to that threshold.
Certainly is indeed. 28 points on the board as we move towards 50 points, of course, which is that match point threshold. We'll take a look at what happened so far. VKG with that big win in match #1. ROC, match #2 belong to them. Watson and Alter have been banned, and now it's time for some Broken Moon.
Some of our heavy hitters down at the bottom of that leaderboard yet to pick up some points, but as we said, still about 20 plus points until anyone crosses that threshold, so plenty of time to catch up. We've lost now Watson and we have lost Alter. As I like to say, we've lost Walter in the first 2 games. And that means we're going to start to see more Ash start to come into the equation, of course.
Certainly are indeed. And how is that going to affect the drop spots? How is that going to affect rotates? And how's it going to affect Broken Moon? Well, let's take a look at the POI draft. This is where your teams will be landing.
And of course, TSM down at Terraformer. They took this as their second pick, so they're expecting big points here, or maybe the chance to win the whole thing when we go back to Broken Moon later on. The same can be said for 100 Thieves at Quarantine Zone. There's a lot of expectations when you're in these central POIs here on Broken Moon.
Also, you got to establish where those zones are going to be going early, and if you get that opportunity with a zone coming your way here on Broken Moon, you quite simply have to make the most of it. Such a difficult map to rotate across if you are far away and you get that unfortunate pull away from your POI.
Interestingly, we've seen a few teams really struggle when it does come to Broken Moon, but the actual best POI has been Underpass for points, but Eternal Gardens has the most wins thus far. So we'll see whether that carries through into match point finals, but sometimes these stats do get a little bit skew-iffed just by one team absolutely dominating throughout group stages, of course. If you think about how Alliance, Falcons, TSM did when they performed on the first day.
I don't know about you, Dan, but I sat in the green room watching these games, and we saw some of the big teams falling out early. It's been a bit of a quiet start for the likes of Falcons, for example. I get the feeling we might be here for quite some time. 13 games it took us for Alliance to get over the line last year here at EWC. What do you reckon this time around?
Well, it is worth noting last time we saw this competition at EWC, it was a 60-point threshold. This year, it's back to ALGS format, it is 50-point threshold. So there is a chance we could go a little bit sooner, as it, if we had been on a 50-point threshold back then, we would have finished earlier, but, you never know. Hindsight,
yeah. Hindsight indeed. You never know what could have happened. And one thing we do know that has happened so far is the slow start for these 3 gentlemen. Now, don't get me wrong, long way to go. We know that this only 2 games have elapsed in front of us, but a 19th and a 17th so far for Falcons. A little bit quiet by their own standards.
Yeah, I mean, first game, Zero couldn't get the Void Passage up to where he wanted to, ended up going down. They were struggling to get into a ring anyway. It was a bad zone for them, let's be honest. And then they get pushed aggressively off drop. And then sadly, Waltzy tries to get away, tries to get into his drone, and then when he comes out of his crypto invisibility, suddenly he's already been pushed. Just really bad timing at the moment, and I think that moving forward, they can put these bad games behind them, and I'm still expecting Falcons to get some points. Now, Team Alliance, 6th at the moment. They've got 11 kills. They are still certainly up there in the conversation. Not the dominant performance we've seen so far, but Alliance, in effect, have still been doing the same thing we've seen time and time again, just dominating the fights they find themselves in.
Certainly have been dominating those fights. Alliance looking to pick up even more momentum, and Vardy was able to catch up with Alliance man, and of course part of Alliance, we've got Pontus here with him.
I am in and amongst the green army that is Alliance. Make some noise! We have just gone into match number 2, and it's spicing up over here. I've got Pontus here with me, the general manager of Alliance. Pontus, how are you feeling today?
Feeling awesome, dude.
I'm loving it. I'm loving all these mascots. They've loaded you up just before we go live. Do these guys have names?
Ratio.
Okay.
Team mascot, version 1, version 2.
Version 1, version 2, get your merch here. They're expanding, okay. Look, if you could give any words of wisdom to the boys as they're down here, and quite literally facing the Falcons boys as well, what would you say to them?
I mean, we spoke before the game. We're not bothered by anyone. We're going to play our game, and we're going to win.
That is what I like to hear, is Effect feeling spicy once again.
Of course.
Of course he is. Pontus is a man of few words, but he knows what he's talking about. You know what? I'm going to let you guys cheer from the sidelines because map 2 is underway, and we'll go back to you guys for now.
Always great to see the Alliance fans in behind their boys who are looking to go back to back. It is such a fascinating kind of storyline that we've been following coming into this event. The fact that Alliance, yes, defending their throne here at the Esports World Cup, but yet to win that ALGS competition. Well, if they do manage to defend their title, then they will win an ALGS event. It's a real opportunity for them here. Playing in the form that they have been, it's difficult to suggest that they won't be able to do it.
I mean, if Alliance can get into those final circles, the way they've been playing, the way they've been fighting, it is hard to argue that they would not find victory in those moments. But it's about getting there first. And sometimes you need the rub of the green, you need to have the zone going your way, but also sometimes you just have to bully your way through.
Furia on our screens right now, a little bit of a quieter start for them, not a huge amount of points, but like I say, there's going to be quiet starts for a few teams because we've only had 2 games. It's a long way to go still before we start talking about what teams are performing badly and what teams are getting close to match point and might have a chance of winning the whole thing. One team who kept us extremely nervous yesterday, and certainly their fan base, wherever they were watching around the world, was Team Liquid. They love to leave it late to get to these match point finals.
They really do like to make their fans just sweat a little bit more, but they got the job done. Also in game 1, they had a fantastic position, able to put some points on the board. They are definitely going to be up there in the conversation of teams getting close to that match point threshold, probably around matches 5 or 6. But I think what's happened thus far is some of the teams that maybe aren't as much of the heavy hitters have put points on the board, which means if we do see the likes of Alliance, the likes of Falcons, for example, taking game 3 or 4, it means we are going to still be quite far away from that match point threshold as well. And as you said, that could lead us to going quite far into this series.
I think we're going a long way today. I think if you're watching right now, you love match point finals. We've been part of those match point finals that go on for some time. We get a shout one more match where you get the feeling, and I certainly do, that this could be one of those occasions. The Falcons fans out in force, as you would expect here in Riyadh, supporting their boys. Maybe that energy can just get them going a little bit now.
Now, as expected, Ash is going to be the most prominent legend selected here in this one. It's going to be 15 Ashes throughout the compositions. A few more Cryptos turning up here on Broken Moon, which I do think is interesting. In the previous game, we didn't see as many after Watson had been banned because, of course, the natural counter to Watson is going to be Crypto. But I feel here on Broken Moon, Crypto becomes a little bit more important because it is still a bit of a guessing game sometimes on this map. People are not as confident. I don't care how many times you scrim it, people are not as confident in these zones, and you need as much information as possible.
My question to you, Dan Gaskin, very simple one. You ready?
I am born ready.
Let's get into this one. It is the continuation of match point finals. Broken Moon is where we find ourselves. It's match number 3.
As I said, 12 Cryptos, 10 Catalysts featuring as well. But then we've got Fuse, Newcastle, Sparrow, Rampart, Valkyrie, Wraith, Ballistic, Pathfinder. There is a big legend selection here already in match 3. People starting to diversify a little bit, trying to find maybe a composition that won't get banned going into future games here.
What a clutch it was from Sorcerer in that endgame as well. I think everybody who was watching in the green room backstage was just all of a sudden at the same time went, 1v1v1, he can win this. And all of a sudden, he peeks up behind the last remaining player, gets that beautiful spray with the Havoc and finishes off with the hip fire of that Scout. Those moments calm every single nerve in your body. During the moment, you find out nerves exist that you didn't know existed before.
I love final circles like that as well, because it's one of those where sometimes you get, the 3v3v3, where one team pushes another, and then it's an easy flow thereafter for the team that follows up. But we didn't have any idea who was going to be winning that one. Well, this is the lay of the land and where the zone is going to be heading. You can see Furia already moving very quickly from Cliffside, Fnatic moving fast as well, but they might walk in to Na'Vi, who are quite spread out, because the zone is going to be heading up to around Stasis Array, as you can now see on your screen. But I think actually Fnatic might just hold this position you currently see on your map, and then Na'Vi will join in on their rotation.
We'll have to see where this zone does pull. Stasis Array usually a pretty good indication outside of that fence line, kind of in the open ground. It's usually a pretty good indication of where it's going to be going. We've got a little bit of a pause in the game at the moment. We'll get back into it. Good news for everybody, including the players, ourselves, everyone watching at home, fans, wherever you are in the building. No kills, no engagements as yet, so this pause won't affect the game too much.
When it comes to the best teams that we've seen so far in this tournament on Broken Moon, or at least the highest kill teams, it would be Alliance. Pretty expected, I think, when you look across the board, who is going to get the most kills. And I think that's because Alliance, when you come on a map like this, it does provide a little bit of aggression, a little bit of uncertainty. They thrive in this environment of taking those team fights over and over again. TSM, another team that have done very well on this map when it comes to kills. Sentinels as well doing the same. And actually, Team Liquid. I mean, if you think back to that production yard game yesterday when the zone started to pull their way, but they really commanded space on that side of the map and didn't allow anyone to take that position off them.
Going to start talking about ring consoles, but we'll leave that until we get back into the game so that nobody gets any extra information that we're privy to that maybe they won't be if we're going out in the arena. Look at Sentinels as well. Great run from them yesterday. You mentioned the production yard game. What a game that was for Sentinels yesterday. And I mentioned this about Sentinels yesterday. I was so impressed how they always felt like when they were fighting, they were in arm's reach of each other. Baiting and switching was superb in some of those fights. And when they had to death ball and all three players flush through one door to isolate one player who'd separated from another team, they did that almost instantaneously. It felt instinctive the way they were fighting.
They really thrived in an altar environment as well. They were prepared to go through the Void Passage together. They were very clear on their communications on whether you're going to one side or the other, but we have no altar here in this Broken Moon game. Instead, it's going to be plenty of Ashe.
We did see some clutch Ashe moments. Effect will remind you of the one that he had in that 1v1 that we did see, or should I say a 1v3 at one point. As we go back into match number 3 now, the game is unpaused and we get to continue what is going to be Broken Moon.
So one thing I do want to highlight, and the fact that we did get Watson banned in game 1 means that a crypto ban in general is less likely to happen in these early stages. And there are teams who really benefit from the crypto meta. I think of the likes of Alliance, I think of the likes of Falcons, teams who have these incredible IGLs. They get even extra information provided to them. When will Crypto be banned? Will he even be banned at all?
Yeah, it's an interesting one for sure. Crypto certainly not banned, and Na'Vi finding that out themselves at the moment. As they do get EMP'd, and it's going to be Panic once again leading the charge here, trying to be that entry fragger as TSM pressurize Na'Vi inside of this building.
TSM showing aggression at the start of the game yet again, really wanting to find one of these dominant spots from the early stages.
Duplex has gone down, that's the Newcastle down as well, and now Panic is thinking about escaping rather than engaging. It looks like he might have just been able to do so. This isn't just two teams, by the way. That was TSM and Rock Esports are here as well. Jacko has to jump into the void here to escape. Deeds gets that wall down, but there's a grenade just behind him. Got to be careful that frag grenade doesn't tickle him around the corners. Deeds will be able to pop this barrier as now they stand up against each other once again. Elsewhere, you can see the rest of TSM struggling as Fnatic get involved.
I mean, these are huge teams fighting early on as TSM will be eliminated, could not escape. Fnatic were able to clean up the pieces. Now ROC using this Newcastle shield wall and will clean up the pieces of Na'Vi as well. Our number 1 team now up to 30 points, 20 away from match point threshold.
And if you're wondering why there's so much action on this one particular building, well, I think a lot of teams recognize this building is going to be essentially where Godspot could well be when we get towards this end game. So everybody taking a little bit of a risk early on. Na'Vi win the race to get there first. TSM try and take it off of them, but Na'Vi stalling them for that long and other teams rotating quickly means it becomes a little bit of a ruckus. And the winners of that ruckus, the team who won the previous game, is going to be Rock.
And the fact that there were several teams there shows how important they believe this building to be. In the grand scheme of things, where this zone is going to be going and where you want as your priority spot. As in the kill feed, you can see Sentinels also getting involved in a scrap with Virtus Pro, but also Nemesis are on the other side of this.
Yeah, Riley's down. And you can see that Carter and Lota just decide they want to get out of here. Might be a little bit of a split of resources as Nemesis do manage to hold their ground. A great hold from them. Second place in game number 1 for Nemesis. We've been talking about the EMEA region, how maybe didn't have the representation they would have wanted in this match point finals lobby. Well, Nemesis, I think, have maybe solidified themselves as one of those top 3 teams in EMEA, one of the teams to make it through to match point. And with the, I would say, relative to the rest of the lobby, low LAN experience for these players, it is such an impressive performance.
It's going to be vital experience they gain throughout this lobby, game after game after game as well. And it's about putting that into effect as you march on, because if this does go the length, like you said it might, and suddenly some of the things you learn in games 1, 2, 3 could come into effect games 8, 9, 10, as Falcons, ImperialHal will take down Zach Mazer. Virtus.pro struggling to find their footing in this game at the moment. Seems like anywhere they go, they're being shot by someone.
Volts is trying to play up on the position of Rocket. He wants to try and find a cheeky pick. He's got the Ash to play with, so he's got the maneuverability to get in and out. And having recognized the drone went out and that he's been spotted out, he's just going to return to the safety of his teammates here. It looked like that knock from Falcons came in from a distance. So it looks like VP will be able to get Zach back to his feet. Little shield swap comes in to make sure everyone's got enough health to deal with a push should it happen. Now VP will be able to hug these tires of the big truck, get themselves healthy once again.
And I do wonder whether stats are going to play a part in this game, because as I mentioned, Eternal Gardens, the most winningest POI on this map so far. ROC did drop there, and they have been able to get priorities in this zone very fast. We could see another win from Eternal Gardens just from the position they currently hold. But they've done job 1, which is getting to one of the best positions and win that initial fight. But of course, there is a lot to follow. You're not always going to be in a 1v1v1 in the final circle. Sometimes you're going to have to take a straight 3v3.
Well, VP under a little bit of duress at the moment. You see a lot of teams are trying to focus onto them. They're now starting to find a little bit of space to play. Lou's going to jump into the drone to get a little bit of info. Sentinels did manage to get a respawn in all of this, by the way. And oh my! I mentioned how they're under duress. Well, Carter, it's a big 104 headshot onto Slayer, gets the finish, and VP now find themselves down to 2.
Gets the shot, then he is out of there as well. Again, one of the benefits of Ash having the phase breach available, so you can quickly move from point A to point B. Sadly, you won't be able to do it in the next game. And this is another reason why I'm wondering when will a crypto ban, if at all, happen, because people want the rotational abilities. They want the ability to get out of fights. So once Ash disappears, suddenly people start to look at how else are we going to do it? We've already lost Alter, we've lost Ash. Do we look over to the likes of Pathfinder, for example?
One thing to highlight there, VP did have a Moby down while they were holding that space, so they've been able to get Slayer back into the game. So VP back up to 3. Sentinels, of course, will be credited with that point, with the kill that they did manage to get, but doesn't really affect the long game here for VP. Slayer's going to be able to land on his box to get all of that loot back. Looking at where the zone is going, a little bit of a shift, potentially to the east here, and teams who have taken up residence in Eternal Gardens might be hoping for a big pullback that side.
Yeah, and even though, I mean, the Sentinels had priority to the zone, or one of the teams that had priority, they're going to be on that western side, over towards Stasis Array. So they're instead going to have to force their way through some teams here, and instead it's going to be teams like ROC who are going to be some of the better positions. But if it does continue to pull to Eternal Gardens, there's a big choke there that is going to be near impossible for any of these western teams to actually get through. So you need to either move early or be prepared to fight as you move.
VK Gaming a long way away from zone at the moment. They're trying to get somewhere near it. Wrapping all the way around the left-hand side of where this zone is at the moment. They're going to have to go through a little tunnel towards Quarantine Zone, probably hit the ring console there and the survey beacon. Liquid are going to be closest to them, but again, some way away for now. But VK Gaming, second place overall at the moment. 26 points already on the board for them, over halfway to hitting match point.
You always wonder what is going to be that game where suddenly match point comes into effect. As I mentioned last year, it was 60 points here at Esports World Cup, but this year, as it's the ALGS mid-season playoffs, we go to ALGS format. It will be 50 points. So ROC, if they were to win this game, and let's be honest, in the position they find themselves in, they have a huge chance to do so. There is a possibility they could cross it here in match 3.
We just saw Zero's dad in the audience, as well as Privacy, the analyst for Falcons. Speaking of Falcons, they're actually in a really good spot on the northern side of not just where this zone is, but the next one will be pulling. So if Falcons can hold this choke that they're in, they will be set up for potentially a very, very strong game. VK Gaming still taking their time, though. Still a long way away from a lot of the action that's going to be going down. They'll be safe for quite some time. Speaking of action, Team Liquid trying to get underneath Nemesis.
There's a couple of teams involved in this one. You can see SAUL are going up against Team Rivals as well. Team Liquid down to just Jaguares and Nizel now. Yanya has to be recovered and then potentially respawned, but they do have the mobile res.
Obi is available for them. But VP now, they sense an opportunity. Big tether coming in from Nizel though. Plus he's got the Devo. Plus he is a problem. Slayer's turned his back, but he turns back just in time to win the fight here for VP. Question is he going to be out of rest? You would imagine not, because Nemesis hear all the ruckers. They extend out, they will clean out the bottom of this building. And in the meantime, as VP fall, the Killer Truck will fall as well.
Yeah, falling to Alliance, but that's a great three-player swing there from Team Nemesis. You spoke about Sentinels playing arm-to-arm. Well, Nemesis were basically holding hands at that point, because you just ensure you don't want to allow anything to happen, any sort of weird 1v3 to go down if you push one after the other. As a care package or a mythic bin, I think it is a care package is going to be looted by Zero, so Falcons are going to have some goodies to play with. Speaking of mythic bin, looks like it spawned over towards 100 Thieves. So maybe they'll be able to get some goodies here once this zone closes.
Yeah, a little bit of a different story for 100 Thieves, who are on our screen right now. If they can get that mythic bin, it'll be fantastic for them. They've got Furia in front of them. They've got Nemesis still inside of Stasis Rail, going to be holding them out. Plus, they've got Sentinels and S8UL, or the leftovers of S8UL, who could potentially pinch in behind them. So getting that extra little bit of goodies and extra bit of loot is going to be very vital for their success.
And just to point out the composition from 100 Thieves, Catalyst, Newcastle, Sparrow. That is not a composition that's really going to see much effect on bans, as S8UL down to just Legacy, by the way. Sentinel's looking to close this one out.
They try and do what he can, but the swing's now going to come in, and even though he manages to dash it away, he doesn't escape the devotion. Not many people can. And S8UL will be eliminated here as we find ourselves now with 14 squads.
Just to go back to my previous point, 100 Thieves might be able to avoid bans for a couple of games here, and there is something to be said about playing the same composition for a consistent few games to put points on the board. As in terms of zone, it does shift back towards ROC again, who are still being rewarded for their early fight that they took. The aggression that also TSM tried to do as well. All these teams realized where this zone was going to be pulling. They hedged their bets, but it's ROC who have come out on top so far.
Mythic bin is going to be picked up by the looks of things by 100 Thieves. We did see them on blue armors last time with them, and now there's purples and reds to play with. So we mentioned how they're going to need everything from that Mythic bin if they want to be able to fight their way in towards this zone. Well, they've completed stage one of that plan, but Furious still in front of them. This is the position of Falcons, though. At the moment, you can see ImperialHal is holding forward. He is controlling and relaying the information back to his teammates on what is in front of them for the next zone. But they have to hold their back. They have the drone in the air from Waltzy, Zero alongside him. If they can hold their back as this zone closes, Falcons are in a great spot.
Falcons need to see how important this game is and their chances of finding points, because the first two matches, they didn't really get a chance to play the game. But now perhaps we'll see them with their best opportunity. As VK Gaming will walk in, thankfully, because Rival Esports had decided to fly away there, but VK now with the zone to their back have to approach the southern side, and I think Alliance are going to be in front of them when they do move in.
Well, Rival Esports have just pushed Rival Esports down to that low ground, to the golden building, which is still owned by ROC. So Rock still hold that building, but Alliance's presence on the edge of this zone has made it very uncomfortable. Speaking of which, Gen is on his own. 100 Thieves versus Furia. We've seen it, and now Gen has to clutch. Sprays, plays in and around that mobile shield. We'll keep our eyes on the kill feed here to see where that 1v1 goes, but a big moment in the game for both teams.
Yeah, a huge 1v1. Elsewhere, Rival Esports trying to survive against ROC, and you can see Furia did lose out there. 100 Thieves will survive. Genji also going down. Now we're on 12 squads. But Rival Esports have managed to find themselves in a pretty central position here. They avoided the gunfire of ROC because, of course, they're within that building, and the zone is going to force ROC outside of it. But now they have to turn their attention to behind them, where Alliance currently reside. Oh, this is aggressive.
They're trying to get aggressive off the EMP damage that just came in, but getting aggressive is tough, especially when you've got ROC still looking at you from that golden building. They will get that knock initially. Damage continuing to come in here. Unlucky, 1 HP, but it doesn't matter. He still outputs damage. He tiptoes into the zone. He'll pop that medkit after the shield swap, and Rival Esports will be dispatched by a combination of Alliance and ROC.
How many times have we seen Alliance do it as a duo? But it doesn't matter which duo is still available. They will always find a way to survive. One of the best fighting teams.
Fnatic now in this fight. Important to note as well that 100 Thieves got back up to a 3. So the clutch that came in from Verhos absolutely down the walls in front of him. Fnatic will fall as now we find ourselves with a lobby and half. 10 squads remain.
10 squads remain as now everyone's kind of been forced together. There are still 3 teams on that eastern side that have to come from Eternal Gardens, by the way. But Alliance were just checking in on that building. They quickly turn back as they say maybe this one isn't worth pushing because ROC have a full 3, but now Alliance back up to a full 3 themselves, and this is when they usually like to get aggressive, when they feel like a team is weak, when they feel like they have maybe an advantage, when a team is pinned, sometimes they do really force their way in.
They want to try and take this building. They don't have they might have an EMP or be waiting for an EMP as Wolves Esports will be eliminated. It'll be Ninjas in Pajamas who win that fight. But this fight we need to stay with here, or this potential fight, is Alliance are looking to bully. And Deeds has got to hold.
Here comes the utility, here comes the EMP, and here comes the snares.
Counter wall is available though. Ninjas in Pajamas have just gone down. Effect gets slammed back and will be slammed down onto his back. It's an amazing hold, not for the first time, of this building from ROC, and we would see Deeds on the Newcastle be able to get his teammates back up as well.
Again, this is the benefit of the composition that they're playing. I believe Hackis was out of there though, decided to go into his drone, go invisible, and just hold position for now, as there is still good potential placement points, but actually no, he gets caught out. He tries to go for the res. ROC Esports say we are not going to allow you to get away.
Yeah, absolutely love that from ROC. They know they've got the 2 knocks, right? They want to make sure those players not only turn into KP, but at the worst situation, they have to deal with just Hackis on the outside of that building. 41 points now on the board for ROC, 9 points away from match point.
Yeah, suddenly a top 3 might find them a chance to actually cross the match point threshold here. They've been incredible so far. Let's jump into a quick listening with ROC Esports.
I'll try, okay? Yeah. Grabbing all 6 cells. I'm gonna find nades. There's 1 nade on the body I just left. I got a nade, I have 6 bats. Okay, I'm gonna get a drone here.
That rock, right, Deets? Yes, we have to fight for that rock. We need to push Falcons down, and that team bottom left. EB, go off, get a drone, So
you got pink Falcons over here. Zero's just fucking hard angling over here, and they're 2 on height.
We just don't give them entry, guys.
Yeah. They're crossing, you shoot his teammates. On our left. They're walking up on our left on the rock.
Yeah. Okay, I'm batting.
We have to focus left. Focus left. I have to pump an ulti cell. They're on the heady over here.
On this rock.
They're on the rock and the heady. I'm nading. I pumped an ulti cell. I'm just burning them so I can keep pressure on them.
You can hear the intensity. They know how close they are at this point. Something to note though, Falcons very much in this game and very much have a chance to influence how it goes. Zero has a Kraber and he has been hitting shots recently.
I mean, look at the team names that are left in this lobby right now. ROC, 100 Thieves, Falcons, Nemesis, Sentinels, and VK Gaming. This is going to be such a tough final circle to try and get into.
Falcons trying to survive. Sentinels make their play now a little bit closer to center zone. Zuni manages to get one, but it's not going to be enough as Nemesis will now fall. Falcons take the Ashport and now slide down, but oh, how? That's a horrible surprise. He might have just slid down right into the clutches of VKG.
And suddenly ROC are pushing onto 100 Thieves as well, but VK will just take this fight against Falcons. 2 have gone down, just 0 left. Maybe he can escape for some placement, but VKG still showing their strength here in this lobby.
5 squads remain. 100 Thieves are going to lose Jen, over peeking through the catwalk. Baxalon be brought back to his feet here by Deeds momentarily though. Deeds now has to escape on the Newcastle, but I mentioned that Kraber, and there is Zero again as a solo hit for Falcons.
ROC will not be finding match point here, but Falcons maybe can do something still with Zero here.
Phony gets one in the back, but it's not going to remove that head. He will stay on his feet. No more Kraber bullets to work with though for Zero. That makes it a little bit more difficult for him to control the space around as that solo player.
I mean, I bet Zero would love a final circle like we just saw previously, ending up in a 1v1v1. But right now, there is 4 squads still remaining. I still want to point out the fact that 100 Thieves also have a Newcastle here, which could be very beneficial for them.
VK trying to hold at the moment, but Sentinels are pressurizing them. Sentinels are stifling them. And Casa is now the last player alive. VKG have been picked apart here. 100 Thieves still on that high ground, waiting for their opportunity to pounce.
Casa doing some good damage, but does get snared. Zero playing a part in this fight as well, but has now been spotted out. VK eliminated though. Falcons get top 3, but that's going to be short-lived. It's a 3v3, 100 Thieves versus Sen.
Carter has not had the chance to pop a shield barrier or get a shield swap though, and 100 Thieves will march forward. 100 Thieves from the high ground after the clutch will surely move in to win this game here. Game number 3 belongs to 100T, and Jen pops off.
Phony has found another victory from the hospital bed to match point finals. 100 Thieves just put themselves right back into the conversation for this entire tournament, up to second place, 35 points on the board. And I said they did it with Catalyst, Newcastle, Sparrow. They'll be able to play that composition again. They are looking hot right now.
35 points on the board now for 100 Thieves. 15 away from match point, but it's ROC who will find themselves still closest. They finished with 42. They will be 8 points away as we take a good old look at Papa Burn.
A very happy man indeed, and for good reason. I'm sure that not only the 100 Thieves fans, but also the players were pretty worried when the news came of Phony having to go to hospital. You never know what's going to happen. Are we going to play with the coach? How are we going to do if Bronzy's going to be competing? As Jen Burton goes over to give his dad a hug as well. But the job's not done yet. 35 points, you still got another 15 before you even get to match point threshold. Then you have to find yet another victory.
Well, you looked at the graphic in the background there. ERHAL stood front and center. Think back to, unfortunately, we didn't quite catch it, but the 1v1 clutch that he makes gets them back on their feet. 100 Thieves do not have a part in that end game unless ERHAL's clutches the 1v1. They get the reset, they push their way towards zone, and off the back as well of the mythic bin they picked up and fell their way. 100 Thieves put 23 points on the board. That is a big, big moment for them.
Makes me think of yesterday when there was a big fight on the east side of the circle between NRG and Furia. NRG lose that fight, and then in the end do not go on to qualify for the match point finals. One team fight can change everything here, just as you've just seen for 100 Thieves.
Some of the stats from the players you can see on your screen. This is the series so far. 20 kills for 100 Thieves in 3 games. Very, very impressive from them. And you can say the same about ROC on the left-hand side of your screen. 22 for them.
22 is a big number. 42 is even bigger though. 8 points away from that match point threshold. And of course, as I mentioned, Ash is going to be banned for this next game, which changes everything. And not only does the Legends change, but also we change map yet again. But for the first time in this series, we will be going back to back on Stormpoint.
But nobody getting too far away at the moment. You look at ROC at the top, they're closest, but the chasing pack, you think about 20 points or so for a win at the moment with the level that these teams are playing at and the KP that they pick up. That could be any team in this lobby being right alongside them with just one win. But those fans in the crowd of 100 Thieves, what a journey they have been on so far this tournament. They will be hoping and wishing that that good luck can continue here. 100 Thieves win the previous game. When we get back, map number 4.
Championships are not given, they are earned. This moment, you cannot let it slip by. It's moments like this that you spend years waiting for, sometimes lifetimes. This moment does not go unnoticed. This is something special.
That feeling of winning is no better feeling in the world.
It just feels unreal. It's just a great feeling that I will never forget.
Here on the Boulevard for the Esports World Cup, we've got action aplenty. Some heroes have been crowned champions over the past weekend, and today, Sunday night, we crowned yet another here at our ALGS midseason playoff here at EWC 2025. 3 games gone, and that means that this whole stadium has been rocking. That's right, rock with a little win. We also saw 100 Thieves bounce back with a win themselves. Falcons, though, were in the mix. Alliance staying steady, and of course, the lights shining bright in Riyadh per usual, as this is a city that stays up late. Welcome back to the studio, ladies and gentlemen. After a quick break, we're here to break it down. My name is Rain Day. I'll be your host here as we continue on into the evening, and I'm joined by Jayhawk, Snipe Down, and Glitter Explosion to break down the action. And guys, this was a very action-packed first 3 games, but not the action that maybe we presumed, Jayhawk. Obviously, Rock has been phenomenal. They were a team coming into this. We almost were surprised at their placement coming into the tournament. They even considered themselves dark horses when they reflected on us calling them that in their power rankings. How do you feel their performance has been to either keep that narrative going or completely change it and look at favorites for the rest of this Sunday?
I mean, it's been fantastic. These 3 players, when you look at them, some of these guys were dropped from their previous teams, and yet here they are. They're the closest team to potentially hitting match point after 3 games. At the same time, though, this might be a little bit of a newer experience for them. You cannot afford to just fall asleep at the wheel now. Falcons and Alliance are still lurking. A team like 100 Thieves, like you talked about, all champions in their own right. You can't just allow those first 2 games where you really popped off to be the only games where you did well.
And Lauren, I'm going to jump to you here because we see this dynamic, in my opinion, when we go long, right? You either have these games where, you have Alliance and Falcons off to the, you see match point almost in game 3, but now Alliance, Falcons kind of slowly there, Rock's jumping forward, but those juggernauts are going to have big games as well, so this could end up going late.
And sometimes we see that out of our bigger teams. They do start off a little bit slowly, and it opens up a very short window of opportunity for these other teams to get some points on the board. And we were just talking about it in the green room. We now have 3 squads within striking distance of match point for this upcoming game. And I think that's something they really need to seize, because eventually the Falcons and the Alliances are absolutely going to find their stride. And when they do, it's dangerous.
Well, speaking of dangerous, this guy right here has been playing out of his mind. I'm talking about Gen.G Asia. In game 2, we had a great game that kind of put Rock on the map, especially with a win, a huge play from Saucerer. But I want you guys to break it down. And Snipe, I'll start with you a little bit on this as well, because this was a major aspect to it. Jayhawk, feel free to bounce in on this too.
Absolutely. Sorry to cut you off here, but I just want to talk about Watson got banned in game 1, and Snipe's going to break down the play here that we're about to see. The only reason it's possible is because with Watson being banned, Catalyst comes into the mix, and that allows for Alter to continue to be played. Snipe walks through the play.
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive to be able to swap characters so easily, and for us, what happened here, Rock was actually at the bottom of the tunnel, and they chose to Alter Q through, and they ended up Catalyst walling behind Gen.G, who was on the hill, who looked like they had the best position to win the game. We saw Asia getting kill after kill after kill. They were able to third party, go back up the hill, and then all of a sudden you have Rock getting their back, which caused panic in them. And then honestly, the rest of this game was just a wrap around that giant Rock the entire time. It was actually so impressive to see. 2 of the players on a Rock actually went down at the very beginning. Gen.G got a res after one of their players got knocked, and then all of a sudden Saucer ends up alone after his 2 players get knocked. He knew exactly what he had to do, and you could just tell the kind of confidence that he's playing with to wrap up the hill immediately when those 2 teams are fighting. Zero hesitation, wasn't worried about placement. He was solely focused on winning the game. You can see him right here. He chooses to come up the hill, get their back, and then he wins this incredible 1v1 to get his team to win. And you could just see the hype in their team after they made it happen.
And the beauty of the timing is that it's a 1v1v1, so Vayne goes down, and then he's able to take on Gen.G and find a way to get that kill. It was phenomenal timing, but also Saucer has proven himself to be a successful IGL, a successful teammate, a successful player in the ALGS, and even at the Open. I appreciated the way that they navigated this, and yes, while getting dropped and moving on with Rock, certainly made the best of it.
Absolutely. I mean, listen, he said that he wasn't the problem, and at that point, you can say those words, but you got to move forward and prove it. And I think right now he's proving he's one of the top IGLs in the world. He had something that you could say a chip on his shoulder from that moment, and sure, you have a new team, and maybe it's not the ideal scenario, it's not the best players in the world, but Deeds is popping off right now. We've seen Vax pop off all throughout his career, and so you make the most of what you're given, and Rock, they're doing well.
All right, we'll hit some more storylines in a second, but right now, we've got an update thanks to our STE update for the Club Championship here at the Esports World Cup. Lace is standing by. Lace, what's up?
Lace here to give you the update for the Club Championship race here at EWC. In Valorant, Team Heretics actually took an amazing sweep against Fnatic. We all thought Fnatic had it in the bag. They managed to turn things around. The Heretics also securing 1,000 points for their club. Fnatic placing second place added 750 Club Championships points for them as well. They're not yet eligible, the Heretics, but they do have some other titles to play here in the later weeks at EWC, so they are still a strong contender for the Club Championships. Moving on to Apex Legends, Team Falcons and Gen G are very strong contenders as they met their top 8 criteria this week, so a win in Apex Legends tonight could see things change forever in their favor. And of course, a solid placing by Virtus Pro, Na'Vi, even Sentinels would see them also eligible for that Club Championships. And now to wrap things up for Fatal Fury, Detonation Focus Me took first place, adding 1,000 points to their club as well. So you can see the trophies up here on the totem. Apex Legends will be adding their frame very shortly, of course, after their matches. But this has been your Club Championship update for EWC 2025.
Thank you, Lace. Great to get caught up on what's going on at the Club Championship here at EWC. You can see some sim racing from Rensport. It's got a couple of clubs out in front. Valorant as well, obviously finishing up. Apex will add a few of those. And Fnatic, you could see Gen G in there. A lot of these teams, Falcons, Na'Vi, in that leaderboard right now. Well, speaking of those teams, you also, if you don't see them here, have a chance to see them at the start of next year. That's, of course, at our championship, the biggest event in the ALGS. And you don't want to miss it because we're going back to Sapporo. Championships are not given, they are earned. This moment, you cannot let it slip by. It's moments like this that you spend years waiting for, sometimes lifetimes. This moment does not go unnoticed. This is something special.
That feeling of winning is no better feeling in the world.
It just feels unreal. It's just a great feeling that I will never forget.
Hey, we're back. Sapporo, baby.
Let's go, Japan.
That's right. We couldn't hit the Sapporo of the United States, a.k.a. Cleveland. That's what you said, Jayhawk. But we are going to the actual
That was a
Sapporo
joke, all right?
of Japan.
Calm down. Hold on.
January 15th to January 18th. Some dates. It's official. So check it out and plan your trip now. A little bit ahead, a little bit behind. It depends. Do you want to be building up anticipation, having some fun, or do you want to have had so much fun at the highlight of your life at a match point finals, see your favorite team win, and then spend a few more weeks traveling, snowboarding, doing all the good stuff Japan has to offer. One of my favorite places in the world. So join us there, please. January 15th to the 19th, I believe. I think it's 19th, maybe the 18th. But once you get there on the 15th, you'll figure it out. Guys, predictions heading into it. Are we coming back? Because 3 more games, it is possible to have a match point team. It is possible to close it out. I'll start with you, Lauren. Are we coming back? How many games are we going here?
We're definitely coming back at least one more time. I think we'll end up with at least 5 teams on match point when we see us again, though.
5. Okay, Snipe, what do you think?
Too many powerhouses at the bottom. I'm going 9 games.
Wow, 9 games, Jayhawk.
There's just something about Riyadh. We're coming back at least a couple more times if last year had anything to do with it.
I feel good about 9 games as well. What do you think in the chat? Let us know. Right now, no time, no need to think. We're throwing it back to the casters. Game 4 is underway.
Game 4 is almost ready to go indeed as we head back to the point of view of our teams and players. Dan, how many do you think is going today? Did I ask you that already?
You haven't, actually.
I think the way mathematically it can go to like 50 or something like that. No. It's like what Jayhawk was telling me yesterday.
Oh, I mean, okay, in theory,
like when you actually get
if
weirdly
you started from the
mathematical,
start, right? I think right now it would be impossible to go that far. But
you ready for 50 games? Then?
I'm always ready for as many games as possible because I bloody love this game. I think 11 or 12 is where I'm going.
That's kind of what I'm feeling right now. We're definitely going to get into double digits, especially like Snidown kind of highlighted perfectly there. There's a lot of powerhouse teams down the bottom, and when they win games, they usually win them big. Yeah. So we'll have to see if that is going to be the case and if they're going to be able to make a couple of plays on their way to this game. It's going to push them up those leaderboards. Storm Point is where we are going as match number 4 will start. So we say goodbye to Broken Moon, and we're going to have back-to-back Storm Points now as we start our snake back through our maps, and Ash is going to be banned.
Yes, and if we do need to go throughout, maybe matches 8, 9, 10, it's snakes until we get to E-District, and then we play E-District again, and then we go back to that original rotation with World's Edge to follow, then Broken Moon, and then into the double Storm Point if we need it. But we have now lost Ash, the next legend to be banned with a red X through her. And that means mobility is going to be needed here. Is it Wraith? Is it Pathfinder that you start to look towards? And this is what I was saying. I think Crypto might be able to go under the radar here because people are going to be moving and looking for these legends that are going to help them go from point A to point B.
Well, understandably, the Falcon fans are getting very excited for this next game, and why wouldn't you? Some much improved performances from the team in that previous game. That man in the middle there, Zero, hitting some really big Kraber shots for them to not just secure some KP, but put them onto 16 points after 2 pretty dud games in the first 2 that we saw today. So Falcons starting to come to life a little bit. Well, we need to turn our attention to the likes of Rock. 42 points for them at the moment, looking very, very healthy at the top, and just 8 points away from being the first team to hit match point.
Worth noting, ROC, the worst map for them going through group stages. They only achieved 17 points on this map when they played it. That's only 13% of their points throughout their pool. So it's definitely their worst map out of the 4. On the flip side, this is a chance for a team like Fnatic, who found 60% of their points on Storm Point. Now they get it back to back. Could we see the APAC North Giants here come back into the equation?
Really good POI to play with from as well over at Sito Station, so they've got a great opportunity here to put those points on the board and maybe continue to not just match that record, but improve it. And for this team here, 8 points is an interesting position to be looking for, if you kind of get what I'm going at here, because it's not a huge amount of points. It's a couple of team fights that go your way, and then some decent placements. Sneak into that top 10, top 9, and then you find yourselves on match point. But that could put some interesting thoughts in your head, how you approach this game. Speaking of which, a lot of teams are going to be approaching Barometer, and whenever I think of that, I usually think of Team Liquid, but it's Ninjas in Pajamas who will claim that POI in the draft.
I usually think of Barometer when I see that POI, has to be said.
But to this day, still...
Still haunts me. ROC Esports, look at how far they have to go to get to Barometer as well from Lightning Rod. Of course, Elrod being one of the most picked POIs when it comes to this map. In fact, it was ROC's first pick in the draft. They picked his 6th, so they clearly thought that this is where they could find points over these 2 games when it is played back-to-back. But again, they have to go a long way. But with this position, they might be able to get points.
Well, one thing we need to keep our eyes on here on Storm Point. You saw yesterday a tweet from Hackis listing the POIs that they had drafted, and he said, hey, we've got to contest against VP over at Northpad, because Alliance took Trident, as they like to do. They take Rari. VP decided, you know what, we're not going to let you get Northpad. We're going to try and fight you So Alliance versus VP over at Northpad is something surely we have to keep our eyes on here.
Yeah, definitely. If there is gunfire over towards Northpad, it's likely that the fight will happen. But it looks like at the moment, Virtus.pro are backing off away from that fight. When we briefly checked in with them, Alliance are trying to chase them down though. They very clearly said, we want to take this away from them. There is a survey beacon here that they can use as well. And they have changed composition. Interestingly, no crypto being used here by Alliance. They are going to favor Pathfinder instead alongside the Sparrow. So we'll see how this one plays out. I think that is a decision being made because of the potential fight as well.
I would agree with you, and also think there's a little bit of storm point in that as well. We know that Alliance were very, very good at making those micro rotates late game, getting point A to point B using that Pathfinder zip. So Alliance may be thinking the contest potential, like you quite rightly highlight, but also something they're comfortable with if we find ourselves in a situation like we do now with a potential fight against VP. But VP have backed down. They've got over to down beast. It doesn't look like this game we're going to see it.
No, not this game, but potentially the next one. And maybe it will happen on rotation as well, because you have to remember they are going to be both trying to get from point A to point B in the same area of this map. Speaking of going down to Barometer, a lot of squads have already found themselves in that area. We check in with 100 Thieves who are currently on the northeast side, being followed by VK Gaming, may I add. So another potential for a fight to happen here as well.
Another quick rotate coming in from 100T as well. You saw attachments being shared between them, and when you're dropping a 1x2 for someone, usually gives a good indication that maybe you don't have the loot that you would have wanted. Another good example of that is Kassa doesn't have a single attachment on his longbow right now.
And when we speak about teams within touching distance of match point, VK Gaming are one of them. 17 points away. A victory plus kills is going to get you there. And I mean, imagine that. Imagine VK Gaming were the first team to hit match point. We've always known them as a squad that can play aggressive, can find those kills, a great fighting team, but it would definitely be a dark horse moment if they were one of the first to cross match point threshold.
Yeah, certainly a criminally underrated team, I think, in the ALGS, and the only way that you can stop being criminally underrated is continuing to perform at the level that they have been in recent events. ROC, 42 points on the board. We're going to keep highlighting that. Only the 8 needed as they hit the survey beacon here. They're going to get a little bit of an indication of where teams are going to be laying in front of them.
Sometimes when you're on this position, you might be using that survey beacon to find teams. I feel like ROC could also be considering how do we avoid teams and instead think about getting our Evos up for potential fights. But by scanning, they did give their position away to TSM, who are a little bit ahead of them on this rotation through Cascade Falls, because I think ROC want to go down and hit that ring console so they can get more Evo and get more information.
A lot of teams inside the zone playing deep into zone as well, right down on that southern side. So the general feeling from the majority of teams is that they're going to be expecting that endgame to pull towards those buildings right down on the southern side. TSM going to take a lot longer to get there, as you can see, with the POI that they dropped at. So going to get the scan here from the survey beacon on what teams are going to be in front of them. The first one in front of them is going to be Sentinels. This is Barometer, though. This is a lot of where we expect endgame action to be taking place.
Rival Esports against Wolves also taking place in our kill feed, or at least there was a knock, but it looks like maybe that fight has subsided and it was just some damage from distance. Speaking of damage from distance, SAUL also taking down a member of Wolves Esports, so they are really struggling at the moment to stay on their feet.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams inside of Barometer at the moment. All these knocks are coming in and around Barometer. You have to wonder if there's going to be a little bit of res farming potentially going on with these teams that have rotated, looking for those extra free Evo points. At the moment, Legacy looks like he's a little bit worried that there's a lot of angles that he's not going to be able to avoid all of.
I wonder if SAUL can find their way back into the conversation as well. Of course, we know that Sharky has been very successful throughout Apex South. The real question is, are they going to be able to actually get some points here in this lobby to consider themselves potential chances of winning? Because at the moment they're a little bit of a way off, and as teams get closer towards match point, you start to wonder if you'll even get a chance to be on match point yourself.
Nemesis having a little bit of a scuffle. You see that in the feed as well. Fnatic are going to lose one. Again, all these fights at the moment seem to be fairly inconsequential, apart from, like you say, that one we've just seen, because ALGS will be finished and that will be him out of the game. That's going to force Fnatic to go into a position where they have to look for that res. So elsewhere, VK Gaming, they're going to be safe down on the bottom here. They've got the Newcastle to play with. They've got the wall they can use. Also a Catalyst as well. So if anyone tries to siege them, it's going to be very, very difficult without taking damage.
RSC Esports, I can see, just ballooned into the north and have just found a building for free. So they've done their job on their rotation all the way from Lightning Rod. Now are within the next 2 zones. So a chance really to play from here and pick up 8 points that they need as Fnatic will respawn Lovelace back onto his feet. There's a lot of expectation and weight on the shoulders for Fnatic from me in particular with the amount of points they found on Storm Point. I'm wanting to see something special here.
One of my favorite zones, I would say, and POI is to see an endgame at Barometer. Skyhook's always up there for me when we get those crazy stacked up finishes with teams sharing buildings, sharing floors. Almost guaranteed to have 20 squads alive in those situations. Barometer, I feel like, gives it enough of a home for a lot of those teams to exist in a similar way, especially on Storm Point, which usually POI doesn't allow most teams to get in there, but there's a lot of playable spots here. Rivalry Esports, 20 points to their name. 30 might seem a long way off, but that's very achievable in a couple of games.
So most people are safe in Barometer, but down here on the southeast, you've got Na'Vi, Furia, and TSM all in the same area trying to move from this eastern side. TSM are going to be the last to arrive, and I don't know if Furia know that TSM are there. They were looking towards Na'Vi previously as VP get eliminated in the kill feed.
They died to Alliance as well. Nowhere near the contest, but certainly happening over at Mill. So I'm counting that as a 1-0 to Alliance.
So all these teams, all 3 of them, hesitant to actually get involved in this fight because now they're all aware of each other's presence. They know all 3 squads are here. The zone might have to force this fight to happen as it begins to close. As TSM have gone slightly back into the zone, Furia also having to go into the zone as well to try and avoid Na'Vi's gunfire.
Shaco going to get the first knock here as well. This will be finished as well. R301, probably one of the first kills we've seen from that so far here in Riyadh.
TSM taking a balloon to try and get over the top of both teams now.
Care package over there.
And all 3 teams have done pretty well to stay alive, even if it's with 1 player or less.
Where did TSM go, though? We'll find out in a few moments' time. Alliance, though, having won that fight against VP. Stinger Bolt comes in, which just forces them to just vacate the space in front of them. It's going to give Canon here a chance to jump up onto the height, but a beautiful Q coming in there will just force him down from effect. Stinger being a real problem, and now the damage has been done. Hackers is going to swing past. Doesn't make it past, though, and now Unlucky finds himself on his own. Alliance take down VP, but won't make it any further.
I mean, we have to give credit to Kinotrope Gaming there for taking down Alliance because we know that is no easy feat. With how Alliance have been fighting throughout this tournament, Kinotrope defends successfully, rewarded now with the entirety of the western side of this circle, may I add. A real opportunity for Kinotrope to gain some points here, but depending on where this zone does shift, if it goes a little bit further southeast, they could be in a difficult spot.
Well, Na'Vi still chasing down Furia at the moment. Madness gets a bullet to the back of his head.
Furia did get the respawn back to 3, but then Noct got taken down.
And Madness now has to pop a battery. You can see they pop the Tempest to try and close this gap. But now that's run out. EMP is going to go down, which might slow progress a little bit. But Madness is going to feel the brunt of that as well. Now the swing is going to come in from Slab. You have to imagine that Madness is not going to make it out of this. Slab will be credited with the kill. Furia still running in zone here. Keon, looking at the med situation for him, not looking great. Just the 3 syringes, and he has to go towards zone here.
Yeah, because Keon was the one who was just respawned, I believe. So he just doesn't really have the meds, but he's going to try and go the long way round. As Barometer is where we are heading, and one of the teams that did have priority to it was Wolves Esports, of course. I would also say that Ninjas in Pajamas dropping down at Barometer had a lot of priority to this zone. But many a team moved very fast to find themselves, and the zone is going to shift east. So, you know, I mentioned Kinotrope winning that fight against Alliance, having the western side. They're going to have to move across the water here if they want to find themselves in zone.
Gen G look like they're backing off initially. As 100 Thieves do at least make their presence felt here. It's not going to be a comfortable rotate for them. And 100 Thieves are going to have to think about moving forward in around 20 seconds time as well. There's a team on the island. That's going to be Sentinels, who are aware that 100 Thieves will have to move in very soon. They do have the catwall available here. Jen Burton have that available to make that cross.
Have an enemy out there.
outside of that, the rotate options pretty slim here for 100 Thieves unless they just bully them away with bullets. Like Sentinels have backed up from this position now, and the opportunity has been seized by 100 Thieves. It's really good timing for them.
Yeah, what's going to be awkward is the teams arriving from the north now. Speaking of awkward, Na'Vi also losing one out here to enter Force 36.
This one's going to fly in himself, try and do a little bit more damage. Slab drops a frag grenade, but that's not going to hit. Tina, though, is going to have his toes and calves and ankles singed as this fight just invites Team Liquid now to join.
Oh, what a win this could be for Liquid. If you take control of this building, one of the few buildings within the next zone, but it's not done yet. They need to make sure they heal up here from Nizel. Now have they been able to stabilize would be my question.
Fury just been eliminated, but in the meantime, the last player alive, Keon, wasn't able to make anything happen as a solo. Na'Vi still was a 2 though. Important there for Liquid that the one player that went down wasn't the Newcastle, able to quickly reset here. And speaking of resets, Hiaka also gets back to his feet, so they have the Crypto back now. 100 Thieves now push up onto Sentinels. This fight has been waiting to take place for quite some time. Good damage coming in initially. Phony down to 1 HP though. Verholz, he's not looking too healthy as well. That grenade might hurt, and it will hurt him indeed. It will be enough to take him down. And Gen left on his own here for 100 Thieves. Coming into this game, 15 points away. Loads up, flies in. Phony back on his feet now, but it's ROC who are moving into third. All of this going on. Sentinels eliminated. Phony will go down as well. 100 Thieves, they are out.
Points for ROC though, up to 45 now, and 5 points away from that match point threshold. Could we be seeing our first team cross it here as we see Storm Point for the first time? They are going to control like the entirety of the northeast side of this circle. A real opportunity for just getting placement points here. I mean, top 10 should be good for them, which would be one more placement point to 46. I mean, after that, you just need to win one more team fight. You'd be up to 49, and you'd get a placement point. It's looking good for ROC.
Really, really good for ROC. That pulled back to the northern side of Barometer. We mentioned earlier on how it felt like a lot of teams were backing on it, pulling down to the southern side. Well, now making that rotate, everyone has to go through each other. Like you say, ROC have all of this bridge, all of this space in front of them, with nobody closing in to contest it.
And you know, as a player, when you are like 5 points away from being that first squad to cross the match point threshold, and to think ROC are the only team out of all the regional final winners to actually do well at this tournament, they are still backing themselves up from their online performance.
Well, Nemesis are in trouble here, though. They've got to take this port. You can see damage has been done. Rival Esports trying to pressurize them at the end of this portal as well. Nemesis do make it out, but are they healthy enough to reset here? That's the real question. Looks like the Newcastle wall has gone down, so Nemesis somehow, even with about 5 HP on both players, reset for long enough to pop some shield batteries here. They will be, I think, close enough to zone to be a problem, but Rival just keep peppering them.
The ability to stabilize is incredible with Newcastle, but Rival Esports now need to push it.
But look at the fight here from Nemesis. They won't go down easily, and now they're turning this fight on their head. Zuni gets one. He's actually going to be credited with 2, and the Flow is now the last alive.
Last alive, will be able to get at least a shield, but doesn't matter. Nemesis somehow stabilize and win the fight. But now it's just going to be down to 1. No shield swap available.
Oh!
But maybe a back can be popped.
Gets behind the knockdown shields. Gen G in the meantime respawning both Dexter and Asia while all of this fight takes place. Speaking of fights, you can see TSM and Falcons. They're throwing some fists at each other at the moment, and it looks like Falcons are in a position to potentially win this one, but no! No, it's Gen who clutches up.
TSM again finding big points here when they needed to. How many times have we seen that throughout this tournament? But can they stabilize just as they have done over and over and over again through pools? It looks like the answer is going to be no, as 2 teams manage to get their eyes on them.
And Nemesis take a page out of the TSM book. They clutch, they stay alive, they reset, and now Zuni has a Kraber. Nemesis have fought their way from a horrible looking position into one now where they are in a position of power.
12 squads now remain. Remember, 1 placement point looming as soon as you get into top 10. ROC on 46 points right now. They did just get a knock onto Nemesis, but I don't think it was converted.
BK Gaming, by the way. Bang center zone. Liquid also in this zone. Na'Vi pressuring them. This fight has been written in chapters so far inside of this building, and this is the second one. There is VK Gaming, though, isolated on their own in that corner with the Newcastle wall down, away from all of this gunfire.
I mean, I can already tell you this is going to be an incredible final circle because we've got like 6 teams within that next zone and still 6 other squads who have to force their way into the zone. Guaranteed fights to happen in the next 30 seconds.
Jaguar is going to use that Ultimate Accelerant to get that Newcastle wall back very soon. But VK Gaming, all of a sudden they're under duress. All of a sudden they're under pressure, and Caster's last alive as it's been Wolves Esports who are just firing down on them. Kinatrope have gone in the meantime.
And if VKG go down, really it's only ROC who are likely to pass the match point threshold here at this point. They're on 47 points right now, and they're in the kill feed.
Oh, they're
and
making
taking
a
a fight.
They are making a play for match point here. Enderforce 36 eliminated, and match point is hit. The Americas regional champions will be the team to hit 51st.
ROC carry on their form from online, but now they'll want more. Now they want to take points away from other teams here.
Now they want to get comfortable winning games. Vaxelon looks so cool and calm under pressure in this situation. Reloads that Devo. VK Gaming have been eliminated. They won't pick up any more points on their journey towards 50.
Yeah, I don't think anyone else is really close enough to cross match point now. It is just going to be ROC going into match 5 as the sole match point cross team.
Nemesis still holding on. Still surviving. Rock still outputting damage. They know Gen G are in this corner. They just can't quite get the angles for those headshots. One day to do it. But I don't think they've got any in the backpack.
I mean, really good position here for ROC and a really good composition to work with as well. Having that castle wall available. Nemesis still have 1 player alive, but Team Liquid taking a fight against Gen G right now. You can also see Wolves are getting a big fight against Fnatic.
SAUL, you mentioned how they'd taken the west side completely earlier on. Well, they're still there. Up on the high ground on that western side. Na'Vi still alive, taking on Gen G. Jacko will get a finish in that fight. Zip's going to go out. That's going to allow them to cross.
Oh, wow.
The wall goes down. Bang, center zone for ROC.
Such good ideas and such good positioning, using both ultimates now to secure a spot. But you need to be making sure you're looking at this building, because Na'Vi were going to try and do the same thing.
Well, the big thing there you might notice as well, they picked up a couple of frag grenades from some death boxes around them. As teams leave this building, a couple of sky nades could go huge here for ROC.
This would be massive for ROC to steal points away from other teams, to make sure they have an even bigger gap between themselves and the rest of the lobby. Gen G go down, SAUL eliminated too.
Vaxelon wants some KP, uses that grapple to get in, influence a fight, Fnatic will go out. Na'Vi will fall next as well as Team Nemesis, and the solo will fall. Vaxelon outputting damage, putting up numbers of Wolves. They might be next as ROC start to go crazy in this game.
This is a masterclass from Deeds with Newcastle play as well. The shield wall comes out to give them protection. Liquid now go down, and ROC versus NIP.
NIP, welcome to Vaxelon. The man with this Devo on the Pathfinder has been electric in this game. Match point hit. Champions now. Huge performance. ROC are on fire.
All they have to do is win 1 more match, and they would be the champions here in the mid-season playoffs at Esports World Cup 2025. They are within touching distance now of that EWC trophy. And may I add, the only team on match point, and no one else is really like guaranteed to get it going into the next match as well.
It's the free hit. But we have to talk about, for all the good, the curse of hitting match point first. No one has managed to really do it in the LAN environment. Even though they had that free hit, even though they're playing so well, can they write new records here? By closing it out as the first team to hit match point. But what a masterful performance that was from ROC. The rotates, the fighting, the way they navigated, and Vax is playing out of his skin right now.
Everyone played their part, whether it was just going with supporting abilities, the IGL calls, or of course, as you mentioned, the sheer amount of damage that was being output. 25-point game for ROC to cross the match point threshold. And the best news, we go back to Stormpoint for match 5. They get the chance to run it back here on the map that they took priority with their POI draft. They're at Lightning Rod, one of the most successful POIs you can have on this map. There is a real chance for ROC here in match 5.
And I'm sure after regional finals in the Americas, a lot of people maybe had a raised eyebrow or two. Wouldn't have been the team that was picked probably first, second, third, maybe even fourth to be the regional champions. Well, they won it on match point, and they are showing the match point speciality maybe is their forte here. They are the first team to hit it. They are winning game after game, and not just hitting match point, the way they close out as well, they are looking absolutely fantastic at this stage.
I mean, me and Jayhawk bumped into Deeds earlier, and he said he was watching Jayhawk's videos. They're getting pumped up and ready for today, and Jayhawk said, hey, if you go and win the thing, I'll create a whole video about you. Well, you are not far off from achieving that. 67 points, crossed the match point threshold, and there is still a bit of a gap there between teams to reach it themselves.
I'm going to say that's not a gap, that's a chasm between ROC and the points they've put up so far. But you're right, when it's talking about 50 points, which is the one that really matters here, Ninjas in Pajamas have moved up into second place. They are now within a striking distance, as are a few teams in behind them. But wow, what a performance this has been from Rock. They have looked absolutely incredible so far.
And you speak about people raising eyebrows, the haters, the doubters. The best way to silence them would to be winning it in 5. We never see something like that. It happens so rarely. I think once in APAC we saw something so dominant. But ROC are looking like they could maybe become champions. All they need is one more match. We're going for a break.
I mean, if you don't know this face already, then what are you doing? Of course, it is Papa Gen, one of my favorite people to talk through in these interviews here. We absolutely love him. He's an absolute character. And of course, he is the father of Jen Burton from 100 Thieves. I mean, at any point, does your proud level get any higher? Or has it reached the ceiling at this point?
It has not really, no, not. It will peak more.
I think so after these games, it's probably going to go a little bit higher and higher. I think there's no end to you, Papa Gen, of course. But, you know, he's always here supporting the family, of course. I don't think I've ever seen him not at a single event, to be honest with you. I do have Mama Gen next to me as well, who likes to come along here. But obviously, you know, they've had a bit of a trouble with, you know, say, Phony in it. Were you ready to sub in and fill for Phony in the games?
I was. I begged them to get me in the team, but they didn't know.
Yeah, honestly, they were talking about picking Bronzy, and I was like, why don't you get Papa Gen in there? Honestly, he's probably a better player than Bronzy, right?
Definitely. You see?
Absolutely.
They made a mistake or not?
I think they made a mistake, guys. But look, Papa Gen, we absolutely love having you here. And of course, you're actually going to be a part of a bit of a documentary series for the EWC. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
I'm excited about it. It's the first time I've been involved in something like that. Yes. You can watch it, I think, next May. Yeah.
That's it. You're going to be absolutely famous, even more than you are. Of course, this is Papa Gen, the father of Jen Burton from 100 Thieves, and we're about to head into match number 5.
I killed one. Come back. Shit. IVP. Who's your love?
Okay, yeah.
Wait, we can't get the spot off the thing. I'm MVP. Top 4. So you love backs.
We good.
The rest of the right.
So much damage.
I'm APing now. Did we kill this guy?
I'm burning. I'm deep. Sauce, you're split.
I know. One. Patty one behind. Dead. I got swap. Top 2.
Watch that ballistic. Last one.
I'm reloading. Sing.
Nice! Come on! Come the fuck on!
Holy fuck.
Good shit, guys. Come
If I
on,
didn't troll
man.
last game, we would have won already.
Holy fuck.
My God.
We're on a burner right now.
We live in a world right now where Rock, now sitting at match point, could take the dub here in this mid-season playoffs. Vax, Deegs, and Saucer are playing out of their minds. The positioning in that end zone alone, Jamerson, had Vax literally baiting the opposing team to go into the line of sight of his own teammates.
And also importantly, throughout the mid-game, just how well that they were able to control the teams around them, navigating the battlefield. That's why we've seen over the course of the last 3 games, Rock absolutely dominating, getting that win on game 2 when we were on World's Edge. Another close finish there in game 3, and here in game number 4, that barometer rotate all the way out from Elrod. Now, they're the only team sitting on match point. 2 teams stand on the cusp of hitting match point, but that means it's another opportunity for Rock to close it out without anyone stopping them.
No Catalyst going right back over to Storm Point. I'm expecting to see an influx of these Newcastles. We've already kind of saw it in that last game too. Second most picked legend here, but with no Catalyst and going over to Storm Point, it can get a little finicky when it comes to crossing that big distance here where there's little to no cover when it comes to the different POIs of Storm Point.
We have a lot of options, right? We can see, of course, teams defaulting back to more aggressive compositions, but with that Newcastle, like you had mentioned, still being in play, can make it difficult. But I'm expecting some ballistic cryptos as well. We saw a steep drop off of the cryptos as the series continued on. We'll see if maybe more teams want to pick that one up.
I think it's an interesting story, looking at the POIs here and looking where Rock had to come from specifically over to that north side of the zone, where teams like Alliance, who like to thrive with using that crypto composition, can't really get away with it in this case. I think they had ran the ballistic Pathy and the Sparrow specifically. We're wondering here, looking at the results of pools, we have right now Rock, our previous regional winner finals from Americas, finding themselves here in the Esports World Cup for our mid-season playoffs, close to possibly taking this game here if they can remain consistent.
And that's what they've been able to do. Again, 3 games in a row. First, second, and a first. Now they just need to string together one more victory. They have no other team that could possibly take it, so this is their opportunity. It was interesting, though, seeing the rotations out. Like we had mentioned, they're on the draft. Coming out from Elrod, they had VK Gaming, another squad that was right there just on the cusp of getting so close to match point over at Stormcatcher. They rotate in a very similar way down over towards that barometer side. And we saw that Rock being able to play this one a little bit more patiently, bide their time, and, well, destroy everyone in front of them. The third party coming out, eliminating 2 teams. Rock are just on another level right now.
We know once we hit this threshold, though, one of my favorite things about match point format specifically is the target on the teams. They have it on their backs against the other squads that know exactly where these teams are in the overall standings. The fact that Rock lead this entire lobby with 67 points, the same lobby that we saw Alliance farm within Pool B, the same lobby that we highlighted Falcons, we highlighted TSM and their consistent placement points is crazy. Can this be it? Can this be the opportunity right now as we get into game number 5 on Storm Point? It's going to be difficult, but they land over by Lightning Rod. They have a Trident for quick rotates. They have an Evil Harvester. Let's see if they have the Beacon for information.
Rock currently leading with 67 points, like you had mentioned, 29 points in the lead. But that lead doesn't matter. All that does, closing it out They need to do it here before anyone else gets on match point. This is their biggest opportunity where there is no other competition really to stand in their way. Rock Esports are on a generational run. I mean, we had so many high expectations. Falcons, TSM, Alliance, but it's not even any of those squads that we're mentioning right now. It's Rock, it's NIP, VKG, and 100 Thieves currently in the top 4, and those 3 other teams are about 12, 14 points away. So a decent game from any of them. They don't necessarily need the win, but they can get on top. And Vicky, look at that zone pull. We're going back down to the southwest over towards Barometer, but this is a different zone. It is pulling away just a bit from Barometer, so you're going to expect a lot of that open ground, a lot of that open water to be in for this one. So it is going to play out a little bit differently, but we're seeing now VK Gaming already making their move, 100 Thieves as well, and Fnatic looking to control a power position.
Yeah, we've seen zones like this end up pulling towards that northern building of Barometer, so I'm actually expecting a Barometer zone specifically here too. It's about the early rotates and where you want to find yourself. NIP have that POI advantage. This is a team that you were talking to Jamerson in the break, where they stand after they were able to get second place in that previous game.
This is our opportunity, right? NIP currently sitting with 38 points. They just need the plus 12. They were able to secure that second place finish with some kill points. So at the very least, get to match point by the end of this one. We'll see if they can play off the priority well. We talked about their draft on E-District. They did extremely well off of priority there, but now the zone pulling right on top of them. They've already shown us in game number 4 they can do it, but hold on just a moment. Furia versus Sentinels right now. Madness already getting the knock.
Be able to walk away with that KP before going right back up though. Madness angry with the rest of Furia. They've only been able to secure 6 points over the course of these last 4 games.
Neon, try and chase after this kill. Sentinels have already split up for this one, so Furia at best will only secure 1 more kill point here. But again, in this marathon run, that is match point finals, every single point counts. It's going to be Riley Mekanak on the other sides of the sights of Furia. Alliance taking the fight to VP here at North Pad.
Oh, but losing out on Slayer before sliding in with the grapple. Missing out on some of these shots. Effect gets the back-to-back knock with the double Mozams here, finishing things off. VP get eliminated.
Alliance, they are one of the teams swapping off over towards that ballistic, and they are claiming their stake. Alliance is a squad that's already claimed the stake here at North Pad and Trident. So many teams avoid them on the draft. VP came in last pick, I believe. Their final pick to take North Pad. A few options were available, but of course, things like Lift, East Trail, not things teams typically take. But VP learning the hard way why you stay out of Alliance's way here on Storm Point.
Genji being another one of those teams already making their rotate here, but they are trailing behind that Sentinels player. The rest here of this lobby have already made their way into this next zone. Interesting to see VK Gaming, who exited out of Stormcatcher, understanding the team that's going to be coming out of Lightning Rock being Rock specifically here, but now they find themselves in the north side of that Jurassic Park.
Yeah, VK Gaming decided, you know, we didn't get here with priority. We were not here in time. We saw them take a similar approach in game number 1 when we were on E District, coming all the way from Humber Labs, going all the way up north to Lotus. But they were so late, it's better to control a choke. Instead, try to play slow side of zone. Unfortunately for them, they're not going to be able to make it all the way over to slow side, and particularly here on Storm Point, it's difficult to control it when the ring doesn't pull to the extreme edges of the zone, right? You have so many teams that can come in, quickly rotate behind you with the Trident, so it's not something that you can really do. So VK Gaming back off. For Rock Esports, our only team currently set on match point. They are making their way on in. They've got a lot of options available to them. As I'm trying to see if we got a scan anywhere nearby, they do have a few recon scans that they can hit to try and figure out where they want to play here.
Waiting to get that scan here before they start zooming back around. 8 enemies scanned. You see where everybody is settled here after getting that scan in Cascade. They also noted that TSM were waiting for them on the north side of Cedo. Rock will be planning out this pathing, Evo Harvester right next to them here, just so that way knowing that they're going to be a little late on this rotate compared to the majority part of this lobby. We get to see the replay here. It's Furia fight versus Sentinels from early on. I saw that here before here too. While they were able to finish that off though, see Rock making that rotate before finding themselves at the mouth of Jurassic. VK Gaming have not moved from here because they're trying to prevent other teams from getting information on the ring console that's in Jurassic.
Well, there's really nowhere for them to play around Barometer right now. They hit that scan, they know. The large majority of the lobby, about 15 teams, are already inside of Barometer proper. For now, you just gotta kind of have to hope that you get an awkward ring pull that they can really capitalize off of. And so they are going to play things out. They've got that ring console over at Jurassic on lockdown. Rock, we're eyeing it as well. Inside of Barometer proper, you can see Fnatic holding position here on the northern edge. And it's VK Gaming that will secure that ring console for themselves.
Thank you very much for that net set of information, and they'll get the word that this zone is pulling towards that northern side of Barometer where we saw NIP off of their POI advantage, finding that building. They're going to be looking at Rival Esports on the other side of that zipline bridge. I'll guide you right there in the corners of Barometer. VK Gaming, though, as they find themselves going through the tunnel, it's Rock that are still waiting for them on the other side. VK Gaming then will be able to wrap around, go towards the Evo Harvester that we saw Rock go through earlier, and then approach probably through Cedo Station where there's also another ring console since they have to play objective considering that they're still on blue evos.
Yeah, VK has to have like a decent understanding of who that team is probably going to be. Understanding that it's Rock Esports, they want to try and delay that ring console scan as much as possible, but unfortunately, they have to make their move fast, and they need to make their move now. So they give it up. Rock Esports are going to be able to hit that tag, and as soon as they know, they will have, of course, all the information they need to close this one out. Rock Esports, 67 points after 4 games, averaging 16 points per game in a match point finals. Slightly unheard of.
Fast and Furious, I guess. They're rocking out. See the zip lines put up here too. And it was the Newcastle, by the way. 11 picks on the Newcastle. Understandable here. We see what Newcastle could do out in the open ground for the teams that have not been able to find their own building, especially in a zone like this where there's so many different angles in Barometer. 100 Thieves, though. Looking down at Na'Vi as they hold this high ground, though. So many cryptos still reside in the lobby. Rock running one of those compositions with the Crypto, Newcastle, and the Pathfinder. One of the 3, I actually believe. Nice highlight here, playing into that comfort on the Newcastle wall. Just going to be able to zap those knuckle clusters away.
Yeah, for Na'Vi, they're just biding their time. This is, of course, what happens when you early rotate into Barometer for the time being. We have a lot of rotates coming out just to keep teams abreast. Rock Esports are moving their way south now through Jurassic, almost met up with Furia. As Furia give up their position at that choke to work their way on in. I think Furia took that as an indicator. They weren't able to get the ring scan for themselves. And noting that Rock, who did, they use that as the context clue for where they need to go. So they start working their way into the eastern edge. That gives Rock all the space to play off of here. Furia now underneath the bridge. They're going to have to worry about their back. You can see Vaxlon looking for some damage here. Gets tagged himself. Stays alive. Rock Esports, though, still have to be careful. Teams are behind them. They have not been able to hit a survey scan in just a while. So they are not playing with perfect information, but they do have the crypto to keep an eye on their back.
Saw Duke getting knocked to look like in the feed right there. Rival showing an appearance, one of the teams with the Caustic. I think the only team with a Caustic. A little brave move out here when you see so many cryptos, honestly, as panicking and just trying to grapple away, getting that information.
Fafa Fifth is on the chase, though. We'll see how much longer CSM can survive for. Fafa Fifth is forced to fall back. It's going to be Enter Force 36 to secure that last kill. TSM now eliminated, bringing us down to 18 squads. Rival Esports pick up some much necessary econ for themselves. Again, another team that ran in here really early on. They've got the Caustic. That's kind of interesting. Game number 5. We saw that one come out a little bit later. Game number 7, game number 8. But looks like it was a good call here in Barometer.
That's Gop Gaps. Brave with the crypto EMPs. completely annihilating those barrels if you find your safety inside of that building here. But Baxlon moving right back over to the choke. EMP now coming out here. Going back though with the grapple, has his teammates right there to give him cover fire. We see this constantly with this team. Great communication, great guidance from Saucer.
Alliance getting a nice team fight win, knocking out Wolves there in 18th place. It was a big fight over the Mythic bin. Kinotro Gaming looking to come in for the third party on that one, but it is Alliance. They're being slowed down just a bit as Rock Esports are looking for a fight up against Sentinel. EMP connects, and Baxlon is ready to work his way in.
But they have to do this quickly because Gen.G are looking at this fight, and I believe Gen.G is also one of the teams with the crypto themselves, so they'll have that information. As having the high ground here, Saucer gets the next crack, trying to follow up though. Nice and patience while Riley tries to swing to the side. Saucer in a different angle though, dropping down with the Newcastle wall is Deeds, but Saucer gets taken out before he can get into cover from the rock.
Gen.G full sending onto this one. Baxlon still up with Deeds for now. They will have that Newcastle res as Gen.G secure the thirst onto Lauder. Gen.G on the roof, spot out Furia, who actually turned their heads onto this fight. This might be Rock getting knocked out. Deeds down to 1 HP.
Oh, wait a minute. This is Cinema. Rock Esports get eliminated in 16th. We keep the game going. We see more Apex. Good call from Madness right there from Furia. They were playing underneath the bridge, close to jungle, and being right here on the Pathfinder allowed them to zipline to get involved in that fight.
Throughout all that, Kinotrope Gaming, that fight over the Mythic bin, they actually come out ahead, knocking out Alliance. We're now down to 15 squads here. Furia move back into that same position that they were in just before for that third party. The third round now is closing in. Kinotrope Gaming, they've got VKG just ahead of them. S8UL set up with their walls, looking on over with that rampart, excuse me. VK Gaming have been able to work their way on in Gen.G Esports. Now just getting eliminated. Libel Lace with some nice shots from that Kraber to finish that one off.
It's just so scary. Every time I see a Kraber in this guy's hands, it's just magic happens right now. Wait a minute. Oh. I wanted to see if he was going to land that right there.
Yeah, literally on the edge of our seats for that shot. But he was holding on to it. VKG, looks like they will be able to finish off Kinotrope maybe in just a moment here. Yeah, with the help of Nemesis, that's another team gone. Ooh. Sentinels getting bombarded right now. It's all Riley Mechanac.
And with a great nade from Madness, they're looking to see if they could at least pick up some KP, but they're not going to extend on this. It's a team that wants to hold the low ground positioning of the bridge. Also noting that Rival Esports were right next door to Sentinels, so they didn't want to try to fully send that. Literally Sentinels stuck in that corner at the moment. Furia trying to ping at them from afar, while VKG moving underneath the other side, the other bridge here. Sentinels get eliminated. It's a very tough cable cart to hold specifically, especially when you find yourself pinched.
Now, VKG work their way up towards one of the shuttles. Looks like they were able to secure some of the loot off of the Kinotrope players there. You see the gold helm now. The res from the Newcastle coming out to keep them topped off. BKG, one of the teams on the verge of hitting match point. They need 11 more points here, but Yanya is not going to allow them to do that. Here's a charge forward from Nizel with Sheila out.
Get down, Presidente! Nizul tries to follow up with that Sheila, but VKG having the Newcastle, get the res. Patient play, but Yanya not expecting QQ to appear on the other side of the door. VKG have the advantage.
Oh my goodness. The plays coming out from VKG, biding enough time for QQ to come in for that flank. Flake calling out the Pathfinder the entire time. VKG are able to turtle up extremely well with that Newcastle, and now they clear out that northwest side for a free walk-in with this zone.
Newcastle clutches. That's been the theme, honestly, here in the midseason playoffs, aside from the nice highlight of the R9. Fnatic managed to make their way into that next zone, taking a good amount of damage before finding that landing. VKG, though, aren't looking at them because they got all the loot to themselves right at their feet with the graveyard that they left behind. Team Nemesis now up on the high ground. This is a great spot to hold here. Least contested, and you could try to steal some KP from the teams playing on the low ground.
Yeah, and they need him. They're at currently 30 points, I believe. VKG only 8 points off. Libel Ace tries to charge forward, but QQ once again playing the bouncer will keep them far back. Might be forcing Q. No, he ends up going down. They still have LD up. Renock, there it is. Fnatic get eliminated. And QQ is going to be brought back up to his feet.
BK Gaming at 46 points right now. They're looking like they want to join the Match Point Club. 3 KP, 8 KP total for this team, while NIP are trailing right behind them. Top 3 for that team too, as they're at 44 points.
Enter Force 36 will be the next team eliminated here, bringing us down to 8 squads remaining. 8 full squads at that. VK Gaming just need 1 team fight win, 3 KP, and then they will be on match points. So much on the line here. And unfortunately for Rock, they have to watch on as their competitors start catching up to them.
You called it, Jaybird, and you said the teams that were right there on the bubble to also hit 50 points, to be at match point. Now NIP, another one of those teams here, as we see 100 Thieves just drop down. Arc Stars hurtled in their direction, but look at this little house that they've set up. Newcastle walls, Rampart walls, but in the next 20 seconds, they got to start moving. See how it looks like as McLovin on NIP is over to the right side. Great angles, though, forcing them to hold back.
100 Thieves, another squad. It's a little bit further, but they are on the cusp of hitting match point. We are on the verge of possibly 3 teams making it onto match point here in game number 5. But they have a lot of work ahead of them here. 400 Thieves getting caught out. It's going to be Falcons poking out. Quality taking a lot of damage, but that's Phony getting knocked down from ImperialHal.
That's Falcons wrapping up on the other side. Now looking at 100 Thieves. Verholst staring down his former teammate of Hal here as Zero drops off with the Ballistic, with the Tempest, revving up the Rampage, but Verholst turns around and gets the click with the car. He can't clutch it up. He's outnumbered. Was one shot. You saw him in the cam raising his eyebrows as 100 Thieves get eliminated.
NIP and VKG both sitting at 48 points. 2 more kill points, and that will put them over the hill, putting them on match point. NIP, they have to sense it. It's VKG on the other side. They've done so much damage, but Rivals goes down. Both teams have made it onto match point, but it's going to be NIP now looking to knock out VKG.
The deed is done. That's what matters here. Match point finals. VKG, NIP have now hit 50 points. That leaves us to 3 teams here with the possibility of taking us home in the next game, but focusing here at what's at stake. NIP are looking at the teams right alongside them.
VKG not able to reset quite yet. Now here in our final 4 for this zone, we've got Na'Vi, NIP, Team Falcons. We're now sitting at 27 points, and of course, VKG, 2 of them have been thirsted. It's just QQ left as a rat.
If he hasn't already hit that replicator before, by the way, Kuriv lacking on the energy ammo department here with that Devo. Vayne spotting out QQ though. Gonna be able to keep rushing him out. He's forced to go into the zone, phasing out on the right. I mean, I love seeing something like that here. He got the feud swap, but I mean, come on. You're getting Barrow shoved here. Barrow looked down, rather, on the PK, and we know the PK's got some range. EMP, though, Curve backs away here. Needs some suppressed fire as Na'Vi looks to try to take this fight.
The final 3v3v3. Na'Vi push forward. Kurev gets the knock. Now, with 2 gone, they're going to charge forward. Falcons coming in for the third party.
Falcons are looking to be on form right now. A little late to the party, but they're picking up KP. Na'Vi get eliminated. Our final 1v1 here. Our last 2 teams. McLovin sliding in, has to split his attention as Hal gets 2v1. They get the next knock, and it's only up to 0 as NIP. Off of getting match point, they get the dub on top of it all for game number 5.
Some might call it lucky. Others call it skill. You have to put yourself into the position to capitalize on that kind of luck. NIP get the zone, pull towards them 2 times here at Barometer. 2nd place in game number 4, and of course, the 1st place finish there in game number 5 to now put them over the top. 64 points. It's Rock, it's NIP, and it's VKG now sitting on match point.
The gap is closing here. NIP not only take the dub, but look at this, 14 KP on the board for this squad. The way that they were able to fight, coming right into that other side, the north side of Barometer, into that next zone, splitting their attention as Falcons try to wrap up right behind them from that zipline, playing off that low gun originally, but staggered also in that fight when they decided to initiate. NIP holding two different angles there too, splitting their attention as we see our two squads, our top two teams from match number 5.
Falcons were able to stay very active in the middle of Barometer there, finding a lot of kill points for themselves, very necessary ones overall, because they were pretty low down on the leaderboard before this match. But even with that, right, they need another stellar win to try and catch up with the rest of the lobbies. Falcons, you can see they're on the leaderboard. Currently, as the series results stand, they find themselves in 5th place with 33 points. So 17 points away from hitting match point. They even have 100 Thieves ahead of them currently, who are sitting in 4th place with 39. And so they are off by 11 points. So similar to what we had in match number 5 and match number 6, we could have another 2 teams hitting match point.
But this time we will be moving on to Broken Moon, a change of scenery here, where we saw 100 Thieves take the win with 11 KP. A lot on the line with now welcoming 2 more teams at match point. What's gonna happen game number 6? Find out next on the other side of this break.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. 2 worlds inspired by each other. 2 worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
You're fine. Almost cracked one. Knuckling it. They're all in the corner. Break the queue. Break the fucking queue.
The other team might zip up.
Money.
Yeah.
On the back.
Got my fin.
Almost cracked one.
Nice. Last team.
Hey, can we push up? Push over the event, Crow.
Big it.
On the pill.
Top.
What the hell?
I got it back.
Yeah, chill. What is low?
Big it.
Behind me.
I'm overheated.
Last one. On me. One. Let's fucking go! Good fucking shit!
Good fucking shit, baby.
Dad Raven in the back, giving his players support here. The nice pop-off. Wow, we had right here with NIP taking the dub with 14 KP in a dominating fashion on Storm Point. But we will be moving on to game number 6 on Broken Moon, Jamerson.
Yeah, gifted with 2 pulls over to Barometer, but of course, you gotta use that gift. You gotta capitalize off of it, and that's what they were able to do. 2 strong games in a row, a second place finish along with that victory. Saw how much they had to fight for every inch of Barometer along the way. They controlled the battleground around them, and now NIP join Rock and VK Gaming. They're on match points. 3 teams can close it out here. We also have 2 teams on the verge, maybe even 3, of hitting match point here if they can't close it out.
I love Apex Esports. I love match point finals. The battle is on and the pressure is getting worse for the teams that have struggled to find their footing in the last 5 games right now. Now seeing 3 teams at match point, what we could see going on to Broken Moon, breaking down the map specifically, aside from the POIs, we all have highlighted how difficult these chokes can be. And as the legend bands progress, you still have the Wraith, no more Newcastle, no more Catalyst, you don't have any more Ash to help you out with these rotates, you don't have Alter, and you don't have Watson anymore. But the Crypto has still been out in play. You still can have that Wraith play as well. The Pathfinder too, that we even saw on Storm Point.
Along with the Ballistic.
Yeah.
We do typically get to see an uptick in Ballistic once we get into the later stages if he hasn't been banned out. Typically, the Ballistic coming in a later ban around round number 8, I want to say. Yeah, in match number 1, or in Group A, Pool A and Pool B. He was banned out in 8th place respectively, so he might be able to survive long enough. Here though, again, we're just waiting for our players to get into game. We currently have 3 squads, Rock, NIP, and VKG. And I was taking another look at the leaderboard, Vicky, right? I said 2 teams possibly on the verge of it, but just underneath them in 6th and 7th place, we have Falcons with 33 points and Alliance with 30. Both of these teams more than have the potential and the capabilities of hitting those big, high-scoring, high KP games to really, realistically put them into match point. So there's a world where we could see maybe 4 teams actually hit match point here.
Look, if we're gonna follow the tradition of some monumental moments of just great Apex Legends action, imagine if we follow suit from last EWC. I want to see how this lobby at match point. We're all in it. We like some more Apex. And with the way that Falcons and Alliance play, that's very possible. But you have to start building up that momentum. We know it can be tedious at times, although these players have experience already, but it can be tedious at times to find yourself with a slow start. Feel like you have to play a little bit more uneasy, aggressive, putting yourself more at risk when there's already 3 teams that don't really have to risk too much themselves. If anything, you want to try to cut them off, call them out, knowing which team is at match point if they're in front of you right now too.
Yeah, that man rising to the challenge throughout all of this. It's going to be Deeds. And honestly, this entire squad of Rock have faced their challenges in the last year.
Oh man, yeah.
Deeds himself, you know, coming in with that Tripods roster and the difficulties he faced there. But finally, able to land on a squad with a leader like Saucer, Vaxlon following suit, playing such an amazing fragging role right now. This squad has seen it all, have faced all the pressure. Now, the biggest pressure of Apex Legends on their shoulders here in Match Point Finals, looking to close things out.
Man, I mean, all of them have been through the trenches. Let's be real. The way that we saw Sauce as well transition here into Rock, it's just awesome to see. It's great to also see that Rock individually, all these players know where they slot in on this team. Vax being another one, coming out of Furia. It was Cinema being able to see Madness call that third party just to keep this going here. But now we are going to go the distance. 3 teams now closing up the race against the rest of this lobby. We're moving on to Broken Moon, guys. Once again, thank you so much for tuning in to some Apex Legends history in the making. A very stacked lobby, but anything could happen here.
That's right. Doesn't matter where you're on the leaderboard. All that matters is hitting match point and getting that victory. We are getting ready to head into game number 6. NIP on such a strong run there. While we had our back-to-back Storm Point.
Man, with this music.
Oh, we vibing. We vibing.
And the venue's rocking out hard, I guess. Popping off. All right. Getting started. Going into game number 6. Let's get this going. Our winners of game number 5, NIP. Coming into Broken Moon, no more Newcastle. Gotta highlight that once again. This is gonna affect the legend compositions going into this game. You talked about the Ballistic Jamerson. We see the Sparrow, but the teams that still feel comfortable with the Crypto will be able to do what that Sparrow does remotely, being able to get these beacon scans.
Yeah, right now we're basically seeing a mixture of a lot of compositions, but the heavy hitting favorites, it is gonna be that combo of the Ballistic along with the Crypto, and it's about who's going to slot in third. It's pretty even amongst our different comps, right? We've got the Pathfinder, we've got the Fuse slotting in as that third legend as well. But for the time being, NIP doesn't seem like they've got themselves a ring console. No, they do over here at Dry Gulch. And as we take a look at our first ring, NIP, we got to see what they did off of Priority, 2 maps in a row, and now look at them. It's a hop, skipping away over towards Virtus Pro at the core. NIP, this is their opportunity.
Wait a minute, though. When we see VP get gifted zones, a team that's right now dead last with only 6 points, all right, we've seen what happens before in early Pro League of Split 1 thus far. They had gotten gifted like 5 zones at 1 week, and they were leading overall the American region there. So, I mean, this could work out for them too if they finally find that momentum themselves.
One thing to note, though, they are split up right now over at Corey.
Oh, wait.
Imperia have already made their way on in. Na'Vi are following suit. Fnatic has been slowed down by a member of Sentinels, but it does seem like that player of Virtus Pro might be able to get away. Furia, we know how quickly they can rotate, but it's VK Gaming currently, one of the 2 teams along with NIP that were able to hit up match point in our last game, working their way in. We saw how well they were able to do with the cross-map rotation when it came down to the first game, and it looks like Rock have not slowed down one bit, already finding a kill onto a Wolves player.
Vax just keeps knocking heads out here. He's claiming them on stakes. Trying to close in that gap and being on the Fusey himself. Look at this, he's got 3 arc stars, now in 2 nades after just sending out 1, a thermite on top of it, no name. Trying to hide on the other side of this building, trying to get that reset here, and while they do try to take this fight, it's one of the teams with the caustic to know they're playing inside underneath the building here. No name gets deleted, they can't even look right behind them to focus on Deeds because they're too busy cross-eyed looking at Saucer and Vax.
Yeah, they take that to fight perfectly. They understood that they had about 20 seconds left on their Tempest. And so they needed to make something happen there. So eventually, of course, they get onto that rooftop, they secure all the exits of the building, and they'll be able to finish off Wolves. For 100 Thieves making their way on in. Jen Burton just a little bit wary of that choke. You can see he's keeping an eye on it right now. Set up with that rampart. We've got 2 members of 100 Thieves also checking the northern choke. So they've got the they've got the cliffside to their back, but they have 2 chokes that they have to worry about. They don't like the position, they move out of there.
Yeah, Trope would be approaching from the choke right next to 100 Thieves. As NIP, still white Evos. They had gone for a very quick rotate. On the Spaceport side, it looks like, considering that they land in Dry Gulch. Spaceport, though, is where we saw the ring, we saw the survey beacon. But with Gen G holding that northern side too, they felt some pressure here. So they're just going to be able to settle in because remember, they're already at match point. Their angle is to get the dub, but you still have to be able to boost up those Evo shields so you're not vulnerable to get pushed in.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult for NIP because the position they're holding right now, they don't have the same kind of sight lines unless you do something like this where you don't play as safe inside of a building. Karev looking for any kind of damage to do. He's only 60 off from his next Evo. Try and get that blue perk for himself. Nemesis have worked their way in to the southwest side here of Core. Nearly half the lobby now inside of Core proper. Some still on the outer edges. as Team Nemesis are looking to get further in.
Duty being on the raid. I'm gonna put down that portal. Lacking in some ammo here. Havoc with the 99 bullets in the reserve. Wondering what that R9 looks like instead here, but at least with the full blue Evo and the cryptos flying around. They're one of the teams without the crypto, but at least the teams around them will have that information. Looking at Na'Vi on the other side of Nemesis, Furia holding the other angle from the middle side of Core. Other squads, though, within the vicinity that are looking to gatekeep teams before they start engaging rival esports. Kenotrope still holding that southern choke. TSM have moved up into that building right alongside Rock, who have now moved up away from Cliffside where there is a ring console, where there is a survey beacon. And seeing the team still over on that northern choke originally with NIP, it's also Team Liquid alongside Genji.
Right now, all of our teams are being tested as here in match number 6 it becomes so much more difficult to really be able to identify which team is where, and I feel like that's where a lot of the caution is coming from in our fights. But this is not cautious whatsoever. EMP down onto 100 Thieves. Panic is looking for the entry. Phony caught on the cross. Only the crack there for Panic. Doesn't have the backup quite yet of the rest of his squad. He will just go ahead and back away with that damage off. Burl's keeping an eye on the outside. So it was just a scouting effort there from Panic. You can see that he is all set up. Notes, the rampart walls are down on all the doors. It's going to be a difficult fight for TSM to take. So they shouldn't really try and force this without knowing especially what teams could be pushing in from these chokes right now.
Panic being that fragger.
Let's go this way.
Setting him out like a Pokemon before he's forced to come right back. As Zul makes the next move though. Portal play in hand. Where do you go here when basically the whole lobby's already found themselves into this next zone minus 4 other teams that are still rotating right now, but finding themselves on the high ground over by the cliffside at least allows them to see if any team may want to take a much more roundabout rotate through dry gold. So there's a survey beacon there, and you have those accelerated zip lines that allow you to take your time as VK Gaming taking some shots here too, but I love the Nemesis setup here. He's got the gold extended energy mag. The R9 is a secondary here. Zone prediction, yeah. Seeing that core, of course, here too. Probably pulling slightly more so to the north side, in between Ferrier or VP. We've seen that before, but holding a position there early on by the fence line, even by a truck, could be very risky since a lot of these teams will slowly start making their way into the next zone once they have that information.
Yeah, this is always a dangerous proposition for a team like Sentinels, who have decided to play with off the map to their back. Right, they are holding that very far northern side, but you're seeing that a lot of teams do like to try and rotate into the slow side of the zone. One of them we might have been able to catch on the map there is Team Falcons edging their way on in from that northern side. Or Enter Force 36 though, as they try to make their way into the core. Looks like they were gate kept. It was a combination of BK Gaming and Rock Esports. Rock Esports taking out a long distance there by LD. Not gonna be, never mind, it's the Thirst. They're not able to recover him. We'll see if Vax and Sauce have an opportunity to get there. They do have the crypto to try and plug him back on in.
That was a call out from BKG. They do. They knew right there too. I wish we could hear those comms, understand these players out here calling that out. Rock Esports are in Shambolic Town as Fnatic now up here trying to pressure them out. It looked like maybe calling in 2 instead from Fnatic, while still leaving that one member Fnatic over to the north side behind these rampart walls. Now gonna be able to see this Live Ace holding that angle. Fnatic's getting information with the crypto drone, and Rock trying to run for their lives, but guess who they met up on the other side? Team Falcons are rotating out of Alpha Base, looking at that one member of Rock.
Rock Esports about to get knocked out here, and watch on as NIP and VKG might have now the opportunity to steal victory away from them. Falcons on the hunt. This is a squad that needs the kill point. They need the win to catch up, and that will be Rock getting eliminated early on here in game number 6.
Huge! Our first match point team out from this game. Their fate is out of their hands. NIP, VKG, still alive in this lobby, while VKG still playing on the edge of zone. Actually about to meet up with Alliance, by the way, over by the choke on Cliffside, trying to deny that ring console away from Alliance. That's why VKG have been holding this position for so long. We saw that original fight between that one member of VKG and Rock.
Ring console along with the survey beacon. Alliance tagged by that EMP. They are forced back. VKG trying to regroup right now. And I think they might have made the call. I think they know that it's Alliance. They back away with that port, despite utilizing that EMP. to slow down the fight and then have the opportunity to try and find better angles onto Alliance. They are not taking that fight whatsoever. This is extreme, cautious play coming out from VKG.
Yeah, they got the ring console. They want to just wait here to get that ring console before making that next move to wrap around. And then they saw Alliance moving in. It's not worth taking that fight if they see where that next zone is going to be pulling here. So before they get to wrap around while this round 2 closes up behind them, the Mythic Bin will be spawning after it closes right next to Liquid.
And now out for Alliance. They'll note the slightly northeast pull coming out. VKG coming in for the third party. Kinotrope versus S8UL. Casa making his presence known as he does tag him from long range with that Nemesis. VK Gaming, they don't need the kill points, but they need the position here. The zone is closing in behind them. Casa on the off angle on the right, brings Jesco down low, but he is caught out, has to back off as his teammate gives him covering fire.
I mean, talk about timing. Kinotrope and S8UL were engaging on a fight. Now Kinotrope is down to a duo and S8UL down to a solo. VK Gaming, with that pressure, still hold on to this choke, but you know what they don't know? Because there's no beacon here, they don't know that Alliance are wrapping up behind them after Alliance just got that ring console scan like we saw earlier on before. Seeing what that next move is going to be with them wrapping up behind VKG and Kinotrope as a duo are trying to run up ahead of them.
Alliance know they need to chase after these mid-game kills. They haven't been able to find it. VK Gaming have been playing this one extremely safe, but now they're on the hunt for Kinotrope. They might actually get tunnel vision here, allowing Alliance to find this flank.
Hockeys are sending out his troops right now. Alliance, unlucky. But coming out on the other side, they see VK Gaming right ahead of them. They find that one member of Kinotrope as there's now just a solo down for that squad. Having to look behind him though, the Devo, just in case it does back away. No happy feet action here. For being able to pop the shield back, may need some press fire though, just to wrap around the rock.
Tempest is popped for Alliance. They are full sending it onto this fight right now. Casa's the one slowed down. Effect on top of him, but he's able to get out with that Wraith portal, but Effect! It doesn't matter. Close range, long range, you are gonna go down.
All the time, with Hockeys giving them this information, being on the crypto. This is Alliance leaning into that win condition, their strengths, as VKG down to a duo, one of the other teams on match point. The only team up alive and healthy are NIP. VKG trying to get this get this res now, and as you could see, they're getting fully set. It's Navi Slab on the other side.
QQ holding the angle, nades in with the EMP. He's forced out of position, forced to Q. QQ on the verge of getting knocked out here. He is able to use that Wraith Q to get out and stay alive as LD gets dropped back into the game. It doesn't seem like they were able to chase for more here, and so LD might be able to get the res, and Casa gets pulled back onto his feet.
And while they try to reset, there's an engagement over to the north side where that zone pull is that we had mentioned, closer to that truck. And it's going to be Sentinels, Team Falcons, TSM, but looking at another fight happening down here to the south. Even more important here too with S8UL trying to get the respawn right next to Alliance and TSM.
Alliance now charging forward. S8UL caught out. Legacy has nowhere to go, especially with all three members of Alliance on top of you. S8UL are still alive for the time being, and now this is Alliance's turn to try and farm up these kills, but it does look like because they're forced to heal up, they will not be able to chase after it. Alliance regroup as they run through the western side of the map. Panic finds a nice knock onto Jesco here, and S8UL are on their last legs.
Imagine being S8UL, you finally get the respawn, but it's TSM and Alliance fighting right next to you getting res, just for you to run around like a chicken with its head cut off. Rival Esports get eliminated, 13 squads left. Team Nemesis have been holding down to the middle console here for so long, and now VKG, only the crypto alive, at risk. Alliance get eliminated, and so does VKG. This only leaves NIP alive, but as a duo right now, if they can get this res on Ballistic.
Team Nemesis out here on the south side. We do have a pretty clear path to get forward. They were not able to recover the banner quite yet. Gen G in the fight currently. Trying to slow down TSM here on the western side. Gonna back away as TSM continue to charge forward.
Amidst all this chaos, NIP get eliminated. You see that with TSM and Gen G. Hand in hand help, and TSM panic having a triple take. What a better combination. Name a better combo here with Panic playing the way that he has been. The fragger for TSM, Gen with a huge nade knock, gets the next knock. Gen G down to a solo, and TSM is on the hunt.
TSM will not find more here, as I believe the last player of Gen G was able to make it out. For TSM though, they have a lot of this western side free. Take a look at how many teams have now moved into the buildings inside this final zone. We've got 100 Thieves, 42 points right now. They need 8 more. Honestly, if they can survive the top 5 with a few kills, might just be enough for them. We got Fnatic off to the eastern edge. VP in the building to their south right now. Excuse me, in the building to their north. You're looking to gatekeep Nemesis on the walk-in.
100 Thieves looking at Nemesis here. Sheila ready to go. Furia is going to have to forcibly try to take that fight versus Team Nemesis. Not going to be isolated, even if they're on the other side of that fence line, though. 100 Thieves know that their win con relies on them clearing this side of the zone, but this could be a third-party opportunity. Fnatic also looking at this fight.
I love how quickly Furia respond. After winning that 3v3, someone is instantly on this angle, forcing 100 Thieves back. Furia. Understand they need to catch up on the leaderboard. Currently in 17th place with 16 points. They want this kill point. Now it looks like with the armor checks, they back away for the time being. It's 45 seconds before all hell breaks loose. Only full teams, excuse me, are inside of the zone. The lone straggler of Gen G is in there. Fnatic was able to port their way on in and co-habituate with Virtus Pro. Now it's going to be 100 Thieves having to worry about 2 teams looking on as they rotate up north.
How is the Crypto? I mean, Gentio, we know Crypto could go invisible, but the fact that he managed to get directly in the middle of the zone is crazy. Look at Ziki. He's literally looking at Falcons. Falcons are hungry. They're thirsty. This is free KP for them to pick up. Gen G, they finally get eliminated. Falcons are not giving up that building. This is what we had called early on, Jamerson, with Sentinels holding the fence line, staring down at TSM, Team Liquid, inside their own safe building, neighboring that of Falcons. Having these rampart walls, though, will go the distance before the inevitable collapse with 100 Thieves, Fnatic, and I believe another team here, VP, are still in that building. Furia could easily third-party this, though, if they time it right.
Falcons with the opportunity here to hit match points. They need kill points. They need placement points, as well as 100 Thieves. But 100 Thieves have an easier path to secure that for themselves, especially with that walk-in. You can see now 3 teams stacked on top of this building. You got Fnatic up top. 100 Thieves inside the building right now with Virtus Pro just above them. A lot of nades, a lot of utility coming out. Wall is gone that they were able to utilize. Jen Burton is getting tagged down. Lou goes for the peek. Jen is ready with Sheila.
This is so scary, especially with the Sparrow ult here as they let the Sheila ring. Looking right behind them. Pearl's holding the other angle, trying to help them out. Literally one-shot both these players, but with some help. This is the third party that we were talking about. Fnatic now walk up to clean up what is left of VP.
2 members of VP gone, and Fnatic are just cowering in that corner. Colonel Garcia will secure that thirst onto Slayer. Might even be able to get the res. You can see the walls coming down here. Providing them cover, EMP, Colonel Garcia does not want to check that Sheila by himself. Lou able to get one back on up, so VP are still up as a duo, and they're turning the tides of this fight, and now 100 Thieves have the opportunity to get Phony back up.
This is literally a match point fight for 100 Thieves if they win. The reset for all these 3 teams of respect is crazy, but Yukaf comes in, he finds Zach, Jen gets the next knock, and VP get eliminated. 5 more points before 100 Thieves find themselves at match point themselves.
Have Fnatic reset though. You can see now they have taken that rooftop back up. 100 Thieves have fully healed. Now we are left with 5 squads remaining, 5 full squads. So the res did come through. Team Falcons, Team Liquid, TSM, Fnatic, and 100 Thieves. Colonel Garcia does need to top off there, has that med kit, but it's gonna be Fnatic with one of the best positions here on that high ground.
100 Thieves looking down the amp barrier. Jen looking right behind them. Portal play in play. TSM now move up. Panic The scout ahead here being on that Wraith. Jet takes it next. The EMP comes in afterwards. Walty loses out on his shield. Verhos gets being forced to pop the shield back. Gen trying to give him suppress fire as they're now making their next Wraith play. There is 4 Wraiths in this lobby. The only team without a Wraith is Falcons.
Falcons, though, nearly has that Tempest ready to go. They'll have the move speed. They'll have the increased attack speed. Now they charge forward. Libel Ace gets one knock with a thermite, though. Team Falcons full sends it and knocks out Liquid.
They get the reset. They have enough time. While the team fight each other, Falcons could actually get a match point right here. 100 Thieves, though. They're so close, but they don't clutch it. They get taken out, and the mother load from Falcons. This is going to be the Falcons versus TSM fight. As Falcons move up, the Walty has taken so much damage. The nades are too much. It is TSM that take the dub. Falcons go well, but they hit match point. That's what matters. They hit match point. Welcoming 4 teams.
What a chaotic end there. TSM survived with just enough HP to turn that fight quickly around. A nice nade lands at the feet of Team Falcons. Knock them out. But despite all that, like you had mentioned, Vicky, Falcons will secure match point for themselves. Join the other 3 teams. Now it's Rock, NIP, BKG, and Team Falcons that'll have the opportunity, game number 7, to close this one out.
This is cinema. The Falcons fans in the crowd with the Falcon chants. Will they take back-to-back lands after they won in New Orleans?
You often don't get to see Hal left breathless and speechless there at the end of a game. I think with how close it was, he just needed final confirmation that they were able to hit it.
You see Duke's face right there. No cheering for TSM. There's nothing to cheer for when you're not at match point. But at least they get closer. Some lackluster games here has now allowed TSM to take this win on Broken Moon. 11 KP too to add to it all. The inclusion of Panic has been so successful for this squad. As Falcons with 10 KP themselves, we saw them position themselves in that building very early on. Same thing for Team Liquid. We originally saw them in that western choke make their way through the north side before finding that building too. They made that call early. We were talking about the truck, the northern side of that zone pool being the most probable outlook here as we take a look at the team breakdown.
Man, we saw Panic really taking the brunt of a lot of the aggression, right? He was charging forward for a lot of these fights. He was looking for a lot of angles. There were points where it seemed like, I believe it was 100 Thieves might have been able to turn things around on them and slow them down just a bit. But I think 100 Thieves having to deal with Fnatic, having to deal with VP inside that building, and allowed them just enough space for TSM to take the fights on the edge outside of that building and clear it out. Path to victory there. There you have it. In the series results right now, Vicky, we got 4 teams standing on match point.
And you know what's happening next too, Jamerson. The Grim Reapers of match point. They're going to come up on the mic, Onset and Gaskin. But before we transition here, I do have to highlight how close of an insane lobby this is. We have 5 players with 14 kills each. Deeds, Vaxon in a race to see which one could top the other here with 14 kills. Vayne from NIP, Hal, Effect. I mean, this is crazy here.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you can't leave out Effect when it comes to the top of the kill leaderboard. But surprisingly enough, you know, Alliance just hasn't been able to convert any of their team fight wins really into decent placements. And that's something that we're more than used to, right? Even though they love to play that edge style, their ratio is closer to like 1.3, 1.2 kill points to placement points. They are so good at hitting top 5s. But they just have not been able to do that quite yet. And so now Alliance are going to look on here as 4 teams try to close things out in game number 7.
He's literally hit like 50 kills event-wide in the lobbies that we've seen them. It's been incredible so far. It's a great day to be a Falcons fan looking at the teams at match point. There's a lot to break down. I want to hear from you guys over at the desk.
Thank you, Vicky and Jamerson. Good cast there, guys, and obviously a lot of action. We've got 4 teams now on match point. Rock Esports, Ninjas in Pajamas, VK Gaming, and Team Falcons, the latest one to join them. 100 Thieves, only 4 points away with 46, rounding out our top 5 so far after 6. And Lauren, I guess I'll start with you because you ended with the guess of which or how many teams would be on match point.
Right.
You were close. It's not 5, though. It's 4, but 100 Thieves almost joining them.
I know. I'm going to blame 100 Thieves for getting that prediction. 4 points off, okay?
Come on.
Right on the cusp of things, but I feel like we're on a really good pace overall for this lobby.
Yeah.
The ones that opened up strong managed to get themselves on that match point. They've had a couple opportunities to close it. I haven't been able to get it yet, and that has opened up just enough time, like I also mentioned, for the heavy hitters like the Falcons to show up. And now that they're at match point, everybody's going to be that much more scared.
Snipe, I mean, taking a look even at these leaderboards as well for, coming off of the break. For us, looking at these teams in the top 10, looking at these teams in the bottom 10, to me, I feel like everyone's showing up to play. Yes, Fnatic are steadily climbing, but even the teams in 14th, 13th place, Fnatic, Sentinels, Wolves, 11th, Team Liquid, they have 30, 25 points. That's not bad after 6. If you tally that up through 6 more, I mean, that's working on 60 points. I mean, these are teams that are still showing up. It just, I think, is a testament to how good this lobby is.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it in the losers run we saw yesterday with Team Liquid, where they came out of nowhere at the bottom of the bracket and they worked their way all the way into that top 6 to make it here to the finals. So any of these teams can do it. We saw Furia drop a 29-point win, and I mean, it's been nonstop with any of these teams. They're the best teams in the world for a reason. So there's no doubt, and they shouldn't have any lack of confidence from what they can do. I predicted 9 games, and I have no doubt that this is going to continue to go on. I think these teams are going to be pulling for each other. We still have Alliance at the bottom. TSM just had a phenomenal game. Gen G are winners from yesterday. I mean, there's so much firepower on this leaderboard.
Jayok, what do you see when you look at this?
I see that Alliance has 7 placement points. I mean, Snipe mentioned that earlier, and I was shocked when I heard that because look at them. They're in 7th. They're in striking distance of hitting match point if they can just have one solid game, and they're doing it off of kills. Vicky mentioned all those kill leaders. These are players at the top of the leaderboard, and then you hear Effect in there with 14.
Yeah.
He's got half of their kill points. I mean, Alliance, they're still making their way in, and I mentioned it earlier. Teams like Rock, NIP, VK Gaming, they haven't won before, and you're allowing these teams like Falcons, 100 Thieves, and maybe even Alliance to get back in it. That's scary.
Yeah, you got to take advantage of it right now. This is that moment. You don't want any questions. I asked a hypothetical. Would you rather just, in the tournament now, but know that you take 2nd place, or keep it going to 11, not knowing where you place? I mean, obviously, so much money on the line, and the glory of winning this trophy of our ALGS midseason playoff at EWC 2025. But I think for these players, it's either first or you're last. Right, Lauren? I mean, that's what Falcons say. We either win or it's a loss.
Not only the players, but often the audience, the fans as well. How many times have we heard people chanting, one more game, one more? Nobody wants it to end early. Like, let's run until people are fighting tooth and nail. We've got 9 teams on match point and see what happens.
Well, let's see what happened in this last match because it was a banger. These guys put on a show. And honestly, when you're looking at who's going to make match point, sometimes you think they're going to finish with that crescendo. It didn't happen. TSM would take the points, and they would get themselves into a position where next game, with another big performance, they might be able to join Falcons. But it was Falcons who took 2nd place and joined the other 3 teams, VK Gaming, Ninjas in Pajamas, and RLC Esports on match point after this.
Absolutely. For Falcons, it really just comes down to understanding your positioning on the map and where you need to get for this end zone. They're on the far top right corner, and it's a core pull. That can be maybe a little difficult for certain teams, but for Falcons, it's not. There's a zip rail all the way alongside the north that allows them to get one of those early positions in those buildings. Now, there was a crazy play from Phony where he portaled off one of their doorways, and Zero on the roof wasn't able to get back inside, but Falcons in unison all then decide to send it onto Team Liquid because of this play, and they get the wipe, and that puts Falcons over on match point. And so Falcons, I mean, they really popped off here. Here's that fight that I'm talking about. I mean, Team Liquid just backed into a corner, no health. The Devo going crazy from Hal, and then once they win that fight, sure, these teams, Fnatic, TSM, all on the other side, but Falcons has already done the deed. They hit match point, and that's what matters.
I do want to point out real quick that Falcons did not, that's back-to-back 2nd places, or they've gotten 2 2nd places where they've lost the final team fight, so they haven't gotten that win yet. They lost it to NIP, and then they just lost it to TSM right there, so they do need to get that win. They are in match point, and it'll be interesting to see if they can pull that off.
Panic Apex joining the scene so much so in this last 6-month stint. That's really been the talk of the town. Duplex, Gent as well, joining the black and white here with TSM. we'd be remiss not to look at these stats of how well they've been performing. But consistency has been the name of the game for them. Coming in to this tournament, 10 top 10s out of their 10 games. Looking to keep that momentum rolling now. Of course, TSM also one of the most winning orgs in Apex Legends history. If they win again here, that would say a lot to the org, Lauren. It would say a lot to the players as well, but it would be a new version of the black and white lifting a trophy.
Absolutely. And I think that was a question that a lot of people were asking. When that OG Dynasty roster broke up, would the title go back to TSM but under a different name, or would it stay with the players who are trying to create all of these new rosters now? I think there's been a little bit of a chip on anybody's shoulder who's ended up on TSM with that kind of past behind them, wanting to prove themselves on equal footing as well. So I feel like they've started to get a little bit hot now, but with a couple teams already on match point and now a decent chunk within striking distance, they've got to do a little bit more.
Well, I want to talk about a team that's been getting zicky icky, as well as Dexter and Asia. Gen G, these guys have been phenomenal. And coming in from yesterday, Gen G and Asia were a dynamic duo. First place as a team overall in our last chance, but also Asia had the #1 performance as a player individually. So Jay, that put him in a position not only of confidence, but experience. I mentioned today, I made a little video saying, I feel like there's something to be said about playing 20 games here at EWC versus coming into this lobby and only playing 10. And Gen G had the benefit of playing those 20 games, even just familiarity with the meta or mistakes that they made and can now discuss and learn from seem to be working out. They're sitting in 9th here with 32 points.
Absolutely. You talk about the mistakes. Their coach Templex in the interview afterwards, he mentioned that in the first set with pool play, they felt like they were going a little too fast when it came to aggressiveness. And that's their play style, sure. But at the same time, you want to be controlled with it. You want to make sure you're getting good placement points alongside all the KP. You don't want to be like Alliance right now with the 28 kills and only 7 placement points. So Gen G, they've struck in a good balance with 16-16, but they got to quicken the pace because we've got 4 teams on match point right now.
All right, we've been talking about iterations of TSM. Long ago were the days where, I'm sorry, Ek, where you were playing with Reps and Hal.
Yeah,
I mean, I know there were some good times, but it's a while, man. We got you on the desk now. Sit down, take care of your knees. I'm just kidding. We're all laughing about it, but yeah. But you know what? At the end of the day, when you look at it, this new iteration as well of where that team descended from, the new TSM is the Verholst, and now Reps, who's taking his break or retirement. Verholst still has that thing to prove. Can I win without Hal? His family's in the stands here in Riyadh. We saw his brother Evan. We've seen his parents show up again and again and again. But it's also with Phony and Jen Burton, maybe one of the most stacked stories that we have in this lobby. The fact that he's still wanting to get that trophy away from Hal, and also the fact that Jen Burton wanting to get that trophy away from Zero, alongside Phony having his appendix burst before we started play, and now leading his team into a top 5 position almost on match point. Speak about 100 Thieves here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, in 100 Thieves, every one of these players has one of the most interesting storylines. You had Phony, who won a tournament and instantly got dropped by Zainu and Koifel, and then you have Jen Burton, who they had the fallout on that roster with Zero before, and then now you have Verholst, who left the roster with Hal, and there was a fallout there as well. So you have 3 players that have all won tournaments, all in their own ways, kind of went off separately, and now they're back trying to bring a banner to 100 Thieves. And this team has kind of flown under the radar. They've underperformed. They even underperformed in Pro League. They came out hot, and they obviously have something to prove. I mean, we've talked about it before. I tweeted out kind of jokingly, this would put Jordan's flu game to shame in a sense. In the esports term, I got a lot of flack for that, but it is incredibly impressive. This roster is so much fun to watch, and I can't imagine how they would feel lifting that banner. Phony, you might want to let someone else do that this time.
Okay, guys, I've got a little bit of that name game I want to play again, a little association for you, and I'll let whoever jumps out at this one take the answer. The word of the day and a team to associate that word with, however it comes to mind, good or bad, is reputation.
Oh, there's so many options. I'm going with Alliance if we're just jumping in here.
Yeah.
Because we're talking about reputation. We hyped them up heading into this event. They had an amazing one. We're looking at the people that came to Riyadh and lifted the trophy last year. We talked about they don't have an ALGS title under their belt yet. This was an opportunity for them to do it. So they did have a little bit of added pressure on their shoulders. And now, I mean, they're getting there. But like you guys said, it's all on KP. Placements aren't happening here today. And we definitely expected them to be on match point a little bit earlier.
And you know what? I think just taking this, because we have some action over at the stage, I almost want to levy the question, whose reputation takes the biggest hit if they don't win?
Ooh, that's a tough one.
I think you look. Falcons? I think Falcons have to be the answer. You guys let us know, but guys, I think if Falcons don't win here, that is almost like taking the wind out of their sails. They finally got going. They're in their hometown again. Not getting first, I think, would be a big upset for them in terms of their momentum. But obviously, we want to know what you guys think. Whose reputation takes the hit? Whose reputation is on the line here? Or are there any? Obviously, we've got players who have all the conversation in the world, but they're focused on their keyboards and their mice and their controllers right now. Some people who don't have to play, they can just talk with us. It's the coaches. So let's take it down to the stage with Lace. She's speaking with TSM's coach, Aiden, right now.
Yo, thank you so much, Rain Day. I have the brains behind the operation. I have Aiden, the coach of TSM, and after such a phenomenal game just before, we're going to depict a little bit more about that. Now, Aiden, obviously that last match was just... I was on the edge of my seat. Can you maybe talk us through a little bit about that final circle, maybe what's happening with the team chemistry or the comms that you would have heard?
Well, that game we switched off of Newcastle, and I told them, we need to put the game in our hands now. No more sitting around with Newcastle. And in that final circle, it was just non-stop momentum, energy, and it was just completely different from all the other games we've had so far.
Yeah, honestly, we saw that Wraith portal to sort of sneak their way under the building against, 3 other squads of 3. It was such a smart play, and just to sort of wait that out a little bit was exactly why TSM is coming on up. Speaking of a up-and-coming player, of course, we have our fresh meat Panic, along with some long-standing players like Dupe and Gent. How do you think, they kind of cement him into the grouping, at such a young age as well? Do they kind of, keep him in like a little bro?
Yeah, Dupe and Gent and their experience really helps Panic out. As long as we play in a way that enables him and his strengths, which is to frag out, he does really well with the team.
Yeah, and you can see exactly why. I mean, he's definitely dominating here, guys. TSM is making a swift comeback. Will they be able to hit match point in this next game? I'm sure we're excited to find out. Over to you guys at the casting desk.
Thank you so much, Lace. Hearing, of course, from TSM's coach there. And yeah, TSM closing in on match point, but not on match point just yet. 4 teams, however, though, Dan, are on match point, and with a win here in this next game, will end this thing and call themselves champs.
And of course, one of those teams who has just made match point, arguably the favorite for this event, Team Falcons, the ones who did it back in the ALGS Open, the team, the super team that was designed, created for this very reason, will have the chance to win this tournament here and now in match 7.
Now getting the fans going as well, enjoying this moment, and just a little potential for something we can think about if, big if, capital letters, bold, Falcons were to win this tournament. That would be both LAN events, one this year, and they would be on for an ALGS Grand Slam. How about that one?
How about a Grand Slam? I mean, it's entirely possible. Again, that's why this team was built, but they've only just got to match point. Can they manage to do it in the first match? They have an opportunity to win it. That's the real question. One key factor I will mention, crypto is banned. And the reason I want to mention that, we know how good Falcons are when you have Zero with the ability to get info from the crypto of Waltzy. How does that change now going into World's Edge?
Well, that means Waltzy's out of jail. Maybe Waltzy's going to have a little bit of fun in this next game and drag Falcons towards a match point win. But we are heading to World's Edge once again. We say goodbye to Broken Moon. We've got 2 E-Districts back-to-back coming up after this. But match 7, I don't think we're ending here. I got a feeling there's going to be a few more teams who are going to be focusing on those MP teams and making sure they don't get to that end game.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of teams who still feel like they have what it takes to get a win of their own and get to match point. I mean, only 4 teams after 6 matches. There is a lot of room for other teams to catch up. If you think about how many teams we had on match point at the Open, how many teams we got on match point in regional finals, and way back when to EWC last year, I think you could be right. If we don't see one of these teams step up to the plate, other teams are going to take that opportunity to get to match point themselves.
And you have to think about how much work the coaches have been doing should we go deep into this tournament, into the double-digit games. What are the compositions going to be? Are they going to get a little bit funky? Are we going to see a team lift an EWC trophy and the ALG and call themselves ALGS mid-season playoff champions? playing a legend that no one has seen so far this season. It really is an interesting thing to keep in your mind, but of course, that's a long way away. We could end it right here, right now.
Well, it looks like we are loading into match 7. Is it gonna be the likes of Team Falcons, or will VKG, NIP, or Rock get a victory on the board to take the trophy home here? You spoke about new season, new legend. Sparrow is gonna be with a 17 pick rate. 85% across the board are going to be playing Sparrow here. He's going to be banned going to match 8 if we get there.
Looking at other legends that we've got, Ballistic still prevalent. A lot of Wraiths in the lobby as well. A smattering of Caustic in early. We do see E36 playing Mirage early on as well, so maybe looking for a longer term composition. Still some Pathfinder in there as well. We do have a wonderful blend of legends starting to come together.
One Bangalore as well, and remember the Bangalore legend selection does increase dramatically as we go further on into this series, when you start to need more and more legends to help you with those rotational tools. Of course, Pathfinder would be the next one that is kind of looked at when Wraith goes, but at the moment, Wraith is going to survive another match. She is picked with a 65% pick rate here in this game, so there is going to be 13 Wraiths in our lobby, but because of the amount of Sparrow, it means that instead he's going to fall.
Well, something to keep an eye on here as well. The Alliance started to find a little bit of form. 35 points they sit on at the moment, but they have the entirety of Skyhook to themselves here. Not only do they have Trials and Sky West, Sky East is open. Alliance are going to have so much loot once they leave their POI. This is an opportunity here on World's Edge for them.
It is also worth noting, Team Falcons did pick Climatizer as their #1 pick here on World's Edge. They have only won one map this entire tournament. Can you take a guess as to what map that might be, Mark?
Oh, was it World's Edge by any chance?
It is indeed.
Oh, what
World's
a surprise that
Edge.
is.
Can Team Falcons find that victory again here in match 7?
Well, here we go then. Match number 7. 4 teams with a chance to end it right here, right now. Rock, NIP, VKG, and Falcons. If you see that banner above their heads and calling themselves champion in game number 7, the tournament ends and they will be champs.
Tell you what, looking at the zone initially, this could be a very good one for NIP. And if we consider how NIP have played when zones have come towards them so far this finals, barometer zones have been excellent for them. They're playing the Caustic. It's a very defensive composition, and it is moving down to staging by the looks of it.
This is really interesting. There's a race already for that building on the hilltop where the respawn beacon is between Harvester and, like you say, staging that POI. Everybody is beelining at the moment for that building, because I believe that's where the end game is going to be, and there's barely any other playable buildings in the vicinity. If you get there, it's great. If not, you're gonna struggle. Kinotrope there, Ninjas in Pajamas, like you mentioned. S8UL had a look at it. Look how quickly Rock are moving. Everybody wants that building.
Yeah, everyone trying to force their way in, but then it's about actually trying to find a secondary position if you did not take it. Or are you brave enough to take that fight? We briefly had TSM on our screens. Remember what TSM did last time on this map? They beelined for Falcons. They took that fight Acclimatizer instantly because the zone was going that way. But again, we might see TSM try and do something similar and block off Falcons in their rotation.
Ninjas in Pajamas, we talked about this building. They are bang inside of it, and composition-wise, have a Caustic alongside them, which means sieging this building will not be easy. NIP win what could be the most important race of their careers.
It could be a very smelly building indeed, but this is a real, genuine opportunity for Ninjas in Pajamas to win this whole tournament. Of course, nothing is going to be easy here, but at least they have won that initial race and they're going to give themselves a chance. Of course, there will be teams to try and take that building away from them, but with the lack of altar, for example, no way to just phase through the building wall, you're going to have to do it the good old-fashioned way.
Well, Caustic, famous for his smelly gas. There's nothing sweeter than the smell of victory, Dan Gaskin, and maybe that's going to be the smell NIP will be breathing in as this game progresses towards the end. They've got to be so happy, though. Seeing that zone, and not only seeing it, getting that building, it's massive for them. Inside of Harvester, though. Couple of kills already going down. BK Gaming, one of those teams on match point and dealing with members of Fnatic.
It is worth noting, I know I mentioned that Falcons have only had one victory and it has been on World's Edge. Rock have also found the win on World's Edge as well this tournament, but NIP and VKG have not found a victory on this map so far. this tournament long. So they're going to have to try and go against the statistics here if they want to be called champions.
Under Thieves and Rock so close to each other as well. Under Thieves still 4 points away, of course, from hitting match point. Very, very close in that previous game. You could say a team fight away, and it was. When you look at the points that could have been tallied up from the KP plus the extra placement they would have got, but alas, still not quite there, but certainly peeking through the curtain, so to speak, at match point.
It is something worth to be considered here going into match 7. You look at the teams who are still on not match point, the teams that can still find a victory here to keep it going to match 8, the likes of Alliance, who of course we know how good they can play, Team Liquid, Sentinels, Na'Vi, well, I mean I can name any teams. One team I won't name,
Rival.
Furia, just eliminated in 20th spot, E36 catching them out.
Furia eliminated. VK looking for a play themselves. I mentioned Rival. Well, they're on 32 points as it stands. They might have a few more to their name very soon as they're picking up the last pieces, or what looks like the last pieces, and certainly maybe a few pieces of Fnatic here. So Fnatic struggling a little bit in this game. Rival do have zone information of the hit of ring console. You can see that on top left-hand side of your screen with the green illumination of that ring. So they're going to know what has to be done here.
I feel like Rival Esports just basically pounced on a res from Fnatic, I think, because we'd already seen that in the kill feed. Dropping at Monument, Fnatic had to make a long journey. I think they were bullied out of Harvester, and then they just had to try to get back up to 3, and Rival Esports capitalized on that dropship arriving, and now Fnatic will have to try and go again as we check in with Alliance. It has been a somewhat quieter day than what we saw in the group stages. Similar to the Alliance of old, perhaps dominating group stages, but a little bit quieter in finals. But, as I said, all it takes is one victory from Alliance here. Suddenly, they're on match point. Suddenly, they're right back into the conversation. And suddenly, everyone else will be shaking in their boots.
Alliance never like to do it the easy way, do they? Historically, have been a bit slow to start in finals. And sometimes they hit match point, and just as they do, historically, teams have closed out match point. A lot of discussion about doing it quickly, showing you're a dominant force, but I think this lobby is just so talented that it's a lot to ask of any team to be able to do so. But Alliance, like I mentioned, one thing I want to highlight, leaving Skyhook, leaving Trials, 2 gold armors already in this game. Hackett's on the blue, but you would imagine with the Evo available en route, should be up to purple as well.
Well, this next zone shift could be a big one. We think it's going to be heading down towards the staging area. It does shift back towards Harvester. Now, interestingly, remember, we saw the building that NIP played for. Of course, they are the priority team here, having the staging drop. They moved very quickly. They got it gassed up with Caustic, and now they are going to be a spot. But the zone probably does continue to shift a little bit further east.
Yeah, interesting now, because it could be pulling down towards the snake outside of Harvester, or in Harvester, I should say, on the northern side. Teams like Rock, great news for them. You saw the position they were in. Also good news for 100 Thieves, who are right next to them down on the low ground. If they get the extra KP that they require to cross match point, then they can focus on taking the teams out around them. Alliance now in the Vault Tunnel, trying to force their way a little bit closer to this end game, but Sentinels are in front of them.
It is going to be against potential Caustic as well, or at least there's Caustic barrels here, but Alliance want to force this because they have to.
They also have the armor advantage. They would have got some armor checks in this. Nox gas goes down, Effect could not care less. He cues straight through, spots out Riley, who does not expect Effect to be there. But in the meantime, Unlucky has gone down. It's got a little bit ugly, this fight, on both sides.
Yeah, Hack is unable to get through the gas initially. Can't really help out Effect, so instead it's Unlucky's knockdown shield that's helping right now.
100 damage, but only to the knockdown shield. Now the nades are returned. Effect flies in, cues back out. But look at the wrap now coming in. VP have just appeared like a ghost in the night. Alliance are out, and VP pinched them in the tunnel. Alliance fans mortified, and Sentinels still alive.
That's the frustration of going up against a defensive legend like Caustic. It can stall it out and allows for a third party, as now VP starts to pummel Sentinels, but now here comes Falcons.
Falcons try and repeat the dosage. You wonder if VP are healthy enough, though, to hold this off themselves. They also give Sentinels a chance to reset and escape from this tunnel. And I think Falcons have decided that it's a little bit too busy here for them to get involved with. KP, not a priority. Survival and being first place, the only thing they care about.
I mean, Falcons just making sure no one's coming behind them as well. I mean, good news for them is there is no one further north. probably seeing Alliance being eliminated in the kill feed, they're going to be thinking, all right, well, that's the one Skyhook team we don't have to worry about now, so we should be the last to this fight. They can play on the northern side, they can wait for this ring console if they want, and get that information.
Back to where we believe center zone was going to be. It's going to shift a bit away from Ninjas in Pajamas. Potentially, of course, it could shift back as well. But they're going to be safe inside of that building. And Rock now are playing the canyon between NIP and 100 Thieves and Harvester. They've left that high ground position. And they're playing for the late game here.
Now, I've seen teams survive here for a long time, but usually that's when Watson's involved. Obviously, Rampart could do a similar thing, quite defensive, but it's the lack of the interception pylon. You are going to find yourself in a difficult position when those grenades start to arrive.
NIP also, if the fight does go down, and like you say, without an interception pylon from a Watson, who isn't available, that Nox gas becomes a real problem. If they throw that down, and the Caustic ultimate impacts that fight, you see a few players on Rock struggling to catch their breath. TSM 34 points overall, a win in the previous game as well. As Falcons decide they want to continue on this route through this tunnel, the zone is closing behind them.
Falcons, they return again to the vault, but again they're going to be met by ultimates, grenades, gas. They're going to have to quite literally go through the fire and flames if they want to get there.
VP are on the other side of this still, by the way. Sentinels only still with 2 players alive. Well, Lota doing such a good job at the moment, just stalling things out still, firing blind through that gas, maybe just got a little bit of an outline. Now, Falcons do have the opportunity still, with a little bit of time left on this zone close, to wrap back towards landslide and go all the way around towards staging, but I think they're pretty committed to this at the moment. Sentinels have to move at some point. Zone's going to push them in.
Yeah, but sadly they know Virtus Pro is on the other side, so Sentinels are just reluctant to do anything and maybe just thinking about potentially getting some KP here. Falcons really have to try and force this, and I think they're starting to realize that time is going away, but again, more defensive abilities coming in.
Now you see Falcons give this one up. Tempest has been popped. I think Falcons recognize with 35 seconds left in the game that they have to leave this position. They have to think about getting to zone. They're going to wrap towards landslide. They're actually not going to wrap round. They're going to go straight over the top here with an evac tower. Now, ImperialHal. Many a team we have seen either a Valcol or an opportunity to hit the ground. Let's see in a listen-in how it goes for them.
Len, Dorito, look at this team in front of us. Okay.
Okay, I don't really see them.
Where?
Yeah, Rampart team in the truck, in the truck. It's a Sparrow team I'm batting. No ult though, no ult.
He's here! He's here to here! Across the back! Okay, in back, batting.
Trying to walk forward.
There's someone main stage, we have to kill bridge now.
It's a raping, it's a rape team, okay?
They're portaling past me! They're going long out or something!
Okay, I'm walking forward.
Oh, on the way! I'm watching Rampart!
Is it a different team? Yeah, it's a different team.
I ported. Can't get any wrap, I'm pushing full time. He's down here! Bitch forces!
Yeah, wait, red armor. They just to port, behind. One. Dead.
I don't see anyone here, Ben. Oh, there's one guy.
There was a rape,
One guy. 100, go!
Yeah, I'm looking forward.
He's another one. Let's chill, he's going back building.
On the way.
Cobra. That's the team.
Okay, it's Sparrow with Cobra, okay?
Yeah. Okay, getting Cobra, guys. I'm crying, my bad.
Yeah, I don't know how much I want to pick this.
Care package over there.
Another Cobra
down. Web zone.
We've got spot. They have to push us. Yeah, we can't now get boxes are in.
I'm gonna play back there.
Listen, team is going.
The evac works, the Oracle for Team Falcons. You heard it from the listen in there. We think we've got Godspot, but the zone has pulled back towards Ninjas in Pajamas. That house still as valuable as ever.
Not only Ninjas in Pajamas, but also Rock Esports down in that little crevice that they find themselves between NIP and 100 Thieves. So Team Falcons, NIP, and Rock all within the final circle right now. This could be a very exciting ending. The real question is there anyone not on match point to maybe disrupt things? S8UL perhaps pushing in onto Rock.
Word, they're dropping down onto them. They want to call the crevice their own, but Deeds alongside Sheila making sure that this lane is very much closed.
However, it has drawn attention to other teams. Wolves are taking a little
gas. S8UL eliminated, but Rocker having a survivor right now as ultimates are raining in above them. Wolves, like you say, wanted to take this fight, wanted to get these kills. Deeds is down.
Deeds down, but 2 more still alive, and Wolves have yet to press. But now Crazy Kong, you see him fly. Wolves are full sending, and it looks like Rock. This could be the end of their run here in match 7.
What was going to be taken, it only gets him out of trouble for a second. Sorcerer in another clutch situation, but the thermite is enough, and Wolves will win it. Rocker gone. One of our match point teams is out.
1 down, 3 still to go. Remember, VKG, also a part of our match point teams. They're on the northeast, though. They have to move out of the snake, as Team Falcons are currently holding out Kinotrope Gaming from this runway. You can see they're trying to push through at the moment.
They just got a kill and finished it as well. ImperialHal finds 1. That makes this much, much more comfortable for Falcons. And if Falcons win this fight, no one, absolutely no one, is on their side of zone. VP have moved to the high ground. VK Gaming try and jump into the ravine once again, but a lot of pressure's coming their way.
And a lot of teams. I mean, it's pressure, it's teams, it's damage, it's ult, it's everything to try and take down VK right now.
QQ into the void, using the Q104 from Zach Mazer. The bow check is singing, as VK Gaming will be eliminated as well.
Down to just 2 match point teams now. Team Falcons and Ninjas in Pajamas, as we see Na'Vi, Rival Esports and Kinotrope Gaming all wiped off of
NIP
World's
are
Edge.
moving! NIP are moving up onto the position of Falcons.
They're moving under them at the moment.
The portal away. Maybe they thought there was a third-party opportunity. Maybe just during the ultimate, they recognize now is not that time. Both teams will survive, both teams disengage.
A team to remember here is Wolves Esports. They've now taken that chasm down between NIP and 100 Thieves. And they will be able to play that, and that is the closest to where the zone will eventually finish. But as this next zone closes, Team Falcons do have to push in. Is this an attempt to try and reposition and maybe take an angle on the drop?
I also wonder if there were some death boxes down there potentially. They're looking for loot. Maybe they've been there for such a long time. NIP, they're desperate for meds. All of these are possibilities. Falcons just got to be careful. Actually, Falcons have to get a res here because Gen G from distance get that knock. I don't know if that was a Kraber or not, but it certainly did a huge amount of damage to Zero.
They are being naded as well. Gen G having a look, but it looks like Falcons should be able to reset comfortably. Of course, there was a crate that dropped from the sky that's given Falcons a red armor as well, which could be very valuable towards the end of this game.
See a little bit of concern now. Oh, it does sound like it is a Kraber. Gen G with a chance to upset Falcons fans here, but Gen G have got to worry about getting into zone. But the same thing now could be said about Team Falcons. Nades at the ready. E36 will drop, and Falcons will follow suit once he takes damage, but Zero keeps his compatriot alive.
It's NIP versus Falcons at the moment. And Kurev's run a hold, it's a lot of damage. And now he gets the Stinger Ball out!
The Stinger Ball should do so much damage. Kurev as well. We'll find another. But do they want to commit to this here, NIP? They don't. Nemesis in the meantime, they will fall. They cannot afford to commit and give this building up. They have to let Zero survive for now.
Falcons down to just Zero, but he does have a Kraber.
Kurev.
Look, Kurev trying to sneak up, but you don't want to go too far away from the rest of the team. 100 Thieves now eliminated. We still have Wolves, VP, Gen G alive. As Zero still plays his part here.
100 Thieves did hit match point though. They got 52 points, so they will be on match point should this continue. Hal is out. Zero will collect the banner though. Whilst he's still on his back, trying to crawl towards his teammates.
Any Moby?
He'll be finished. 2 banners picked up here. Zero will have to go Superman mode.
Ninjas in Pajamas with the chance to win the ALGS mid-season playoffs here at Esports World Cup 2025.
Take yourself back to the start of this game as we have just a moment of quiet. The race for this building. NIP win it. They hold it, they control it, and they have Caustic in their lineup, in their composition, that could hold the space and deny teams from approaching. But can they convert? Now it's a test of steel.
And whilst none of these 3 players on Ninjas in Pajamas have won a LAN, think about who has won a LAN stood behind them.
VP and Gen G, they're fighting, and VP will go down. The only thing that is hurting NIP in this position is the armors that they have. Falcons are eliminated. It's NIP, or we go one more.
They are on blues though. There are some blues here. Wolves Esports still with a big chance because actually Wolves are backing off, and suddenly Gen G are right next to Ninjas in Pajamas.
Gen G are climbing above them. Gen G are above them. Zeki with a Kraber. Zeki with a Kraber, but Gen G go down. Vayne is lost alive. He can't do it. We go again here in Riyadh.
Wolves Esports, they found the little position right between all the teams. They got aggressive onto Rock, and they keep us going.
Absolute heartbreak for Ninjas in Pajamas. You saw Kurev. He knows it was an opportunity. And they don't come round very often. But it's Wolves Esports who not only keep us going, but join the club on match point. If they win the next game, then those fans could call them champs.
And not just them, 100 Thieves did also reach match point during that game as well. So we now suddenly have 6 teams on match point. But we still have another match to go, match 8. We will be heading over to E District to see if anyone can maybe lift that trophy on main stage.
Incredible, absolutely unbelievable, the way that game unfolded. Just
Talk
watch
about risks as well.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons have to play for that wall outside the building, right? But I love the fact that NIP pressured them so hard in that position. Kurev commanded that space. Without him taking that little risk, like you say, Falcons could survive there quite comfortably.
But how about this? 100 Thieves reaching match point. I want to say it again, but just imagine
did you know
Phony won this
Did you know that Phony recently had an operation?
Did he? I had no idea. Hey,
and
anyway.
it is absolutely incredible, genuinely, that he is doing what he is doing right now.
I'll keep
Speaking of
saying
Superman, he's...
I will keep saying it because it is unbelievable that he is competing here. And they find themselves on match point with a chance to win this whole damn thing in match 8. But it was 24 points for Wolves Esports to find themselves on match point. And it was really that risk they took to take on the fight against Rock, between the rocks, which ultimately gave them the position to win the game.
Yeah, Zeki with that little Kraber shot as well. That would have been like a dagger in the back as well to Ninjas in Pajamas, who I think just lost track of what Gen G were doing, just got above them and then, takes the wind out of you, that Kraber shot.
And you have to imagine now, with Ninjas in Pajamas have had 3 zones come their way. And now, was that their opportunity, their chance? Will it pass them up? As you can see, was that 2,300 damage?
2.3k damage.
Oh my goodness.
Well, this is series results. Ninjas in Pajamas, 78 points, match point. Rock Esports, match point. Falcons, VK, Wolves, and 100 Thieves also on match point. 100T and Wolves joining the top 4 in that previous game. And to reiterate, if you're watching for the first time, you want to know how match point works, hit 50 points, and then you have to win a game. So if any of that top 6 wins the next game, they will be your mid-season playoff champs.
And I mean, guess good news for NIP is we are going to E-District. I say they've had zones, but E-District has been their home this tournament. They've already found 2 wins on E-District in general, so they suddenly become one of the favorites here, because outside of that, the likes of Rock, VKG, Falcons, I mean, only VKG have found wins on E-District out of those 4 teams.
Monster game from Wolves, monster performance from Wolves. We have to see if they can continue that as they join these teams on match point. 6 teams in the lobby have a chance to win it all. We'll find out if they can after this break.
Welcome back to the main stage. It's Barney and Lace here, right? It has been a phenomenal day. And that last match, Lace, that was spicy, wasn't it, at the end there?
Honestly, Ninjas in Pajamas had that in the bag, but of course, Apex South Region Gen G have to just get in the mix of it and ruin it for them.
They did indeed. Wolves Esports are now on match point. Speaking of match point, I think I'll just give you a quick rundown. If you're catching up with us at home or if you've maybe gone for a little break over here, I'm going to quickly tell you that ROC Esports are on match point alongside 100 Thieves, VK Gaming, Ninjas in Pajamas, Team Falcons, and Wolves Esports.
I mean, match 8 is going to be absolutely crazy, Barney. There's so many teams, but you know, I've seen worse. We've gone to match 14 before, so another team could sneak in there. Who knows if like TSM is going to come to play?
Yeah, 14 is, well, potentially on the cards. I don't know about that because we're only going into 8 soon, aren't we? But how are we feeling in the arena right now? I think they're feeling good. We're going to match 8 on E-District very soon.
掉头，别下来，我下来，别，现在尝试了，他挡，我们就等，挡我们，等就行了。OK，我打血，我去一个很阴的位置，等会儿我去一个很阴的位置。他拉不过去了，他们真走了。是的，我们慢打。我丢个图了，帮我兄弟。我下一个。能上去吗？能。慢打，兄弟慢打。残一个。慢可以吗？我上不去。防区里还有一队，防区里还有一队。防区是哪边？别急。我有大的，马有大。好。一滴做一个一滴。护倒。往前。我上了。给他。抓一个，剩一个。抓了。nice 兄弟，牛逼 ，nice。
An amazing moment for Wolves Esports as they take that game and become another team who join the rest on match point. We are now starting to see this lobby get very, very full when it comes to teams on match point, Dan. And we've just watched that back. We were talking about what happened in that endgame. Gen G might have just broken and crushed the dreams with a solo player in Ziki.
Yeah, we thought maybe just Ziki had got the Kraber shot, but he also followed up with the R99 onto McLovin. He took down 2 players on NIP, single-handedly ruining their chances of winning the entire thing. One thing to mention as well, that was Wolves Esports' first win of the entire tournament, and they do it during the match point finals when they bloody had to, else the whole thing was going to end.
Yeah, they do it in match point finals to get on match point, crazy, to stop match point finals ending. The perfect time for them, and I'm sure the perfect time for a lot of people who are watching at home who just want to see more Apex Legends here in Riyadh. I've got to say, that entire break, we were sat on the edges of our seat, just desperate to get back into the Giddy Arena here, desperate to get back into the games, because that was an electric end, and that is what match point finals is all about.
It's just so exciting when we do get to go to another match, especially when we see a team get so close, within touching distance of that trophy, but then it's quickly ripped away from them in the final moments. But can Ninjas in Pajamas go again? Because now we move across to E-District, which is, without a doubt, their best map in this rotation. They have already found 2 wins on it throughout this tournament. Alongside VKG, who have 2 wins as well, they are the only teams out of the 6 match point teams who have wins on this map.
Well, if you don't know anything about Dan Gaskin, a couple of things that you should know. 1, lovely guy. 1, loves a cold, sparkling beverage. Oh. And number 3, you love your statistics, Dan, don't you? You love your statistics, a word that I struggle to say. Let's talk about conversion rates. Let's start talking about if a team gets to top 5, how often they turn those top 5s into wins. Let's look at our match point teams.
And let's talk about Ninjas in Pyjamas first, because as I have mentioned, as we take a look at the legend bands here, as Sparrow disappears, NIP have 3 wins so far this tournament, 2 of them on the E-District, and they have a 42% conversion rate from top 5 to top 1. So actually, that went against the statistics the previous game. They were at 50% before that game, and then it becomes lower. Outside of that, Rock have a 33.3% conversion rate when they get to top 5s. VKG, 28.6. Falcons, only 10% when they get to the top 5 if they convert it to a win. Wolves, 11.1, but that was their first win. And then 100 Thieves, also with a 33% conversion rate from top 5.
So keep that in mind. We'll remind you if we see one of those teams in our top 5, how likely historically here in Riyadh they have been able to turn top 5s into wins. And if they do, then they will be champions. Let's also focus in on a couple of teams who are still trying to hit match point, as Wolves did in that previous game. You have the likes of Nemesis on 43 points, just 7 needed. Gen G with those 2 kills from Ziki. Oh, NIP fans are going to find him after the event. 4 points away. We are still having an opportunity for these teams to join the collective on match point.
Another impressive statistics is actually
We're both struggling with that.
That's your fault, I think. Is the teams on match point, their conversion rate of getting from top 10 to top 5, and the likes of Team Falcons, a 90% conversion rate. When they get to top 10, they will make it to that final circle. That shows how good they are. But this tournament, they just haven't been able to find that win.
VK Gaming. The floor is yours. However, what I will say with Humbert Labs, it gets very, very busy. VK Gaming on match point. But what side of that wall will it be going?
Remember,
because
VK
we see
Gaming,
balls either side.
They do have 2 wins so far on E-District in this tournament. It is their best map without a shadow of a doubt. This is going to be such a good opportunity, but you've got to look at how close Team Nemesis are to them as well. Is there potential for an early fight, depending on who hits ring consoles here and actually gets that information? Because I can only see survey beacons for the 2 of them right now. But of course, it could be covered up by their names, as our previous winners, Wolves Esports, also in an early fight here.
Wow. Crazy Kong with some crazy shots. Thrown in the needle with the heavy ammo inserted into the 30-30 repeater.
And look, Wolves Esports, so they're making a rotation, trying to get to this ring console on their way down south. And if they do catch it quick enough before E36 catch them, they can continue to move to the southeast down to Humbert.
Yeah, interesting to see that ring console and survey beacon in the position they are, just slightly away from some of the main POIs that we do have here. Fnatic also very close. This could be very, very interesting here. A lot of teams going for this ring console, and if Wolves aren't aware, they jump on it without any cover. Fnatic might be going 3, 2, 1.
All aboard the jump tower there,
and be able to take him off. Is the timing that good for them?
Enemy over there.
They get the survey beacon. I think they'll see him by the time they've hit it.
Yeah, they'll know they're going to be there because of the survey beacon, but I think Wolves have already got it. It's going to be in and out. It's a heist for the ring console. But Fnatic maybe have gained enough information purely from that survey beacon alone as they continue now to transition to the southeast here.
Well, that's how quickly a game can change on either side there. If Fnatic have a little peek at that ring console a few seconds earlier, Wolves Esports might not be running across towards Humbert Labs with 3 players, but maybe with 2 or less. We're checking the hands of No Name here. R9 in the back pocket.
Interestingly, Humbert Labs is the 2nd best POI this tournament on this map for gaining points.
Hostile right here.
There has been 1 victory so far throughout this tournament from Humbert Labs as well. It is very busy already, as expected. As you can also see, Panic has just got a knock onto Kinnetrope's Gaming's player.
The Rolls goes down. I want to kind of highlight, just looking at the map overhead at the moment, I think there's still some teams who are probably thinking, are we going to see that weird pullback that sometimes we have seen from Humbert Labs, where it goes to the other side, like the main fence line that kind of divides it off from the rest of the map? looking at where ring consoles are that you could play for late, Shipyard Arcade, right down on that southern side. Stadium, just outside of where that zone is as well, are accessible. And then that kind of middle of nowhere one that we just saw 3 teams converting on. Speaking of converting, Kinotrope, TSM all in a fight at the moment. And I think there's another team in the vicinity as TSM will dispatch up Kinotrope and send them back to the lobby. Panic, though, has gone down.
Sensors focusing on that spot.
Gonna be Rock. They're gonna be above them here, but suddenly all of the commotion just ceases to exist, and Rock don't really want to commit to anything because, again, you don't need to be third party in kills unnecessarily, as we will get a pause here just to make sure everything is okay. It looks like Falcons with an issue, actually. I did see one of the players kind of halt, so
headset issue.
Perhaps just a headset issue for one of those guys. It looks like Zero just having a word with the admins, but I didn't get to discuss Legend bans and who is going to be featuring the most here. Ballistic actually was picked 16 times, so he's going to be gone if we do get to match 9. Again, Ballistic often gets banned at this point because when we start to lose some of the legends that provide a little bit of oomph, his ultimate is unbelievable. And especially, one thing to consider in match point finals, the bans go a little bit different because people are looking for ways to catch up. And Ballistic is certainly one of those.
More than one way.
He is excellent to help your team get that little bit of speed boost. Also, the ability to just absolutely run through teams with the Devo.
When hearing from the floor now, the issue was indeed headset of Falcon Zero due to the fullness of his hair. Inserted itself into the speakers inside of the... it's all made up.
It's not an issue you've had recently.
No, it isn't.
All right, that was mean. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine because I choose to shave my head to avoid those kind of issues when I'm entering the competitive gaming sphere. Speaking of spheres, yeah, my head's round.
Yeah, that was just revenge for the Stonehenge comment yesterday, by the way.
It's fair. You deserved it.
We're even now, but this is going to be quite a nerve-wracking time. I mean, pauses always can be a little bit frustrating for players, but at the same time, they're always welcoming of them, because if they were in that situation where they needed help, they would prefer a pause happen as well. But when you are this deep into the series, there are 6 teams on match point, is it a chance to kind of have a little chat with each other and think about really what are you going to do to try and push yourself maybe closer to match point yourself?
I mean, I keep thinking about what happened in that previous game because it was just such a crazy situation for NIP to find themselves in. They're probably looking at that like, we've got this one. Like, they have so many good angles. They're holding down so many, you know, great positions that they can fire down onto Wolves Esports. They forced one player down into the ravine as well. But then as we take a look back now at that endgame and how it developed, we mentioned Ziki from Gen G. It is just insane to think the impact that one player can have. Like we mentioned, not just the Kraber shot, but somehow taking 2 of NIP to the grave with him. That is just brilliant from Ziki. Kind of, he has no choice. But you've got to look at NIP and think, did we just lose track of how many players were alive from Gen G?
This was one of the biggest moments of the game when originally it was SAUL who got involved with Rock, wanting to take this position off of them. But then Wolves capitalized. They saw what was going down, they seized the moment, and they decided, look, actually, this is a position that could really benefit us. In the end, it went on to be a winning position that they could play from, and they also had the composition to do it. I mean, it was eventually a 1v1 they found themselves in, but they stabilized, they had the caustic as well to hold. It was really an incredible match 7. One of my favorite games so far this tournament to watch.
Yeah, this was NIP and Kurim in particular, extending onto Falcons to make sure that they were in a position that was so awkward to deal with. That's the play. That right there, a no-scope with the Kraber from a solo, an R9 spray to follow it up. And Wolves Esports say thank you, Gen G, not just for making this winnable, but for giving us a chance now to win the whole thing and hit match point. It's just crazy how one maybe little piece of miscommunication, not being aware of one player, can completely change the fact that that trophy isn't lifted right now.
And one thing I will say is that during match point finals, of course, trying to track which teams are alive is very much a skill. There's some teams have players who can just tell you who is still alive. They will know, okay, NIP are still alive, they are one of these teams. But with legend bans now being a thing, it's difficult to know who is who, because you're not going to know who's picked what characters. It was way different back when Remember when Reject Winity won the tournament, for example? They were a Watson team. Everyone knew they were a Watson team, and still somehow no one targeted them. Different now, we have Legend Bands.
The match is about to resume in 5 seconds time, so it's time for us to stop talking about the past and start focusing on the future as we jump back in and we take a look at Rock once more.
Yeah, Rock have a little bit of high ground to work with, but of course, this is not going to be where they end up. They still have to move a little bit further east, well, actually quite a lot east. It's still TSM they are trying to find, and they found the first. Gen goes down.
Yeah, I think the rest of TSM have actually managed to get out of that situation. He'll be able to scarper away and look to get Gen back in. Gen basically does his job, making Rock spend a lot of time and expiring that time away from them chasing down and potentially stopping the revive coming in. So TSM survived. They're not out of it yet. Rock do get credit with the extra point, but match point is all they're considering right now. The extra points, of course, very important when it comes to the final standings.
Especially when you look at the fact that Rock got to match point first so early as well on match 4.
Oh boy.
Are they going to be another one of these cursed teams that hits match point first but never gets the chance to actually win?
Heart in the mouth moment, always, when I see Falcons hitting a evac tower, even when there's absolutely no one near them, as they will be approaching Street Market now. You would imagine playing for Survey Beacon and Ring Console.
Memories of the past, of Falcons taking an angle through the sky.
Either really good or really bad. There was no in between.
It was so strange. There was just a period of time where Hal's team would just either fail in the sky or finally find themselves in the center zone. It was so bizarre. Now, Street Market is their target, but they are not the only team heading to Street Market. S8UL are also going there, so potential conflict could happen if neither team spots the other.
Other Thieves Insider Zone, this is where they're going to be playing. On match point. And I gotta say, I'm going to avoid the phony highlight because we keep doing, but even without that, the trials and tribulations this team have been through in recent times, I think a lot of people may have lost faith in the fact that this 100-team roster could go and win a tournament. They obviously have the talent, but just felt like something was missing. Maybe what they've been through over the last 48 hours has galvanized them as a team and put their focus in what they want to achieve, which is winning tournaments.
Of course, VKG getting priority to this zone, dropping down at Humbert Labs, and remember, they are on match point. Just to go back to 100 Thieves, 3 LAN champions, of course. And I know the phony storyline of, you know, he went through the hospital, went through the surgery, but think back to actually what happened all before that. He won a LAN, and then suddenly gets dropped from his team, has to try and find a new one, has now ended up on another tournament-winning team, in my opinion. But can they convert it? Can they do it and answer any skeptics, any haters that might be out there?
The #1 team in the lobby, 78 points.
There's an enemy over there.
Would have just had to learn a lot about themselves. And there's one man who knows how to win tournaments and has sat behind teams who have won tournaments. Man on the bottom right-hand side of your screen right there, Raven. And he would have had a big job to do just to refocus the team after what we've just seen happen in that previous game.
Yeah, I think that his heart would have been in his mouth thinking that this was going to be the moment. I don't think any of them, though, would have even considered the solo was going to be above them to Kraber shot. It's just one of those things that they have to move past and say, there was nothing else we could have done in that moment. It's just a freak accident, essentially. We're now moving to the best map that we have in this entire rotation. Let's convert it next time.
Yeah, much different rotation for them, though. Last time we were talking about the race to the center zone. This time we're talking about a long trek. A marathon to try and get anywhere near where this zone is going to be. It's a very different style of play here. 4 ninjas in pajamas to get their way towards zone. And the same could be said about the team on our screen right now. Team Falcons now down at Shipyard Arcade, all the way down on the southern side of the map. Get Survey Beacon. They're going to be up to purples. They're going to have all the attachments you could ask for in the weaponry as well. If Falcons want to win it, they're going to have to fight literally and figuratively to get to this zone and call themselves champions.
There's going to be some huge fights as this zone ends because not only Falcons are moving from that side, but Ninjas in Pajamas are also moving from the east. Rocker on the south. And a lot of our match point teams have to make it into this zone now. And I think actually NIP are fighting Virtus Pro right about now. Yeah, actually, Fane's just gone down.
Yeah, Luz just picked up a kill, got the finish. McLovin's going to tie things up. You can see that a lifeline is in the lobby as well. Luz sending a couple of sky nades up. McLovin goes down. Luz going a little bit crazy here, and Kurev maybe watching his dreams slip through his fingers and his teammates, has to escape, but at least he's on the path.
Is going to be able to survive here. Med situation, at least has a
He's out. He's good enough to get out here.
Yeah, he's going to be okay, but it's about where you go. I'm looking for a crafter. And actually, you've got to go all the way up to Heights or Energy Bank to craft in the moment. But remember, crafters do arrive onto the map, so you could play one. I guess there is a crafter somewhat close to draft point, but that's equally as far. It's going to be a journey for NIP, that's for sure.
Broken bones.
Akis and Alliance just managed to find themselves a care package as well. Some of the notes about the position that Alliance are playing, by the way. They are one of the only teams playing the western side of that wall we were talking about earlier. DSM find themselves with Gent getting knocked in defeat as we look at Falcons now trying to bully the way in towards zone. S8UL are in front of them. Alliance moving down to look at this as well. This is a tough spot, but they are going to be safe in zone.
Falcons do know of Alliance though, so they're not going to be caught off guard here, but they are caught between two teams. A decision has to be made. Do you try and push aggressively towards one of these squads?
Well, Rock Esports are overextended now, and S8UL actually find themselves in a little bit of a pinch, so Falcons have been helped out of this situation by the overextension from zone by Rock. And Rock need to make this play as well, because if Rock don't command this southern space, their position in zone is under threat.
Care package has been looted by Madness, so some toys for them to play with.
They want to take this fight here. They've just popped the Tempest. The Falcons aren't going to be able to close the gap in time to really make it effective here.
S8UL have to kind of back off into the zone though. Falcons maybe have done enough just to scare them away. Perhaps they heard that ultimate being popped and they say, we want nothing to do with that right now. All the meanwhile, the zone is going to continue to shift south, closer to VK Gaming and closer to Rock Esports, and of course, close to Falcons.
Rock are in an amazing spot, by the way, for this endgame. And Kurev has done what he needed to do. Now he's going to hit the evac tower, but TSM are waiting on the edge of zone. They know that Ninjas in Pajamas have just been respawned. And Kurev now is going to have to hit the grapple to join his teammates. But just to their right through this choke, TSM are waiting like sharks in the water.
TSM, though, are very aware that the zone's going to be closing as well, so they also need to be thinking about the bigger picture here. It's about reaching match point themselves, and a few kills is not going to be enough. They need placement. They need 13 points if they're going to cross that match point threshold, as now the zone does begin to close behind NIP here.
Falcons are inside the zone on that southern side as well. But two of our match point teams isolated on the south side of the zone where nobody else really is. S8UL are kind of hovering, but Gen G are about to arrive. Gen G might cause some problems here. They've just landed between Alliance and Falcons on the southern side. 100 Thieves inside the zone. They're going to be safe.
And round 3's closing here. It's still 19 teams alive, may I add, but ImperialHal has just gone down to Sorcerer. Falcons now as a duo. Is there a chance for them to get a mobile res? Perhaps, but that is going to be a match point team on match point team action.
I mentioned how Rocket just commanding the space. They are demanding the space. Taking out ImperialHal could be massive for their chances of being crowd champions here. Falcons are eliminated. Rock send it on to them. Falcons will not win. Here in this game, one match point team is gone.
They're going to have to hope that they'll get another chance going into match 9. As I'm sure a lot of disappointed Falcons fans in the audience here at the Gidea Arena. Maybe some jubilant Alliance fans though. Can Alliance be the team to keep us going to match 9? As just a Wolves esports player has gone down as well. As we continue to follow the journey of NIP, because it has been a treacherous one. Back up to a full 3. And now they have to transition south, which they will be greeted by Alliance, but we check in again with these teams within zone already.
Let's go over there.
Wolves now creeping their way forward, but the zone is going to force about 7, 8, almost 10 teams to have to move. Even with 18 squads alive here, very few are safe. TSM been eliminated. They will be next to fall in this lobby. Vayne taking damage from so many different angles.
This is how Team Falcons were taken out of the game as well. It was ROC who finally got aggressive on them when they saw there was weakness. They took full advantage, wiping them out of this lobby. Now Alliance do get a knock onto McLovin here.
Affection, be careful though, down to 1 HP. Pops that battery. Gets the bank smoke down as well. Sentinels next to go, but they are not on match point.
Alliance have found themselves into zone though, and as you mentioned, there are still a lot of teams who have to move south and get into the zone themselves. There's going to be a lot of forced fights and forced engagements here, but you have to stay on top of things.
A lot of these teams who are forced to engage aren't on match point. The match point teams are in positions where they are closer to zone. We are getting to a point here at the end of this zone where we will know what our chances are of more Apex Legends here at the mid-season playoffs, or what the chances are of finding a champion.
One of the teams in the best position right now is Rock Esports after taking down Falcons. How big could that fight have been? Zone closing in, NIP have to press up, Alliance watching over them.
Rival Esports have been eliminated as well. NIP trapped in a corner. Furia eliminated as well, but again, not on match point. Unlucky's down.
And finished, may I add. Jen Burton getting the final bullets with the scout in the end, and that could save NIP because they were in a pretty awful position compared to Alliance, because Alliance would have just been able to bombard them from above, but there is a mobile res there for Alliance. Do NIP see this?
Well, the Thermite is just chipping away at Vayne. Effect now is having to hold off any potential push. They have stuck the respawn. Unlucky will be dropping, and Alliance will be strong once more.
Pony is currently zipping back and forth on the Pathfinder right now, but NIP, they lose Kura.
It's Wolves! It's Wolves who are pushing them! It's Wolves from a distance who are doing this damage! From inside of that tunnel, McLovin jumps up. He'll go down. Ninjas in pajamas might be ready to go to bed.
Effective, desperate to try and push this team, desperate to try and finish them off. But somehow, some way, NIP are surviving because Alliance wanted to get the revive first, but now Unlucky's coming back.
Do not show. Hackis finally tucks in Ninjas in pajamas, and Wolves have gone as well. 2 match point teams gone.
That leaves us with Rock, VKG, and 100 Thieves on match point. 3 teams still with a chance to win it here, but still plenty of teams not on match point. One of them being Alliance, of course. E36 in the kill feed against Nemesis. VP going down. VP eliminated. Now we're down to 10 squads.
Sorcerer kill leader in the lobby at the moment, and Rock will have to move towards his zone in a few moments' time. But before they go and think about what could be a tournament winning, a career-defining rotation, they have to deal with the traffic in front of them, damage as many teams as they can, as VK Gaming are struggling. Another match point team as QQ hits the queue just to give himself a chance.
Worth noting, we have seen another
zone. He set the zone.
100 Thieves might be struggling here.
100 Thieves could be gone. Alliance are out. Phony gone. 100 Thieves are gone. The only teams alive who could still win this, VKG as a solo, and Rock, who have commanded this zone for so long. But Rock are down to 1 fact escaped. It's the 2 solos at match point against each other. You couldn't write this.
The Wraith Q saves QQ for now, but Vaxlon with the chance to try and win the tournament himself. I don't think there's any way you're going to get the team back. So instead we look about who is going to cross match point maybe here in match 8.
Genji on match point. Asia trying to find some ammo, trying to find a shield swap. Will do exactly that, sprays and prays. But Legacy is not letting him feel comfortable at all here. Asia comes back with a spray of his own. Just go down. Legacy weak. Has to pick up a reload here, looks for another armor swap to make sure he doesn't make any mistakes.
So Genji crossed the match point threshold, as did Nemesis before they died, may I add. A couple more teams put in the mix for match 9, excuse me, if we get there. And I say if, because we still have 2 match point teams alive, albeit as solos. Vaxlon on the Pathfinder, VKG with a Wraith.
QQ on the Wraith. Can you believe we watched the 2 solos, the only players on match point, stare each other in the eyes, and both of them survive. Vaxlon, though, is taking damage. The world champs on our screens. S8UL will be out next, down to 4. 2 teams, 2 solos, still on match point.
And Genji and Na'Vi are currently looking at each other, shooting at each other, but they have spotted Vaxlon. They have not spotted QQ, though. If they take this 3v3, there is still a chance. As Hyaka goes down, there is still a chance one of these 2 teams could win it.
Gen.G trying to dispatch of Na'Vi. Slab is the last alive, playing behind the knockdown. Even as solos, with all 3 Gen.G players still on their feet, you have to think that Gen.G are going to keep this one going. Vaxelon's still alive. 2 solos, both on match point. Gen.G control the fate of the ALGS mid-season playoffs.
It's a Kraber as well for QQ. A big shot could change everything, but that was his last bullet, I believe, as now they push in onto QQ.
But he jumps into the void. Vaxelon, by the way, still alive, but now Gen.G bring that game to a close, and epic. But when all said and done, Gen.G hit match point, and we keep on going here in the mid-season playoffs.
If you wanted more matches of Apex Legends, you have got them. All thanks to Gen.G. They find themselves on match point now. They find themselves with the chance to win this thing going into match 9, but they were not the only ones who got there. We welcome Nemesis as well to the fray, and suddenly, maybe your chance of winning this tournament may have just slipped through your fingers as more teams are added to the mix.
ROC with the chance, but again, not converted. Vaxelon did everything he could to survive long enough to have his say in that endgame. QQ had the Kraber, had the chance, but could not hit the biggest shots of his life.
Could have changed everything. If he had hit one shot, that could have changed everything, because then potentially there's a 1v1 on both sides for the 2 match point eligible teams. Wow, what an ending. And you can see that maybe VK Gaming feeling like they had a real opportunity there in that game, which they did. Their zone pulled to them. That could be the best chance they get. And remember, it was on E-District, their best map. But also worth noting, we go back to E-District again for match 9.
Saw a quick shot on Nemesis as well. They will join the rest of the match point teams with a chance to win it. They hit match point in match number 8. Ballistic, gone for now. Will be the next legend to be banned. Gen.G with the win. But when you've got 2 match point teams in 2nd and 3rd respectively, you can see how close it was to us calling one of those 2 teams champs.
So match 9 is upon us. Surely it would finish in 9. But I remember saying those very words back last year, EWC, when I was, surely it finish in 10, surely it finish in 11, surely it finish in 12. It just keeps going sometimes, because these lobbies are so difficult to find wins. And there are still some of the best teams in the world that have yet to find a victory here in this lobby.
You look at some of the teams who are on match point, you don't want to give them too many chances to win a game. We were talking about conversion rates before. Some of them with very high conversion rates if they get to top 10, top 5. They miss out this time around, but Nemesis will join Gen.G and the rest of those teams in red on match point. If any of those top 8 teams win the next game, they will be your ALGS mid-season playoff champions here at Esports World Cup.
There is plenty of teams I can name there, though, that can just keep us going here. Alliance, one of them. TSM, Fnatic, actually, forget it.
Anyone.
All 12 of them are in this finals lobby for a reason. Maybe they could be one of the teams that sends us to match 10, match 11, match 12. Who knows how far we might go.
A real opportunity to catch your breath. And Timmy, even though he's retired and he won't be competing anymore, he's still here, still smiling, still bringing a lot of joy to those people in and around him. Day 2 of me tweeting Timmy to play at Champs will continue very soon. Anyway, we're going to go for a quick break. The epic of the mid-season playoffs will continue after this.
bad. You think I'm good? You're really good, man. That was a crazy play. That's a classic move from you, man. Dude, how do you understand the game so well? You're so smart. Dude, you are playing some phenomenal chess right now. You must be a grandmaster, man. You just do not know when to stop. Hit after hit, man. You got me in check, man. What am I gonna do? You're a strong player. You'll figure it out. Thank you, man. You're so supportive.
กูเร็วมาเร็วเชียร์น้องผัดไปผัดใครติดเสร็จนะก่อนชิวมันต้องตี10%ต้องกดลบมันให้ตายกดลบมันกดได้ถ่ายพี่ไทยจะเตะอยู่นี่นะขวางมันเหลือ2 วิเสร็จคู่นะเราชิวนะซ้ายเน็ตมึงมีเน็ตไหมเน็ตมีคิดว่าต้องกูกำลังเสร็จมาตรงกูเดี๋ยวกูต้องหาเชียร์ได้ไปเงิน
You don't need to hear it here. You can just hear it in their voice. The energy. We get more Apex. Genji with the generational save. Are you kidding me?
2 generational saves back to back, stopping NIP in game number 7, only to take the win there in game number 8 and to secure a spot here in match points. Vicky, it's come down to this. Match number 9. We're going through the maps all over again. It's almost like a fresh restart, except this time around, we have 8 legends gone. Team Alliance, I don't think they're out of this quite yet. The energy is still high for them and their fans.
They're rallying the troops. They gotta rally the energy together. Because Alliance, quiet more than usual here in this lobby, but it highlights the desperation. How these teams are playing in our match point finals. When we talk about the Grim Reaper caster duo, Jamerson, I was always wondering here, is it because of my gamer tag, 9 lives here? Like, these teams have moved up, expanded beyond this tournament. I cannot believe this. E-District here for game 9.
E-District, once again, game 9. Right now, it's almost like a reset, like I had said, right? It's a lot of our squads just need to go back to square one, especially for our match point squads. Of course, we are in that desperation mode for some of them who have not hit match point quite yet, but we still have teams looking to keep the dream alive. Alliance currently in 10th place with 40 points, only 10 points off. Rivals as well in 9th. Right now, with so many squads right there on the bubble, looking to make history and make their name known here, become another LAN champion. We have had so many different LAN champions since EWC 2024. Since then, of course, we've had Alliance, we had SSG, we had Reject Winity, actually. I forgot about Split 1 there for a second, Vicky. And then we had, well, now Na'Vi Ujako taking that until Falcons were able to take back the reins at the ALGS Open.
Look, if you haven't caught a dub yet in the games that we've had thus far in our midseason playoffs, that's the time right there for Genji to take their first win. That was their first win in this entire tournament, where it matters the most. And as you mentioned, Jamerson, we're staking right back around with our map rotation. We're going right back over to E-District, nearly half the lobby at match point. 8 teams. As we take a look at the next legend band, Ballistic is no more. As we also look at our POI drafts for match number 9. Because at this point here, Jamerson, now noting that we have 8 teams total at match point, you have to imagine the teams that have that recognition, that know where these teams land, trying to cut them off.
This is where it becomes a lot more difficult, right, for our squads. As we delve deeper into the pool of remaining legends here, are you going to be able to spot out a composition that you recognize? But not only that, there's so many different teams that are on match point that you need keep track of at this point. This is where it all hell breaks loose. Again, we are in uncharted territory for the most part. First international LAN with as large the stakes as we have here, the EWC for the ALGS mid-season Split 1 playoffs.
Time to lock in. Look at our players. Their faces as they know what could possibly happen here for game number 9. Time to ramp up, everyone. This could be it, but I feel like we've been saying this for like the last 2-3 games now at this point. And time is of the essence. These points here too are being soaked up by the teams that still find themselves consistently getting KP, but I also feel like there's so much respect here in this lobby.
You have to. Every single region have shown that they belong here. Rival Esports, another squad coming out. Maypac South, moving wide. They deserve to be here. Now, again, with so much on the line, the pressure, you heard it there from Gen G. They keep the tournament alive. They hit match points. Now they are ready. We are ready, Vicky.
We're ready to go, everyone. This could be it. Time to go into game number 9, or will it go the distance? We have E-Districts. This could be the nail in the coffin. We moved over to that south side of Humbert Labs. Where will we be going next? As we take a look at Gen G after that dub, they move up to match point, one of the 8 teams. And looking at this composition too, when we say goodbye to the Ballistic, you have to imagine closing up that gap here. Whether it be the Wraith, whether it be the Valkyrie here, whether it be the Pathfinder.
Once we got into these further rounds, we saw some strange picks, right? Some Gibraltars were coming out, but I think a lot of teams kind of want to avoid that, especially with the aggression that we typically get to see in round number 9, round number 10. Mad Maggie comes out. She's a natural counter to that Gibraltar. You're really not going to want to play here when it becomes so easy.
No
way.
With
that wrecking ball, and oh my God, Vicky. We are about to get a repeat, but we've seen this zone before. We've seen the ping pong that can happen between that wall that goes straight down the center of this next zone. Teams put a lot of focus onto Humbert Labs, onto Old Town, but this time around, this is much further south. This can pull directly on top of Team Nemesis, but teams we have to mention, BK Gaming coming up from Humbert Labs will have one of the highest priorities to take a priority position.
We're running this back. We're running this back. And you know what? With Alliance being right there in Shipyard Arcade, how cinematic would it be if Alliance take a dub to also find themselves at match point? I mean, at this point, we'll probably get half the lobby at match point, depending on how Rivals and Alliance do.
The last game, Alliance, of course. They take their time at Shipyard. They rotated north towards draft point to get a little bit more loot, and then they rotated their way in to that long corridor that mirrors, that parallels Humbert Labs. Wolves Esports, another squad that has hit match points. 53 points for them. They have an opportunity with 7 other squads to try and close it out here. They are negatively rotating away from this one, going further deep into Energy Bank for 100 Thieves now. They are trailing just behind Fnatic. They have double scans to hit here. They will take that survey beacon. It'll allow them to know what's safe, what's in play down here in Old Town. Where can we end this game?
Because they have to start moving now. This will pull to the south side with Old Town. BK Gaming already here. They're looking at Alliance. Furia are showing their face over by that fight in Old Town, where there is a survey beacon. Team Nemesis are going to be matching that with Alliance, but it's just going to be poke pressure from here. You talk about that bank, that water bank, over to the other side where we see a lot of that action, but you could expect it to get congested very quickly with the teams that are majority of them rotating from this north side. 100 Thieves on the other side are going to be staring down Fnatic, another team right next to them here too, as they're going to be able to try to take up on this high ground. It's Fnatic, but A's still on the white Evos.
They were able to get the armor check on that as well. They know they have the advantage in this fight, but go for this next scan to get better information. Now they know what buildings are clear, where can they play. Again, about utilizing this composition. That rampart gives them that flexibility. So many unplayable areas they will have access to with those amped covers. Go ahead and take this balloon now. Let's see where they go.
But where can they play? When you have Furia, Fnatic, BK Gaming, Alliance, Team Nemesis shooting at you here. The roof is free, but they still lose out of one. And Fnatic hearing all the action, see one knock in front of their face.
They land
wreck on Tafoni and Jen Burden.
They land right on top of BK Gaming, Vicky. That is not the team that you want to be landing on.
But they still got also pressured when they were flying in, which is even more important. If they were healthy, they still had the Evil Shield advantage, but now that's not going to happen. 100 Thieves will not see this through. The first team out in this lobby.
7 more teams still alive here. We'll see if the pressure gets to them. Fnatic at 35 points. One of our APAC North representatives. I don't believe we have an APAC North team currently sitting on match point. No, we do not. We've got Wolves, BKG, for APAC South, along with Gen G. Alliance!
Oh my.
Survive the fray. TSM are eliminated.
But watch right now as they try to recover. Rock Esports are flying in as well. Fnatic are just claiming these teams who are trying to desperately find their space out from the sky. Deeds gets eliminated. Our match point teams are getting wiped. They're getting torn apart. And Fnatic are feasting on the other side with Rock at least being able to reset off that low ground. Vax, Saucer is still alive, seeing if maybe they could get Deeds up.
Deeds is crawling. It looks like he might just be able to make it over towards cover. Alliance might have an angle onto this one, but Rock Esports gonna drop down. See the pressure being applied from Vaxlon. You don't want to make too much noise. You don't want to draw the eyes over here. And Rock will be able to recover. You can see in the desperation, teams are picking up the tempo. They're moving so fast to get into these zones. On the kill feed, though, that will be Enter Force 36, finishing off another member of VP.
I'm gonna be so real right now. With Rock having this building and VKG on the other side, Rock have already played the zone. We literally just saw it for our previous game, for game number 8. And we know that Rock is a team that has been able to establish and adapt very quickly. You put them in the same situation, they know what to do differently compared to what they did in the last game. But it's all about how these teams, the other teams around them, Alliance, Fnatic, VKG, even Furia, who are on the other side of VKG's building, play into that next zone, especially for the teams that slow rotate here. Rival Esports will be coming in from Shipyard Arcade. There is a survey beacon there, Kinotrope as well as S8UL over by Viaduct, also getting that ring console. We see this side by side. Look how many teams are still rotating outside of zone. Falcons, Gen G, NIP, VP trying to get the reset with the Replicator too.
That leaves a lot of space, a lot of time really for teams to try and take some early fights here, but we have a pull on up in this next zone. A lot of Humber Labs are still in that north side of Old Town where this zone ended in game number 8. Might become a reality where we do get that repeat. Once again, NIP on the move, looking to close things out. They were so close on that World's Edge game. Now we'll see. They can try make their adjustments here. They're moving through Stadium now. They've got both scans to access, and so they know how clear their path is moving forward.
Tough when you land literally on the opposite side of the map, being over there by Lotus. We saw that earlier. And as they make their way, Gen G are looking to take a fight versus Team Falcons. Fight for maybe the ring console eventually once they start rotating out of Neon Square. Falcons looking to their back, also having an Evo Harvester on their own pathing. As we watch NIP, they're just going to be rotating here. And they're going to be moving from Stadium into that next zone. Enter Force 36 will also be approaching from the choke that exits out of east side of Humbert Labs. And here's what we're talking about with Falcons now trailing ahead. They're not going to be contested by Gen G. Gen G really just wanted that information originally by Neon Square.
Gen G do have the Valkyrie, so if they want to give chase, they can. But Falcons, give them the slip for right now. Gen G will divert in path as Falcons continue to make their way over towards Market. Gen G start heading on over to Draft Point. Again, another pit stop for them where they will have access to the ring console and that surveyed beacon for themselves.
Rivals about to get taken out, and they're at 40 points. They get eliminated in 18th. They were stuck and pinched as S8UL over by Shipyard Arcade were also looking at Kinotrope Gaming.
Yeah, Rivals Esports, they just saw their brother team in Gen G hit match point. APAC South representatives, they wanted to match them in the finals from Thailand. Now they'll have to watch on again as 7 teams still have the possibility of ending the tournament right here. For Wolves Esports that are patrolling around here on the western side, over here at Shipyard, but there are multiple teams in their way.
And Team Nemesis are also taking shots at Sentinels. We see Wolves take this poking pressure here, first from afar with the 30-30. It is important to highlight that Alliance have not moved from that choke over to the south side, looking at S8UL, who want to rotate out of Shipyard Arcade, but they're not alone. Wolves Esports continuously here, as you can see, trying to take some shots at the team right in front of them. Falcons will eventually start flying in. S8UL finally now start taking to the skies. As we see this flyby here, it's still Alliance waiting for them on that choke.
Alliance now holding down S8UL, has plenty of coverage. Got the Rolling Thunder coming out here as S8UL make it to the safety of this building. ALGS is forced back. Tense moments here for Alliance, who are just sitting 6 points away from hitting match points. Not only that, they have to stop 7 other teams from closing this one out. Alliance will back away for now, leaving space open for S8UL. Here though, on the north side between Enter Force 36 and VP. Small engagement, but it looks like it will be a disengage. NIP forcing both teams off. NIP might have access to the Mythic bid.
That's a win condition right there. We've seen this done before by Gen G, over by World's Edge. Even if they didn't get that dub, even if they got second place, but it made such a big difference with that Kraber. As well, NIP are going to be hanging out here. VP over to the north side have now been able to take that one knock onto E36. Sentinels make their move over. Nice shots here with the bow check, but I really want to see that collapse eventually over to that south side. Team Falcons are getting gate kept too, by the way, by Gen G on the outskirts of the zone. Have some time to work with, but you're forced on the low ground with Woltsy losing out on his shield. He cannot be the first one to go down. He's got some cover. He's popping out the shield bat. They have more than enough meds. I mean, look at this. You think Hal's got enough shield cells here with the 20 shield cells?
Yeah. Along with that dock, we'll keep them topped off for right now. Let's go ahead and listen in with Team Falcons as they make their way on in.
What's in that sector? We can jet over there.
Not much to say.
Okay. Wait, you buy yourself race? I know. Oh, here we go. There's a game drop on the inside of the thing in front of me. Do we come to you or go above us?
Lifeline, it helps them reset extremely well there. The Halo down. Wolves Esports keeping an eye on them for the time being. Still have a lot of teams to their back. So there will be some pressure coming in. Enter Force 36, Gen G flying above them right now with their own Valkyrie.
It's so important to note the Valkyries in this lobby, just allowing the advantage to have that purple perk that Zero has to get the scan through the building. That's huge here. That's a difference maker against the teams that are running the Pathfinder. They don't have that information on their rotate. Sentinels do get that knock in the feet against that Phaser. It's E36 who are going to end up committing over to that northern rotate on the north side of Humbert Labs. Team Falcons look down at Kinotrope. Wolves, they take out Kinotrope Gaming, and they won't be able to reset as they have the Cossack and they have that Kraber.
Long time coming here. Wolves on the western side. They've got Falcons to their north. Gen G to their south. Trading blows. That riot drill comes in. No damage for them. We do have Ziki finding a knock onto Hawkes. But that is going to be with that G7 Scout long range. Possible opportunity for someone to come in from another squad to try and third party.
Alliance do get the res though, and that's important when they're sitting at 44 total points. The closest team right now to hit match point thus far in this lobby at the moment, BKG. You making the next move with the portal play. Sees Team Liquid right to his left. Is there space here to play? There is. It's free for now. S8UL are their neighbors. And now as they take the portal, they find that safety. Furia right in front of them too, on the other side of that building that they've been holding from the very beginning.
Somehow that riot drill not tickling him whatsoever. VK Gaming now here on the Western Edge with Team Liquid as ninjas in pajamas. If we get a look at the map feed, Get the Ring pulling their way. Donut finds a knock onto Dexter with the Kraber. We'll see if we can secure that thirst with that knock. Right now, Rock Esports just slightly outside of this next zone. So many teams are flying in to the next ring. Team Falcons are just trying their best to survive with this fly-in.
Where do you go? At least you have the rampart, you at least have some barriers, but both Wolves and Hal were in trouble. Luckily, Hal having that lifeline helps him recover some of the health. Zero, though, gets pinged from behind, from the distance. Rock on the other side, looking to get involved, but it's Falcons looking down the barrel at Ninjas and Pajamas or Rock, trying to swing on Falcons.
Zero backs away. He needs some HP, and it's going to be ImperialHal down. And that is not the legend you want to go down in this engagement. Rock sets blood in the water. Nade out from Zero. No shields on the other side.
Rock cannot overextend because Team Nemesis are coming into third party. Huge shots, huge nades. Thank you very much, Team Nemesis, to clean up Rock on aisle 3. You find the next knock. Team Nemesis are looking to reset.
Falcons might have been able to full heal at this point, but Team Nemesis still need the res as we've got another third party coming in. Changing on over to the northwest side of the map right now. It's going to be Wolves, another shot, another connection from Donut. Slayer will go down on the VP side. Throughout all this, VKG in a fight, Team Liquid are knocked out.
Team Falcons are looking to get the reset, but they fully lost out on Zero. This is huge here, as they have the lifeline and they have a Moby.
Furia came in for the third party, but somehow Nemesis hold on. Mobile respawn beacon down. Ninjas in pajamas. Vayne with the ring to their back, with the fight in front of them, with Kraber in hand, has an opportunity to seal the deal here.
There's only 5 teams not at match point here in this lobby right now. VP, E36, Fnatic, Sentinels, and Na'Vi. While NIP keep pressuring up the teams right behind them. Kraber in Vayne's hand, not giving up or looking at that team behind them. Team Nemesis looking at Falcons and Na'Vi, but they haven't given up this space if you're NIP, because there's going to be a huge collapse over on the north side by Humbert Labs.
Run all that Gen.G. They're able to get their res, get all 3 members back into this game. Wolves caught up. The riot drill connects right onto No Name, forcing him back. We'll be able to reset, but the Nox gas might be a little bit too much here. They poured out to keep themselves alive. Wolves drop down. It's Hyarka now coming in, possibly for the third party.
Lots of gas everywhere here, while Team Falcons look down with the Sheila, but a huge nade gets the crack, forcing out the shield bats with round 5 closing behind their backs. It's gonna be hard with only Nemesis being a duo. Nice clip, but Remix can't clutch. Nemesis get taken out. Can they get the shield swap? They're getting pinged from afar. E36, and right behind them, it is NIP. This is the collapse. Sentinels, VP, Gen.G, Na'Vi, and Wolves as VKG look at Ninja in pajamas.
In the center of the map as well. NIP and VKG are engaging right now. VKG gets a knock onto Kurev. Na'Vi is down. We're down to 9 squads.
Gen.G still on this pileup, where VP, Sentinels, and Wolves here. As E36 slide in, they come up behind Falcons. They get the first knock, and then it's only up to 1 member. They can't do it. Falcons will not win it here. They get taken out. There's only 2 teams in this lobby that can keep this going.
Fnatic and Sentinels. If you want more Apex, you're cheering for them. But right now, as it stands, Wolves, VKG, and Gen.G looking to close it all out. But it's 5 squads, making 11 players remaining. Fnatic are down to just Yuka F, and QQ has spotted them out. Fnatic, Wolves, take them out.
With Apex South on their backs, VKG are primed and ready. It may end here. 4 squads left. Sentinels is the only team not at match point. The Caustic Barrels, it's looking like a Dutch oven before he slides over to the side. You don't want to overextend, especially when you're on the Caustic.
Loader has to play Enforcer here because he is the enemy Caustic. He needs to infiltrate through that gas right now. Pressure onto Wolves. VKG trying to control as much space as possible. Sentinels, the only other team not on match point, starting to make their move right now onto VKG.
VKG splitting up their attention, still looking at that one member of Wolves. Gen G now wrap up. VKG are in such a good spot. They get that knock onto Donut. They have to hold on to height. QQ doesn't know right behind him though. Having to be careful. Crazy Con being right there. They're splitting their attention, but they cannot let Sentinels walk up for free.
Wolves as a solo, Gen G as a solo. Right now, VK Gaming were evicted from the high ground. They slowly take it back though. And take a look at this, Wolves. They're gonna try and go for a miracle play here. Crazy Kong plugging them in before he heals.
This would be a game-breaking moment with a clutch run from Wolves Esports. But Crazy Kong gets taken out and the zone is closing in. VKG are primed. It's only up to Sentinels to keep this up. Loader taking height right now. VK Gaming now trying to follow up. That one member of Ziki tries to fly away and QQ takes too much damage.
Gen G are out and now Wolves Esports make their move as Wolves get the knock onto Sentinels.
Remember, that was off the duo that drops out from the Raz. Wolves still have an opportunity and there's only one member left from Sentinels. They don't do it! It ends here! VK Gaming! They take the top! They are your champions of the ALGS mid-season playoffs at the 2025 Esports World Cup. They did it for Apex South.
VK. There you have it. VK Gaming. The emotions palpable. Often overlooked when it came to these international lands. But they showed time and again, they belong in every single final LAN, lobby, and now here at EWC, here for the ALGS mid-season playoffs or split one. They are your champions. Even amongst the crowd, they can't believe it, but VK Gaming, you have done it. You are our champions.
They started off the day strong. They were your game one winners. The chance, the energy. They had their fans, gave them the energy. The emotional impact of our teams after getting so close. A wonderful performance throughout the course of these 3 days as VKG, they take it all in.
You know what's not, who this isn't a surprise to? Our man at home, Gino, wasn't able to make it out here, but he's been grinding back at home, watching Apex South, putting watch party on watch party on watch party, putting us on watch to teams like VK Gaming. Now, they command the respect for the region, for Apex South, VK Gaming.
And while they get ready, as you can see the crusher right before their eyes, let's confirm the results right now. Let's find out where everybody has stayed after the end of match number 9. They didn't just take the win. They didn't just take this tournament. They had gotten 13 KP. And most importantly, let's look at the results of the final lobby, the entire series standings. And as it stays, 96 points for VK Gaming. It is Rock Esports. They come in second place. They obtain the $300,000 in their pockets. NIP, 2-point difference. That's what separated them and $100,000 in third place. And it's been insane here, Jamerson, to see. But let's see the teams that have to go through that crush.
We did 6 yesterday, and we had 14 just yesterday.
Yeah.
Now it's going to be 19.
I mean,
let's take a look at the winning moment where VK Gaming slates their name in Apex Legends history. So much was going on here. Enter Force 36 had a strong position. Team Falcons getting flaked here.
Looking at this winning moment and looking at the action that went down here was insane. Not only where they try to recover off the side of this building. We saw, what, split up solos, some Hail Mary reses. Wolf Esports were still able to just collapse on Sentinels. If Wolf Esports did not get that res, what would that have made for VK Gaming and Sentinels in that 3v3? VK Gaming held off that side of zone. They held on top of the roof. You see the shirts, great merch here for VK Gaming. They're soaring to the skies with that dub and with this panoramic view here of our teams and looking at Falcons as a shell on these seats, seeing what they could have done differently. But it wasn't just them. Nemesis here, 100 Thieves, Gen G with some clutch moments over the course of the last 2 to 3 games. NIP, Rock, who always found themselves in these end of the zone. How much does this mean for this region, for APAC South, once again, to rally again? A region who should have all the attention on them. VKG do it. They take the trophy home.
APAC South sent 8 amazing representatives. 5 show up for that final lobby, and 1 stands on top. VK Gaming, Casa, QQ, and LD, proving that this last year, every single ounce of effort they put in, every single LAN where they saw themselves not securing victory, well, that was all just building up to this. One of the biggest stages in the world here for EWC 2025. They secure the victory.
And while we get set up, everyone, we're waiting on VK Gaming to raise that trophy, but it's an emotional time for them. They're trying to recollect their thoughts. They're trying to pull it together, because this is the $2 million prize pool mid-season playoffs here at EWC. See them on the other side of the stage, excited, ready to go to hoist that trophy above their heads.
Vicky, I mean, I'm trying to compose myself here. You saw the tears streaming down the fans' faces, the tears streaming down our players' faces. Once again, Casa, QQ, and LD. These are names to remember. Every single LAN they show up time and again. They have proven now that APAC South needs so much more attention. We've taken so much APAC South talent and dispersed it amongst the ALGS, and now it's time that they get the attention that they deserve.
When you send out 8 of your teams from APAC South and 5 of them make it into a lobby like this, that's a statement all on its own, and it is VK Gaming that rode it to victory. And as VK Gaming, they get themselves together, they rally up with their trophy. I'm tossing it out here. Barney, take it away as our winners are looking to take this trophy and send these losers home.
Fans, both at home and right here in the Gidea Arena, Match Point Sunday has concluded, and your winners are VK Gaming! What an amazing performance, gentlemen. Congratulations. First and foremost, what we would like to do here, you can see emotions are running high. QQ, what a round you played. The first thing that we would actually like to do is to present you with your key as the winners of the ALGS mid-season playoffs at the 2025 Esports World Cup. Congratulations. Round of applause, everyone, for that. Our next thing that we would like to do here on the stage is that we would like to ask you which 3 teams you would like to place crushed in the base of your trophy.
你们要选择哪3支战队的钥匙来碾碎，压在你们自己的奖杯下。
We're going to go one at a time. One at a time.
Alliance.
Alliance is that first team in the base of the trophy. That is just going to be pretty spicy. Okay. I'd like to know your second team you want to place in your trophy, please.
第2支战队是什么？ Team Falcons!
Team Falcons! This is setting up to be quite a spicy trophy. Team Falcons and Alliance already, and I want that third and final team that's going in the base of your trophy.
第3支战队是什么
？Fnatic。
Fnatic are going in the base of the trophy as well. So that's Falcons, Alliance, and Fnatic. Okay, any particular reason for, let's say, Alliance? Any particular reason?
有什么具体的原因吗？比方说 Alliance 战队，你当时你为什么选择把他们碾碎呢？
他们很厉害啊。
Team Alliance is just really strong, so we want to keep them crushed under us.
I like that. I like the respect. Fair enough. Okay. Now that all 19 of your opponent's keys are set and ready, this is the time for the fun bit because we have never crushed 19 keys all at once at the Esports World Cup. So this is going to be a first. So, Ladud, I would like you to turn the key, please, and switch on the engines. The key is to... Oh, no, we're going to turn it. Leave it on. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. The engines are now on. Now that they're on, Casa, flick that switch. The switch is flicked. The iris is going to open and reveal all the teeth that's going to crush all of these teams. And finally, QQ, press that button and drop them all in. Oh! Push them in, push them in. Get in there. Go on, you do it, go on. I'm gonna put that in. Okay, we got one that's clinging on for dear, and it's gone. There you go. And with that, it is all said and done. There's only one thing left for you guys to do. That is place your key in the center of your trophy and lift it for all to see and cement your legacy. It's VK Gaming!
Which one? This square? Okay.
Everybody live in the Qiddiya Arena, make some noise for the winners of the ALGS mid-season playoffs at the 2025 Esports World Cup, VK Gaming! Gentlemen, I mean, what a performance today. We're going to have a quick chat up here on the stage. I just wanted to ask you, Ladud, I want to talk to you, Ladud. I want to ask you if you could put into words how you're feeling right now.
LQ 能不能跟大家说一下你现在的感受是什么样的呢？
很开心，很激动。
I'm super happy. I'm super excited. Thank you, everyone.
Look, Casa, you've done all the hard work and you've got such an incredible team behind you, the coach, the fans who have all been supporting you throughout this entire journey. What would you like to say to them?
现在有什么话给所有你的那些粉丝一直支持你走到这一步的呢？
辛苦了。
Thank you to my fans. Thank you, everyone. It's been a long journey.
Okay, well that is, you know, not so many words. A man, a few words. I like that. I'm going to walk over here because QQ, you are the last for me to speak to, and there's a reason for that, and that is because you are the Sony MVP of the tournament, and you will get an additional $10,000.
QQ， 你这里不仅仅是冠军，你也是索尼的 MVP， 所以会额外得到1万美元的奖金。
How do you feel? What's your response to that?
有什么感受？
太爽了
！It is incredible.
I like how much energy you put into that answer, but here is your MVP medal for you right here. Congratulations. And so, for the final time, gentlemen, to solidify this moment into the Esports World Cup history books. I'm going to get you to lift that trophy one more time and cement your legacy.
请冠军再次举起奖杯。
Ladies and gentlemen, in the Gadia Arena, please give it up one more time for your ALGS mid-season playoff champions at the 2025 Esports World Cup, VK Gaming!
A team not full of many words, but they don't need to do any talking. They let the game do that for them. APAC South has brought back the trophy home, and the region could not be more proud. Their #1 seed coming in to the ALGS midseason playoff at EWC 2025 has taken the #1 seed overall, crushing the keys, dreams, and hopes of Alliance, Falcons, and all the other teams who tried their best to get a shot at that trophy. This truly is paramount of an achievement that can only really, I think, be looked at as something that APAC South has felt has been coming for a long time. And I believe that they will continue to try to strive for this achievement yet again. And obviously, this will give everyone in the world, you've been put on notice for what they're bringing to the table. Man, VK Gaming, Jayhawk, that was incredible from them. And obviously, you know, we went so many games late. It's one of those things that when it goes down that late, you do see a lot of teams be able to bring open these new storylines that maybe you were not expecting at the beginning of the day. But VK Gaming, it just felt like, as we watched, that they were constantly in the mix. And it turned out that they were in the mix in the right time at the right spot there to win it.
I'm pretty sure that VK Gaming is the first team in Apex Legends history to hit match point first and then win it. And sure, it took a lot of games for us to get there, but this tournament, with the 10-game series that every team has had to play, you have to show resiliency throughout the match. And we talked about a lot of teams throughout this tournament that they got an early win and they couldn't continue into the tournament because they couldn't keep up with the consistency. VK Gaming got those early wins, those early points, hit match point. And yet, after all those games, all those other teams getting into the mix, they were the ones that were able to close it out. And like you said, for APAC South, this is massive because Dark Zero left.
That's right.
They were the champions of APAC South. They left the region. And ever since then, a lot of people, myself included, would say this is the second best region in the world. I mean, 5 of their 8 teams made it to the finals here. And yet they didn't have a team that felt like they could lift that trophy like Reject did for APAC North, or Alliance and Go Next did for EMEA, or Falcons and SSG for the Americas. And yet here they are doing it for APAC South.
Snipe down VK Gaming, you could tell, overcome with emotion, as you would be. Anybody would be winning $600,000 and an extra 10 for QQ as our MVP. But that moment on stage, there must be nothing like it as an esport athlete coming into a building like this and saying we're the best.
Yeah, I mean, especially at a tournament like this, with just as monumental as it is to hold that trophy, you have a team that really not that many people were talking about coming into this. They won their pro league. APAC South as a region has just been phenomenal. They were 3 of the 5 top 5 in this finals lobby, with only having 5 teams total in it. So it's incredibly impressive. They have cemented themselves at the top of the APAC South region, let alone, you know, Jayhawk, you were saying this, that region, you know, if all the players had stayed in that region and not come to the Americas, I think we'd be talking a little bit of a different tune in terms of who the strongest region is. So it's very interesting. You know, are they going to maybe come to NA, or are they just going to, you know, stick it out and, you know, put a legacy on that? But it's just very impressive. They didn't have much to say. I'm sure they're all soaking it all in. When you are in the moment like that, just everything you're feeling, you're not even thinking about it as the game is happening until it ends, and then it all comes rushing in. You know, we've seen people cry, we've seen people jump with joy. I've almost passed out before after it because you start screaming so much, your heart's just pounding, and it's just, I'm so proud of those guys for what they did and what they accomplished, and it's going to take, I hope they soak it in for as long as they possibly can.
Yeah, Lauren, these moments don't come around often. We saw what looked like the beginning of APAC North a year and a half ago with Reject Winity. That hasn't repeated itself. They've had good performances, but APAC South has had, probably, as Jayhawk said, some of the most consistency we've seen across other regions in terms of competing for a championship. But now they've got a new face in VK Gaming. What does the future hold for this region, especially with 3 of the top 5 being APAC South teams?
And I'm glad you pointed that out as well, because I think sometimes Apex South just seems to do a really good job of flying under the radar with just how good they are as a region. And now that VK Gaming has really claimed that title, put them on the map for the rest of the competitive year here, I think that not only are they going to have a lot to live up to when we move towards champs, right? But there are a lot of other teams in that region that are going to want to be doing the exact same thing. We talked about it. You guys have now mentioned it. Over 60% of the people, the teams from that region that came here, made it through to match point finals. One of them now pulls down the title and the trophy. 3 are in the top 5. I mean, these stats cannot be ignored.
Yeah.
People really need to start putting a big spotlight on Apex South.
And it's just proving the point yet again that nothing is given here. Everything is earned, not just at EWC, but when it comes to the ALGS in general, these top teams, they are not guaranteed to get a match point finals win. And so when they do get them, when the Alliances win last year, when Falcons win in the Open, they earned that, just like VK Gaming earned this year. And in fact, that special moment that they realized they were going to win, we want to relive that one more time. Let's go back and run the tape of how VK Gaming became your champions.
快快快快！好，快过来过来过来！我这里有个独狼，我回来回来回来，我回来回来回来回来回来帮忙回来帮忙！我这有个独狼啊！好，100，回来回来，我再退，向右边，我们要把右边看好，把右边看好。先看右边，满天，满天。有子弹吗？有清弹吗？有清弹。多。清弹，别倒，扛。倒不了，很关键，前面布板，前面得布板。OK。左边拉人，先不管左边，先不管左边，管不了左边，先管这边，看左边，看左边，然后管这边好吗？看左边，左边没事，看左边。别跟我来，别，站起！我知道，打肉，可以打吗？打个肉，不是，实际上是他拉了2个，我跟你了，我跟你来，踩肉，滑进150，帮不了，我拉 Q，我跌2个，2个1，接了，别，不，慢慢来，我抓着，我发射了，小路来！
Guys who were, not very talkative on stage. Look at that pop off. Look at that emotion. I think it was QQ trying to hold back some tears, personally. That's what I saw originally. But they sure had their translator giving some energy. I love that as well. I think this was one of those things where you see a team genuinely feel like they made it, Lauren. And I will say, the contrast, while it's not better or worse who won, the contrast of a team like Falcons or Alliance who go, yeah, we're those guys. We know what we do. Versus VK Gaming going, I can't believe we just did this. Oh my God. I mean, viscerally, it's palpable to watch.
Absolutely, and I feel like we saw the same thing out of Go Next. When we get these new teams that are etching their names in the history books of Apex Legends, it means something different the first time it happens. I think that they were so overwhelmed with the excitement, but also like the relief at the end of that match. You could see and hear just how intense they were in those final moments, knowing that they just had to finish this last fight to not only get the trophy, get the title, but life-changing amounts of money. I mean, this is going to be something that they talk about and tell people about for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, and I think honestly one of the most memorable things about this is how difficult the path was to get to this grand finals. I talked about it before. I think this is the hardest path to get to the finals of any tournament that we've had so far. So for them to come out and, gather that championship and really take that crown, they can look back at this and say, I think this is the most advanced part of the game that we've seen so far. I talked about it before. Individual skill does not win you tournaments anymore. It's all about teamwork. It's all about communication. We saw the passion in them, and for them to win this tournament in the hardest fashion, they can say that they're the best team in the world right now.
Well, one of the special things about winning in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup is you get a chance to immortalize yourself. That's right. The totem that signifies the winners each year of every Esports World Cup is going to have a new key in it, and this time from Apex Legends. We've already crowned winners in several games so far, but Apex will be joining them as VK Gaming are heading over to throw that key into the totem and have a little bit of immortality sealed for the players. Let's take a look at those series results for how things panned out across it, because there's other big storylines here. Another team, Rock Esports, who played phenomenally, led most of this group, Jayhawk. They're in second place, and that will earn them a cool $300,000. Ninjas in Pajamas, Genji, Wolves right behind them. But, I mean, for Rock, that is really a phenomenal performance.
Absolutely. I do have to correct myself. I believe Rock was actually the first team to hit match point. So the curse does still unfortunately remain. But for Rock, I mean, the comeback story, like we talked about, Saucer dropped by his previous team, Baxalon dropped by his previous team, Deeds with his previous team having broken up. These three players are players that I don't think a lot of teams wanted. They come together. They were the first team on match point, and now here they are getting second place. Ninjas in Pajamas, a very similar story. Vayne took some time away from the game, came out of retirement. Kurev was dropped by Team Liquid. McLovin kind of came out of nowhere because he had a friendship with Vayne, and yet here they are in third. And who would have predicted Genji and Wolves in the top 5 as well?
Huge.
I mean, looking at that top 5 with Falcons, 100 Thieves in 6th and 7th, I don't think anybody coming into today would have predicted that standings, and yet here it is.
No. Yeah, no way. And you know, just being truthful, you look at all the teams that we kind of highlighted as well. We have our champion of January in Na'Vi. We saw Team Liquid pop off yesterday in Last Chance, just like Genji, yet the difference in how they performed today, astronomical. Genji keeps it going with the helps of Asia and his phenomenal performances across the board, and Dexter and Ziki might have made one of the most important plays that we saw, could have turned the entire tournament around, pushing it to another game, allowing VK yet again to win. But let's take a look at the money that goes with these placements. Again, if you're saying, man, 18, 12, 20 games of Apex and I get another $10,000, I'm pretty sure every one of us is taking that challenge on. So even though Kinotrope Gaming placed in 20 is still going home with something. Alliance, really the favorite, the winners of last year in Riyadh, they're taking home a cool $30,000, but the big money, the big life-changing stuff, VK Gaming, $600,000 snipe, Rock Esports with 300, and NIP, I mean, that's a phenomenal number too. 200,000, a team that, you know, you've been surprised at. We've been talking about McLovin a lot. Also, Raven getting back on that podium essentially without Hal and without Verhulst and without Reps by himself with this new team. It's pretty exciting to see what they've got to offer coming up.
Yeah, I'm honestly super happy that I was able to cover both NIP and Rock at the start. Those are my A and B group teams. So to see them end 2 and 3, and I really do think so much of the credit has to go to the fact that they both have co-IGLs. Vaxilon learned so much when I played with him in that tournament, and he had the IGL in the open, and then he comes back, said he could IGL, doesn't want to. They pick up Saucer and the knowledge that he gained to help that team advance, as well as the NIP roster with Vayne and Kurev coming from that Liquid roster. So for these teams, it really goes to show you, like, the communication and the amount of information that they're able to gather was able to keep them, the consistency. These teams both came from the winners bracket, nothing more than phenomenal out of them, and it's really exciting to see. You know, Rock won the regional finals, they won Pro League,
they did,
and then you had NIP who tied for first place. So to see them carry that consistency from online over into this LAN is incredibly impressive. So congratulations.
Yeah, it's huge. And, you know, you do have to remember, we didn't mention that much, but yeah, coming off a match point win, almost 2 match point wins consecutively, trying to make it 3 was Rock. So congratulations for them continuing on. I mean, looking also at our top players, right? We look at the kill leaderboard. A lot of times we see Effect on there. That seems to be the difference of how well Alliance do. Effect this time in 9th. Number 1, Wolves and Donut showing up. 19 kills. Obviously the R99, the deadliest weapon, but Lauren, you can't say enough about Donut and Wolves. A performance, a top 5. Again, they're going to be writing home about and very, very happy with taking into champs.
Just more Apex out things. I mean, we're looking at these teams up here. You've got QQ right behind him at 17.
Asia.
This was, Genji. I mean, this
Casa,
was just a clinic from Apex out here today. And you see just how much more spread out all of these kills were too. You don't have one crazy high kill leader like we saw out of Effect when he was up here at the top of the leaderboard. I mean, I love seeing this out of Apex South. It's just yet another reason for everybody to be paying attention to them, because the individual potential out of these players, also crazy.
I mean, how do we feel about that word I gave you in that little game we played, reputation? We said Alliance would kind of take a hit on that. You responded. You didn't get a chance to. I look at it now. What does that word mean to you? Is it the reputation regarding APAC South and how well they've put the rest of the world on notice? Is it the teams that didn't make it into that top 5 that go, we have to change something, we have to be better if we're going to contend at championships in Sapporo? Jayhawk, how does that word filter in through your system now that you know the results of today?
I think it has to be APAC South. I mean, this region, like I said, a lot of people would have said that it's arguably the second best region. But the biggest counterpoint to that argument was, well, which team in that region can lift the trophy? Right. Because Dark Zero's gone. They're in Americas now. All those players, even other players that weren't on that Dark Zero roster, MT, he comes over. Waltzy, he comes over. So a lot of the best talent from that region was leaving. And so people are starting to say, okay, sure, maybe they're one of the best regions, but Alliance is over here lifting trophies. Reject is lifting trophies. Where is APAC South's champion? And now all of a sudden they have one. And we've seen not only do they have one, but look at all those teams that popped off today.
Right.
Wolves, amazing. Gen G, amazing. And so I really do feel like the reputation of APAC South, it's already been incredible, but I feel like now it's actually going to catch up to what it truly deserves to be because you have a champion. VK Gaming's the best team in the world.
Felt like there was a little lag time between what they are and what people perceive them to be.
Yeah.
No longer anymore. APAC South has put the world on notice. And the beautiful thing about the way that they did it was that nobody saw it coming, at least in this tournament. It was all about the big names, the hometown team, the team that had won last year, the teams that had, recovered from an appendix burst. I got to say, I mean, that was a great story, but it ended up not being the story that mattered. That's why BRs are so interesting. It's also why each win, I said, is so fleeting, Snipe, because you've been on both sides of this. The fantastic feeling of winning and also the heartbreaking, crushing moments of losing, knowing that you should have done better, you could have done better, and now your whole future lies in the balance.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of these teams that are going to be coming out of this. Obviously not what they were looking for. Furia had a really good losers run, and then they ended up at the bottom of the leaderboard. Alliance, their first round performance was just phenomenal, and for them to end with only 9 points total when it comes to the placement points, they got to go back to the drawing board when it comes to that, because they can get the slays, but for some reason they're not finding the spots. So and especially Falcons, they said nothing but first is acceptable, and they didn't really end where they wanted to. So I think there are a lot of these teams, like the Rocks and the NIPs, that can come out of this and think, we're a young roster. There's a lot of things that we did very well, but there's some other teams that have been around for a while thinking we really underperformed and underachieved from what we had set out as expectation.
Well, that's a great point. And just to kind of make my final point here on the desk, it's been a lovely tournament with all three of you. You guys have provided incredible insight, great charisma on camera, and obviously great friendship on and behind the scenes. It's been wonderful having you all on the desk with us as well. What a pleasure, as always, when we do our ALGS broadcast. And this time in Riyadh, it was extra special with APAC South winning. But let's go to that moment, the moment that you've been waiting for, the moment that is live near the totem, where your APAC South winners, VK Gaming, will be putting their key to immortalize their victory here in the ALGS. There comes a time when you see moments like this, and you know that they are not to be forgotten. They're not to be taken for granted. What these players had to do coming in as the #1 seed, it was phenomenal. And while still being doubted, they had a chance to show the world they belong. And now no one will forget the name VK Gaming. As Casa, QQ, and LD approach the totem, this is about immortality. Our first winner in APAC South since Dark Zero had disbanded and left. A dearth was left in the region. Who would fill it and seize the title of the team that could lift the trophy? This is seeing a team that knows how hard and how long they have fought to have this recognition, not just on stage, but on the world stage, in front of the esports greats. And of course, in front of the ALGS greats, saying goodbye to those who have been a part of our seasons past, and saying hello to those who might join us in the future, that anything is possible if you put your mind to it and you step forward and take a chance. This region that was counted out is counted out no longer, as they begin to shake the hands of His Royal Highness Prince Faisal in celebration and commemoration of what this moment means, not only to the ALGS, to the Esports World Cup, to Riyadh, but to esports. This has been a blessing for all of us here at the ALGS. What a journey, what a moment, and it's ended with one hero on top of it all. It's VK Gaming, who are your champions at our ALGS mid-season playoffs at the Esports World Cup 2025. And with that, good night, Riyadh.
Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Cleats on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, Wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is
You're
win.
looking at a CHAMP. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, RIP, ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you all wanna be.
You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.